Shin Sang-hyun cleared the ancient dragon's nest after 30 exhausting years of battles. Despite victory, he regretted becoming an overlooked 55-year-old swordsman. A mysterious skill book appeared as the dungeon's final reward. Remembering devour artifacts, Sang-hyun considered consuming the strange book. The late bloomer model student constellation suddenly descended before him. Impressed by his perseverance, the constellation granted an extraordinary blessing. The reward greatly increased future artifact efficiency and stat growth. Sang-hyun gratefully accepted the unexpected recognition after decades of hardship. Next, the constellation urged him to devour the skill book. Determined, Sang-hyun raised the artifact and activated his unique ability. Brilliant energy surrounded the book as synchronization successfully began. Hidden power flowed directly into his body without resistance. Memories recalled countless failed attempts consuming ordinary artifacts. 30 difficult years finally revealed the skill's true purpose. That breakthrough marked the beginning of Sang-hyun's new destiny. Sang-hyun realized devour artifacts reached its true potential only after 30 wasted years. Unlike other players, his growth had been delayed by an unknown condition. He silently examined the skill book, expecting guidance before using it. The constellation admitted its records contained no information about the mysterious skill. Unable to help further, it advised him to continue synchronizing with the artifact. Hearing that suggestion, Sang-hyun despaired because his remaining time was running short. The constellation comforted him, sensing the weight of his lifelong regrets. Sang-hyun remembered chasing an unmatched swordsman while never reaching that level. His greatest disappointment was leaving those ambitions unfinished. Accepting reality, Sang-hyun admitted, age had drained his strength and opportunities. He wished fate had granted him a younger body instead. The silent constellation carefully watched his heartfelt regret. Brilliant energy suddenly surrounded Sang-hyun without any warning. An unknown power declared his overwhelming wish had been acknowledged. Moments later, regression began, carrying Sang-hyun back toward his lost youth. A television explained that dungeons and gates were essential for every awakened player. Listening carefully, Sang-hyun confirmed the world had returned to the past. He realized his regression had sent him back exactly 30 years. After awakening, Sang-hyun found himself inside his old apartment. His youthful 25-year-old body had returned with every future memory intact. He concluded the constellation's miracle caused the impossible regression. Accepting reality, Sang-hyun decided to prepare, instead of questioning the miracle. He retrieved Venomoth's dagger, a bronze weapon with hidden potential. Knowing its secret ability, he immediately activated synchronization. The artifact's hidden skill began awakening despite its low absorption rate. Dark energy surrounded Sang-hyun as synchronization steadily progressed. Soon, his consciousness entered the artifact's mysterious inner space. An unfamiliar world welcomed him inside the dagger. The strange realm existed solely for consuming artifacts safely. Sang-hyun calmly prepared to unlock the weapon's hidden power. Synchronization with Venomoth's dagger finished, transforming the artifact into consumable energy. Sang-hyun devoured the artifact and permanently gained agility with its hidden skill. Satisfied with the result, he left to begin changing his future. A newly opened dungeon attracted players and support teams across the city. Sang-hyun arrived at the gathering point before entering the operation. Team leader, Yoon Dae-kyung, learned the former porter had joined the player team. The unexpected decision surprised everyone responsible for team assignments. Some worried the inexperienced newcomer would disrupt the team's balance. Nevertheless, the approval remained unchanged, despite their concerns. The player team leader firmly defended the final decision. He reminded everyone to focus on their own responsibilities. Instead, the argument quickly ended as the staff accepted his authority. Even nearby members questioned Sang-hyun's sudden promotion. The leader calmly dismissed their doubts without changing his decision. Sang-hyun quietly prepared for his first mission as a player. The team leader assigned Sang-hyun to the player group, instead of porter duties. Introducing himself calmly, Sang-hyun immediately drew everyone's attention. Several teammates questioned whether the newcomer deserved the position. The leader noticed Sang-hyun carrying a longsword instead of common beginner equipment. Sang-hyun explained he had practiced with the weapon before awakening. Pleased by his determination, the leader encouraged everyone to begin the raid. The entire squad entered the dungeon through the enormous blue gate. Inside, members prepared for battle while following the planned formation. Sang-hyun quietly observed the familiar surroundings from his previous life. Veteran players secretly mocked Sang-hyun's confidence and unusual weapon choice. They believed the beginner dungeon would quickly expose his weakness. Sang-hyun ignored their opinions without changing his expression. Remembering future events, Sang-hyun recognized the dungeon's true danger. He knew the planned strategy would soon collapse unexpectedly. Meanwhile, The team leader slowly realized Song-Yun might not be an ordinary rookie. Song-Hyun defeated every monster alone, leaving the battlefield covered with defeated enemies. The surviving players watched silently, unable to understand his overwhelming strength. Without celebrating, Song-Hyun calmly advanced toward the dungeon's deeper area. Song-Hyun recalled orcs becoming dangerous, only because inexperienced players underestimated them. Meanwhile, an overconfident rookie rushed forward without considering the enemy's strength. Within moments, the charging orc overwhelmed the careless attacker. The raid continued deeper while several members mocked Sang-Yoon's promotion. Ignoring their criticism, Sang-Yoon calmly observed the surroundings. He quietly anticipated the approaching monster before everyone else. Sang-Yoon stepped forward as an orc suddenly appeared inside the corridor. The surprised frontline fighter froze before the charging enemy. Without hesitation, Sang-Yoon moved to intercept the attack. His swift action blocked the orc before it struck the soldier. The rescued teammate stared in complete disbelief. Sang-Yoon remained composed despite the dangerous situation. He instructed the shaken fighter to face the enemy calmly. Rather than fleeing, Sang-Hyun encouraged proper teamwork against the orc. The battle truly began as everyone prepared to fight together. Yoon Dae-kyung blocked the orc's deadly strike before it reached his teammate. The heavy counterattack forced the monster backward across the corridor. Everyone briefly believed the dangerous battle had ended. Instead, the wounded orc recovered and charged with greater fury. Yoon quickly organized the front line while protecting every nearby member. The fierce exchange continued without giving either side an advantage. Watching silently, Sang-Hyun recognized Yoon lacked enough damage to finish the orc. Repeated attacks exhausted the team leader, while the monster kept resisting. Nevertheless, Yoon refused to retreat from the battle. A decisive strike finally pierced the orc's defense. The defeated monster collapsed as the entire team watched in disbelief. Yoon calmly confirmed everyone's safety after securing the victory. Relief spread through the group as confidence quickly returned. Suddenly, another terrifying roar echoed from deeper inside the dungeon. The unexpected sound warned a new threat was approaching. A horde of high orcs and armored orcs suddenly flooded the corridor. Yoon Dae-kyung realized the overwhelming enemy force exceeded his team's strength. Before anyone retreated, Sang-Hyun requested permission to fight. The team stared at Sang-Hyun, believing his decision was reckless. Ignoring every warning, he calmly walked toward the charging monsters. His first strike instantly split a high orc apart. The remaining orcs rushed together, surrounding Sang-Hyun from every direction. Moving effortlessly, he cut through every attacker with precise swordsmanship. The stunned players could barely follow his incredible speed. One powerful slash brought another high orc crashing down. The spectators realized Sang-Hyun possessed overwhelming combat experience. Only a single armored orc remained standing before him. Sang-Hyun calmly faced the final armored orc without hesitation. The surviving players watched silently, unable to believe the scene. Then, the decisive battle was about to reach its conclusion. The armored orc endured Sang-Hyun's opening attack with its tough defense. Yoon Dae-kyung feared the failed strike would leave Sang-Hyun exposed. Instead, Sang-Hyun calmly prepared another technique. Activating Demon Bash, Sang-Hyun unleashed the dagger's hidden skill. The empowered blow smashed through the armored orc's defense. The enormous monster collapsed before launching another attack. Yoon Dae-kyung watched silently, stunned by Sang-Hyun's overwhelming strength. Everyone realized the rookie possessed abilities beyond normal awakened players. Questions spread as they wondered where his combat skills originated. Sang-Hyun received a level increase after defeating the armored orc. A new title rewarded his remarkable performance during the raid. He accepted the reward without showing excitement. The team remained speechless, while watching Sang-Hyun's calm expression. His unexpected growth left every veteran completely bewildered. Sang-Hyun quietly prepared for the challenges waiting ahead. Sang-Hyun invested his bonus point into luck to improve future artifact rewards. Yoon Dae-kyung questioned the mysterious skill Sang-Hyun had displayed earlier. Smiling calmly, Sang-Hyun avoided revealing the truth behind his power. Suspecting incredible luck, Yoon inspected Sang-Hyun's massive greatsword. Recognizing its exceptional quality, he became even more astonished. Before further discussion, an urgent warning interrupted everyone. The middle boss suddenly appeared deeper inside the dungeon. Yoon prepared the team while reminding Sang-Hyun not to act recklessly. Sang-Hyun quietly remembered the demon orc waiting ahead. Stepping forward, Sang-Hyun called for the team leader's attention. He requested permission to challenge the demon orc alone. The stunned party immediately focused on his unexpected proposal. Sang-Hyun calmly asked to keep the artifact if victorious. He knew party rules rewarded the monster's slayer with its loot. Everyone waited for Yoon's decision in complete silence. Shin Sang-Hyun remembered Crimson Stone, legendary artifact exclusively appearing from defeated powerful demon orcs. Countless hunters pursued Crimson Stone relentlessly, although miserable probabilities prevented successful artifact discoveries. Songhyun witnessed the exhausted expedition recovering Crimson Stone beside defeated monstrous demon orc commander. Songhyun silently observed celebrating teammates surrounding Daekyung while examining Crimson Stone carefully. Several hunters discussed delay abilities excitedly, causing Sanghyun's expression suddenly becoming intensely serious. Sanghyun realized delay abilities perfectly supported future objectives requiring battles against stronger enemies. Daekyung guided armored teammates through corridors while gigantic monster corpses blocked pathways nearby. Sanghyun remembered contribution rules carefully, planning personally defeating remaining monsters before distribution proceedings. He understood arrogant newcomers received criticism frequently, yet obtaining delay abilities remained necessary. Suspicious hunters mocked Sanghyun immediately, believing inexperienced fighters deserved absolutely no battlefield authority. Daekyung calmly permitted his reckless proposal. Warning consequences followed catastrophic mission failures immediately. Nearby teammates panicked nervously, while Daekyung's determined squad advanced directly toward dungeon corridors. Daekyung ordered Sanghyun, entering alone exclusively after unsuccessful raids against overwhelming dungeon bosses. Sanghyun secretly welcomed Daekyung's conditions, realizing unnecessary participation risks, completely disappeared, conveniently instantly. Daekyung ignored anxious companions completely, marching forward proudly, while teammates desperately followed behind. Daekyung furiously criticized Sanghyun constantly, considering broken skills insufficient during dangerous dungeon expeditions. Determined teammates pushed gigantic entrance doors aggressively, intending proving superior combat experience inside. Daekyung suddenly noticed unusual movements nearby, causing his confident expression immediately hardening completely. Daekyung cautiously entered massive chambers, discovering terrifying demon orc guarding Crimson Stone silently. Confident warriors surrounded Haim immediately, while recalling strategies supposedly guaranteeing effortless battlefield victories. The gigantic demon orc emerged slowly, spreading murderous pressure throughout darkened dungeon corridors. Reckless teammates charged forward fearlessly before unexpected impacts violently crushed Daekyung against stone walls. Daekyung confidently commanded surrounding fighters, believing previous information guaranteed manageable combat conditions entirely. He quietly noticed the selfish intentions, preventing opportunities obtaining delay abilities personally independently. Several armored hunters sprinted aggressively toward monstrous demon orc, without considering dangerous consequences. Daekyung collapsed bloodied instantly, completely confused regarding devastating attacks striking unexpectedly nearby suddenly. Sanghyun observed unconscious teammates calmly, realizing their reckless assault created predictable disastrous failures. Terrified hunters confronted strengthened demon orc again, realizing previous disastrous failures repeating. Bloodied Daekyung struggled standing upright, while frightened teammates questioned impossible battlefield circumstances desperately. Daekyung regretted trusting unreliable marketplace information completely, recognizing overwhelming demon orc strength. Daekyung ordered immediate retreat nervously, admitting impossible victory against terrifying middle boss demon orc presently. Sanghyun smiled calmly nearby while exhausted hunters prepared escaping dangerous dungeon corridors immediately together. Retreating teammates celebrated survival, thankfully, believing demon orc's terrible vision prevented successful pursuit entirely. Daekyung approached Sanghyun seriously, warning reckless confidence, eventually causing unavoidable battlefield deaths later permanently. Sanghyun listened silently, while Daekyung's exhausted expression revealed frustration mixed alongside genuine concern completely. He gripped massive weapon firmly, preparing independently confronting terrifying demon orc remaining inside. Confidently, Sanghyun confronted gigantic demon orc alone, refusing dependence upon retreating teammates completely. He blocked devastating axe strikes directly, utilizing accumulated combat experiences strengthening precise swordsmanship. Sanghyun endured painful impacts carefully, proving repeated deflections remained achievable against overwhelming enemies. The furious demon orc tightened chains aggressively, preparing attacks against advancing him immediately. Observing teammates watched silently nearby while demon orc recognized his unexpected defensive capabilities. Sanghyun remembered Crimson Stone's unique combination abilities, motivating dangerous experimentation during combat immediately. Delay abilities combined beside demon bash effects, allowing continuous stunning attacks against enemies. Sanghyun repeatedly struck smaller demons rapidly, testing combinations created through consumed artifact abilities. He realized infinite stunning possibilities existed, strengthening ambitions obtaining Crimson Stone permanently forever. Sanghyun confidently provoked furious demon orc, demanding aggressive attacks revealing exploitable weaknesses. Enraged demon orc charged violently towards Sanghyun, swinging gigantic axe recklessly. Sangyun smiled coldly while observing predictable attack patterns exposing vulnerable defensive openings. Songyun dodged swiftly underneath massive strikes, targeting Demon Orc's vulnerable physical weaknesses precisely. Activated Demon Bash abilities instantly stunned Demon Orc temporarily, shocking nearby observing teammates completely. Daekyung stared speechlessly nearby, realizing Songyun possessed overwhelmingly broken combat abilities unexpectedly already. Songyun calmly analyzed Demon Orc carefully, recognizing unexpected intelligence beyond ordinary monstrous creatures. Suddenly, terrifying purple energy erupted violently, while Demon Orc launched devastating magical counterattacks immediately. He narrowly escaped destructive attacks, rapidly retreating while shattered ground exploded beneath violently. Sangyun remembered regeneration abilities, realizing shortened stun durations threatened dangerous battle plans immediately. Determined, he calculated necessary timings carefully, understanding delay abilities remained absolutely essential thereafter. He abandoned defensive strategies temporarily, choosing aggressive attacks against advancing Demon Orc instead. Violent clashes erupted continuously while observing teammates questioned Songyun's suddenly ineffective stunning abilities nervously. Daekyung watched battlefield destruction anxiously, realizing overwhelming Demon Orc pressure steadily increased surrounding casualties dramatically. Songyun maintained calm expressions confidently, preparing stronger combinations before repeating dangerous stunning attacks against enemies. Songyun dodged monstrous attacks calmly, despite completely ineffective stunning abilities. Observing teammates questioned Songyun's confidence nervously while gigantic battlefield destruction intensified surrounding pressures. Songyun remembered previous battles carefully, realizing accumulated experiences provided overwhelming psychological advantages. Songyun focused entirely upon single weaknesses, instead cutting durable Demon Orc bodies. The enraged Demon Orc charged aggressively forward while Songyun prepared calculated counterattacks silently. He concentrated intensely meanwhile, preparing devastating piercing strikes against vulnerable internal weaknesses beneath thick armor plates, protecting the Demon Orc's massive chest. Songyun pierced Demon Orc successfully, immediately receiving multiple rewards and titles alone. System messages announced Demon Hunter status, while exhausted Songyun observed silently nearby. He realized solo achievements granted exceptional bonuses, unavailable toward ordinary hunters previously. Bloodied Daekyung approached cautiously, while surviving teammates stared toward Songyun nervously. Songyun considered avoiding troublesome confrontations through carefully planned deceptive explanations afterward. He loudly exaggerated battlefield dangers, completely hiding Songyun's overwhelming contributions afterward publicly. Daekyung questioned Songyun suspiciously, while injured teammates observed silently behind him nearby during recovery. Songyun calmly confronted Daekyung directly, recognizing concealed hostility beneath confused battlefield reactions instantly. He offered Daekyung opportunities preserving dignity, preventing embarrassing accusations, surrounding dungeon contributions publicly completely. Daekyung silently accepted Crimson Stone, understanding Songyun intentionally spared remaining personal reputation during negotiations. Exhausted hunters listened carefully while Daekyung announced successful middle boss elimination proudly beside cheering companions. Determined teammates prepared advancing deeper, believing final dungeon battles remained manageable despite overwhelming dangers. Songyun recalled delay limitations while observing retreating teammates disappearing upstairs, silently beyond distant corridors, completely. He smiled confidently, preparing dangerous experiments involving Crimson Stone despite unpredictable artifact consequences during combat. The glowing Crimson Stone activated immediately, while Songyun considered devouring powerful delay abilities permanently himself. Shin Songyun discovered mysterious unconsciousness gap while examining glowing artifact meal carefully alone silently. The enchanted bibimbap released crimson energy preparing his body, absorbing hidden powers immediately. System messages confirmed Crimson Stone absorption, granting strengthened abilities beside dangerous unexpected nervousness. Chunks of crimson meat stretched endlessly while absorption processes transformed Songyun's capabilities drastically. Silver-ranked statistics increased significantly after mysterious delay effect materialized within glowing magical interface. Songyun studied acquired delay abilities carefully sensing unstable consequences surrounding future dangerous battles. He attached delay effects toward Demon Bash strengthening combinations through magical synchronization techniques. Extended stunning probabilities appeared immediately revealing terrifying combat potential against powerful enemies everywhere. Collapsed beneath falling rain, Songyun realized overwhelming abilities, completely transformed his future permanently. Songyun calculated guaranteed stunning durations, while reviewing dangerous combat probabilities beside Daekyung carefully. Daekyung approached cautiously requesting Songyun's assistance before confronting Berserker guarding mysterious final chamber. Songyun questioned Daekyung's invitation suspiciously, while hidden calculations continued influencing strategic battlefield decisions. Daekyung rejected separation immediately, believing Songyun's abilities remained essential during approaching dangerous confrontations. Bloody armor reflected brightly while Daekyung encouraged cooperation through leadership despite exhausting injuries. Songyun finally accepted teamwork, reluctantly recognizing Daekyung's unchanged personality beneath brutal battlefield circumstances. Armed hunters gathered silently beside enormous entrance, preparing carefully before entering boss-room battles. Daekyung warned teammates cautiously, while Songyun noticed hostility flashing across another hunter's expression. Walking behind teammates silently, Songyun suspected hidden resentment, threatening upcoming battles inside boss-room. Hunters entered final boss-room cautiously, while enormous orc berserker emitted terrifying crimson energy. Dark shadows surrounded advancing hunters silently. Suddenly, monstrous growls echoed across massive chamber. Daekyung protected Songyun carefully while teammates organized formations. Songyun analyzed berserker weaknesses, quietly recognizing lower magical resistance against stunning attacks efficiently. Confident calculations reassured Songyun temporarily, while Daekyung continued leading frightened teammates forward steadily. Enraged orc berserker suddenly attacked violently, destroying nearby ground beneath retreating hunters instantly. Remembering previous suffering, Songyun questioned his confidence, while escaping overwhelming battlefield chaos. Desperately, painful memories resurfaced repeatedly as Songyun refused reliving helpless failures from previous lifetimes. Songyun charged forward, deciding transforming weak past through overwhelming battlefield strength. Violent attacks smashed berserker repeatedly, while crimson energy exploded across collapsing surroundings everywhere. Determined eyes watched teammates carefully, while Songyun prepared, proving his transformed abilities completely. Daekyung witnessed terrifying power, silently realizing Songyun possessed monstrously overwhelming combat abilities beyond expectations. Demon Bash activated successfully, causing guaranteed stunning effects against helpless enraged orc berserker. Daekyung commanded attacking hunters aggressively, while stunned berserker remained completely defenseless. Before coordinated assaults, massive explosions erupted violently before collapsing. Berserker finally died beneath combined overwhelming attacks. System announcements confirmed dungeon completion, while exhausted hunters celebrated surprisingly effortless victorious battle. Songyun ignored surrounding excitement quietly, while teammates discussed recruiting reliable personal porter candidates. Songyun dismissed lingering guilt privately, while considering survival priorities beyond heroic responsibilities immediately. System notifications announced consecutive level increases, rewarding his overwhelming combat performance spectacularly recently. Newly obtained D-rank title extended status effects, significantly improving his battlefield advantages tremendously. Songyun remembered legendary swordsman Youngsu surpassing countless players through unmatched overwhelming strength consistently. Ghostblade possessed numerous prestigious titles while dominating Korea's strongest hunters effortlessly throughout battlefields. Inspired determination filled Songyun completely, because regression provided opportunities surpassing previous impossible limitations. Songyun stretched awkwardly nearby while motivating himself toward relentless future growth ambitions constantly. Daekyung questioned him curiously before rewarding exceptional contributions following successful dungeon expedition achievements. Shocked confusion overwhelmed Songyun instantly, after Daekyung suddenly revealed mysterious glowing reward unexpectedly. Daekyung praised Songyun sincerely while rewarding exceptional efforts following dangerous dungeon expedition. Honest explanations amused Daekyung, because Songyun valued practical survival priorities constantly throughout hardships. Smiling confidently, he explained generous rewards signified their final cooperation before permanent separation officially. Songyun accepted glowing reward quietly, while recognizing widening differences between ordinary hunters increasingly. Jealous frustration consumed another hunter witnessing Songyun receiving recognition, despite recent participation unfairly perceived. Secretive resentment intensified dangerously while furious hunter contacted mysterious individuals plotting harmful retaliation immediately. Returning home happily, Songyun celebrated successful earnings gained through dangerous player activities enthusiastically. Bank notifications revealed enormous payments surpassing ordinary porter salaries by overwhelming unbelievable margins. Holding glowing reward carefully, He anticipated greater opportunities emerging through future battles ahead. Sanghyun examined Berserker Ring carefully while appreciating valuable artifact obtained freely. Bronze-ranked equipment granted additional strength, although expensive mana consumption limited practical battlefield usefulness. Smiling confidently, he recognized ordinary players struggled handling overwhelming mana requirements constantly during battles. Sanghyun remembered discovering artifact-devouring abilities decades later during previous hopeless lifetime painfully before. Intensive experiments revealed mana-consuming artifacts permanently lost activation costs after complete devouring successfully. Excitement overwhelmed Sanghyun immediately, while synchronizing Berserker Ring through powerful artifact-devouring abilities successfully. Confident determination filled him, because accumulating stronger abilities remained absolutely necessary for survival continuously. Meanwhile, jealous hunters discussed Sanghyun loudly, inside crowded Gangnam nightclub gatherings carelessly throughout conversations. Embarrassed shouting stopped immediately once intimidating strangers, confronted disruptive hunters aggressively inside nightclub. Gangsters mocked frightened hunters carelessly, while nightclub patrons ignored dangerous criminal negotiations. Brutal enforcers suddenly attacked screaming hunters, violently demanding expensive compensation for disrespectful behavior. Terrified victims collapsed helplessly beneath overwhelming assaults, while ruthless criminals continued threatening revenge schemes. Nightclub guests avoided confrontation, nervously watching bloodied hunters suffer humiliating punishments, demanding valuable information aggressively. Intimidating gangsters pressured exhausted hunters through terrifying physical violence repeatedly. Furious criminals asked Sanghyun's whereabouts relentlessly, believing hidden artifacts and wealthy hunters remained unprotected. Sanghyun entered Lanshil training grounds, carrying enormous sword while observing distant village carefully. Hunger weakened him severely because mysterious constellation meals constantly destroyed ordinary human digestion. He suddenly noticed lightweight effects activating, reducing gigantic sword burdens dramatically during movement. The massive blade spun violently above Sanghyun before stabilizing beside his exhausted body. He grabbed the descending weapon confidently, realizing strange artifacts continuously strengthened physical capabilities. Special artifact abilities permanently lowered weapon weight, allowing him smoother combat preparations immediately. Sanghyun reviewed player information carefully, confirming improved statistics from previously consumed artifacts recently. His constellation-exclusive abilities granted overwhelming advantages, though future selections required thoughtful strategic consideration. He planned attracting stronger constellations carefully, because permanent partnerships determined future survival completely. Sanghyun desired compatible constellations supporting luck statistics, while increasing survival possibilities considerably further. Lacking proper statistics, he focused entirely upon training exercises, attracting constellation attention nearby. Standing alone beside rooftops, he prepared mentally before beginning relentless physical practice sessions. Sanghyun exited speeding vehicle carefully, exhausted from dangerous driving throughout mountainous roads previously. Endless training sessions strengthened him gradually, granting impressive swordsmanship abilities through persistence alone. Ambidextrous sword training improved his adaptability, enhancing combat efficiency using multiple weapons simultaneously. Sanghyun discovered mysterious solo player dungeon appearing suddenly above isolated forest roads unexpectedly nearby. Realizing exclusive dungeons rarely appeared, he immediately appreciated extraordinary opportunities awaiting inside patiently. He silently observed swirling portal carefully, considering future dangers before entering alone eventually. Sanghyun sensed hidden pursuers following silently through forests, surrounding mysterious exclusive dungeon entrance. Ignoring suspicious intentions temporarily, he entered glowing portal confidently while gripping sword tightly. Several armed hunters unexpectedly appeared nearby, questioning his presence inside restricted solo player dungeon. Scarred hunters watched silently while Sanghyun advanced deeper, throughout dark underground cavern passages. He warned confused intruders immediately, claiming dangerous territory ownership before potential conflicts escalated. The armed party surrounded him aggressively, doubting his confidence. Despite overwhelming dungeon experience, Sanghyun analyzed unfamiliar hunters carefully, recognizing unusual combat formations, lacking magical support members. Their ruthless organization abandoned balanced teamwork entirely, specializing exclusively during human hunting missions. He immediately recognized infamous Hyena Pack members, realizing dangerous confrontation became completely unavoidable. Hyena Pack members mocked Sanghyun confidently, believing isolated dungeons guaranteed effortless murders completely. Sanghyun remembered association investigations calmly, already understanding notorious criminals surrounding him dangerously inside. The silent archer prepared weapons carefully while teammates anticipated brutal execution against him. Sanghyun revealed murderous intentions suddenly, shocking gang members expecting frightened surrender immediately there. The enormous hunter charged forward furiously, while companions unsheathed weapons beside dungeon corridors. Songhyun manipulated surrounding circumstances strategically, trapping dangerous enemies inside isolated underground passages completely. The gang leader suggested cooperation cautiously, hoping peaceful negotiations prevented unnecessary casualties permanently there, while confused member questioned negotiations angrily while Sang-Yun challenged everyone simultaneously without hesitation. Song-Yun stood confidently alone, provoking entire hyena pack before inevitable violent confrontation erupted. The furious hunter charged recklessly towards Song-Yun, swinging massive blade violently downward, repeatedly. Song-Yun avoided incoming attacks calmly, understanding dungeon survival required overwhelming brutality constantly there. He remembered ruthless dungeon principles, recognizing monsters and hunters shared identical instincts everywhere. Bleeding heavily, Song-Hyun recalled countless deadly experiences shaping brutal survival philosophies permanently inside. Past tragedies taught him merciless realities where weakness guaranteed immediate death during confrontations. Standing above corpses, he considered every violent action necessary self-defense against murderous enemies. Sang-Yun threatened remaining hunters coldly before launching sudden attacks across cavern pathways instantly. Terrified hyena pack members scattered quickly, while archers desperately prepared defensive positions nearby. Song-Hyun eliminated Songo immediately, leaving surviving hunters completely horrified throughout chaotic battlefield moments. Hyena pack members realized Sang-Hyun recently awakened, yet already reached terrifying extraordinary strength levels. Sang-Hyun spun gigantic greatsword while escaping hunters, attempted desperate tactical repositioning maneuvers. Frightened enemies attacked simultaneously, calling Song-Hyun monstrous, while struggling surviving overwhelming pressure continuously. Broken arrows scattered everywhere after Song-Hyun deflected incoming projectiles. Using brutal physical strength, the enormous greatsword suddenly launched forward violently, tearing through hunters without hesitation, mercilessly there. The gang leader, Huntai, questioned Sang-Hyun's identity immediately, recognizing terrifying abilities beyond ordinary awakened hunters completely. Huntai noticed Sang-Hyun lacked weapons temporarily, considering immediate counterattack opportunities carefully. Remaining hyena pack members charged recklessly together, believing numerical advantages guaranteed certain victory completely. Blood-covered greatsword returned instantly, while Sang-Hyun dominated battlefield against collapsing desperate enemies, mercilessly. Sang-Hyun intercepted incoming blades swiftly, forcing Huntai's subordinates backward during chaotic combat instantly. The orange-haired hunter collapsed brutally after Sang-Hyun's counterattack shattered surrounding stone surfaces violently. Surviving enemies stared nervously, realizing him completely dominated overwhelming battlefield exchanges, alone effortlessly. Sang-Hyun balanced upside down carefully, avoiding deadly strikes while maintaining offensive pressure continuously nearby. Huntai watched silently beside remaining hunters, questioning Sang-Hyun's terrifying physical capabilities suspiciously inwardly. Blood-covered greatsword descended suddenly, forcing frightened enemies retreating across cavern floors desperately backward. Huntai grabbed exhausted subordinate violently, demanding explanations regarding Sang-Hyun's unpredictable combat methods. Song-Hyun pierced another hunter mercilessly, exposing hyena pack's hidden organ trafficking operations publicly there. Huntai froze momentarily, realizing Song-Hyun uncovered criminal secrets capable of destroying their organization. Song-Hyun exposed hyena pack operations calmly, revealing illegal manastone trafficking activities publicly there. Huntai ignored accusations angrily, charging directly toward Song-Hyun while swinging weapons recklessly. Song-Hyun remained completely composed, anticipating predictable attacks from emotionally unstable enemies nearby. Song-Hyun activated Demon Dash instantly, surprising Huntai through overwhelming speed and movement techniques suddenly. The activated skill stunned Huntai temporarily, preventing coordinated attacks from surviving hunters completely nearby. Confused enemies realized broken skills existed, understanding Sang-Hyun possessed impossible combat advantages permanently there. Purple energy surrounded Sang-Hyun silently, while terrified hunters recognized approaching unavoidable defeat immediately nearby. Huntai panicked internally, remembering lifelong dominance disappearing completely against Sang-Hyun's overwhelming pressure suddenly. Past memories resurfaced painfully while Huntai realized hyena pack's control finally collapsed permanently. Terrified subordinates begged desperately, while Huntai continued enforcing ruthless predator philosophies violently. Huntai questioned him angrily, believing fear and suffering represented natural survival principles permanently everywhere. Sang-Hyun listened, silently, while observing hyena pack members collapsing beneath brutal consequences nearby afterward. Juntae challenged Sang-yoon directly, attempting intimidation despite worsening battlefield circumstances surrounding everyone immediately. Standing beside bloody waters, Sang-yoon reflected quietly upon violent regression experiences shaping survival instincts. Sang-yoon doubted constellation possibilities temporarily, recognizing repeated killings complicated future ambitions significantly further. Sang-yoon questioned previous actions, convincing himself necessary violence remained justified completely there. Golden light surrounded fallen weapons, suddenly while dungeon rewards materialized before Sang-yoon, immediately nearby. Sang-yoon claimed 8 artifacts confidently, understanding exclusive dungeon victories granted enormous advantages permanently. Sang-hyun reviewed strengthened statistics carefully, realizing recovered memories drastically improved surviving possibilities immensely. Floating windows displayed enhanced attributes while he calculated dangerous consequences from previous regressions. He considered missing opportunities silently, questioning elapsed years since unexpected regression previously occurred. Sang-hyun discovered glittering recovery ring carefully hidden beneath debris beside defeated enemies nearby. Artifact descriptions revealed cleansing abilities, explaining surviving fighters previously resisted dangerous abnormalities successfully. Sang-hyun inspected approaching attacker cautiously, recognizing connections between artifacts and unexpected battlefield survival. Sang-hyun nervously imagined disastrous outcomes, understanding excessive trust previously invited catastrophic consequences repeatedly. Recovery, ring synchronization activated suddenly, surrounding him with brilliant energy during dangerous transformation. Deep underground, numerous goblins patrolled abandoned railways while he prepared advancing carefully forward. Sang-hyun approached wandering goblins silently, gripping massive sword while concealed enemies observed. Several goblins suddenly detected unfamiliar movements, nervously scanning dark tunnels surrounding railways. Cautiously exhaled briefly, he remembering brutal requirements behind obtaining valuable Lucky Day title previously. Confused goblins hesitated repeatedly, unable understanding mysterious intruder, avoiding direct confrontations. Sang-hyun mocked, approaching monsters calmly, maintaining composure, while polished blade reflected dimly. Hungry goblins exposed sharpened teeth aggressively, preparing reckless attacks against isolated him. Sang-hyun sensed hidden presences, realizing surrounding monsters reacted towards subtle environmental disturbances. Closing vision completely, he concentrated intensely, while mysterious energy circles expanded underneath silently. Focused breathing stabilized his awareness, allowing precise movements throughout dangerous underground tunnels successfully. Sang-hyun unleashed concentrated swordsmanship, slaughtering surrounding goblins across underground railways instantly mercilessly. Blood scattered everywhere, while he enjoyed overwhelming momentum gained through relentless combat experience. Rapid blade movements surprised him greatly, demonstrating natural adaptation during continuous underground battles. Sang-hyun snapped fingers confidently, attracting goblins toward dangerous positions beside railways immediately. Aggressive goblins charged forward recklessly, while he analyzed approaching trajectories underneath dim lanterns. Past suffering strengthened him, allowing calm reactions against overwhelming enemy numbers. Sang-hyun remembered previous hardships silently, appreciating painful memories, shaping improved survival instincts. Blue energy waves expanded underneath him, while defeated monsters collapsed throughout tunnels. He advanced deeper underground cautiously, preparing himself against stronger monsters awaiting silently ahead. Blindfolded Sang-hyun challenged charging goblins fearlessly, swinging enormous sword through crowded tunnels. Frenzied goblins attacked relentlessly while he countered efficiently, severing bodies with overwhelming precision. Terrified survivors witnessed brutal massacres silently, realizing mysterious swordsmen possessed extraordinary combat instincts. Blood-covered battlefields surrounded Sang-hyun completely, while defeated goblins collapsed across underground railways. System notifications appeared repeatedly, confirming Sang-hyun's rapid growth through continuous underground monster exterminations. Exhausted goblins trembled nervously, understanding overwhelming differences separating Sang-hyun from ordinary hunters completely. Sang-hyun obtained Lucky Day title successfully, increasing future rewards from repeated victories dramatically. Satisfied, he inspected newly acquired effects carefully, recognizing advantages during dangerous expeditions ahead. Additional goblins approached aggressively nearby while he prepared advancing deeper underground corridors cautiously. Terrified goblins charged desperately while Sang-hyun welcomed approaching enemies across blood-stained tunnels confidently. He crushed surrounding monsters brutally, believing repeated victories could increase valuable attributes significantly. Panicked goblins trembled helplessly before him, recognizing overwhelming differences between combat abilities. Status windows displayed extraordinary luck increases, astonishing Sang Yun beyond expectations during dangerous expeditions. Laughing excitedly, Sang Yun realized accumulated bonuses potentially exceeded expensive platinum-ranked titles completely. Crimson lightning suddenly erupted nearby, forcing him toward defensive positions within railways. Mysterious notifications warned Sang Yun cautiously, explaining rapidly developing surroundings attracted dangerous attention. 3 powerful constellations appeared unexpectedly, observing him silently from enormous supernatural realms above. Sang Yun stared carefully toward divine figures, understanding future conflicts would become catastrophic. 3 celestials appeared before Sang Yun, surrounding battlefield ruins with overwhelming divine pressure. Silently, Sang Yun smirked confidently, recognizing unexpected celestial arrivals while concealing nervous thoughts underneath carefully. The radiant goddess approached him curiously, causing immediate shock across his exhausted expression. Sang Yun questioned unfamiliar sensations internally, realizing celestial attention exceeded previous lifetime experiences. The goddess of luck observed him happily, becoming fascinated by his accumulated fortune. Sang Yun accepted celestial admiration calmly, hiding ambitious calculations behind relaxed laughter during conversations. Sang Yun suspected successful contracts forming already, despite dangerous celestial personalities surrounding him. The corrupt dimensional janitor revealed slaughter tendencies, apparently attracted toward his goblin massacres. The pilgrim wandering universe investigated Sang Yun carefully, acknowledging virtues rarely discovered among players. Sang Yun immediately understood. Luck Goddess appeared, because his hidden achievements attracted celestial curiosity. Celestial rumors described Luck Goddess generously supporting talented players without demanding exclusive contracts. He realized favorable blessings created tremendous advantages, especially beside higher beings observing. Many players praised mysterious marksmen previously, misunderstanding hidden celestial contracts, supporting battlefield accomplishments. Luck Goddess secretly enabled miraculous victories, allowing ordinary hunters surpass combat limitations. Sang Yun nervously considered consequences, because 3 celestials rarely appeared before ordinary mortals. Ancient celestial laws punished interference severely whenever higher beings mistakenly supported unsuitable humans. Sang Yun appreciated Luck Goddess greatly. Although uncertain future celestial appearances threatened ambitions, he understood celestial recognition eventually determined survival chances, influencing every dangerous decision. Sang Yun remembered lonely struggles while surviving dangerous battles without meaningful celestial assistance. Late bloomer model student appeared suddenly, offering Sang Yun desperate hope. Sang Yun celebrated optimistically, believing painful hardships eventually would transform into successful adventures completely. Decades passed mercilessly, yet celestial blessings never improved Sang Yun's miserable circumstances whatsoever. Celestial restrictions activated, preventing Sang Yun from utilizing powerful artifact amplification abilities. Sang Yun eventually achieved regression, appreciating celestial influence, despite overwhelming lifelong disappointments. Sang Yun remained extremely cautious, understanding another regression opportunity probably would never appear again. Different celestials represented destructive force, divine authority, and unpredictable blessings surrounding him. He stared toward Luck Goddess, questioning future consequences behind extraordinary celestial interests. Sang Yun hesitated briefly before accepting celestial contracts. Understanding irreversible consequences accompanied agreements. Luck Goddess welcomed him, establishing lengthy protection lasting 30 dangerous years. Hidden dimensional observers monitored him carefully, while numerous celestials reacted toward contracts. The Goddess of Luck celebrated enthusiastically, though hostile beings immediately planned obstructing Sang Yun's future progression. Sang Yun questioned overwhelming attention carefully, masking confusion beneath confident expressions before celestial witnesses. Luck Goddess promised future guidance personally, reassuring Sang Yun through sincere gestures and blessings. Sang Yun carefully grasped Goddess Luck's hand, officially acknowledging their newly established partnership together. Radiant energy surrounded both figures, strengthening contracts recognized across dimensional realms universally. Luck Goddess smiled, rewarding Sang Yun's careful decision through powerful blessings and recognition. Sang Yun reviewed extraordinary contract abilities, immediately recognizing overwhelming advantages during dangerous future confrontations. Luck Goddess presented impossible blessings, granting guaranteed critical strikes alongside valuable artifact inheritances. Additional contract rewards multiplied attribute points permanently whenever Sang Yun defeated stronger enemies. Luck Goddess questioned remaining celestials, wondering whether Sang Yun desired additional contracts. Sang Yun dismissed further negotiation, preferring independent growth without excessive celestial interference. Pilgrim Wandering Universe departed respectfully, while corrupt janitor promised future battlefield encounters ominously. Luck Goddess advised patience, explaining greater opportunities eventually rewarded disciplined individuals, generously. Sanghyun entered Dungeon 101 confidently, locating final boss chambers hidden beneath underground corridors. Luck Goddess watched while Sanghyun overwhelmed enemies instantly through devastating physical movements. Sanghyun challenged dungeon monsters, testing whether final bosses possessed overwhelming abilities. The fierce Goblin Lord counterattacked violently, forcing him backwards. Sanghyun immediately recognized intimidation effects activating, although dangerous paralysis remained significantly deadlier overall. Crimson pressure overwhelmed Sanghyun temporarily, weakening concentration while destroying confidence during combat continuously. He activated recovery abilities desperately, resisting intimidation before goblin attacks shattered nearby stone walls. The Goblin Lord hesitated nervously, witnessing him survive impossible attacks without collapsing completely. Sanghyun reconsidered celestial contracts carefully, understanding permanent agreements drastically influenced future survival possibilities. Luck Goddess finalized another blessing formally, surrounding him with radiant dimensional energy immediately. Their completed contract guaranteed prolonged protection, strengthening Sanghyun before dangerous battles eventually arrived. Sanghyun acknowledged recovery limitations, realizing abilities remained ineffective against powerful dungeon bosses. He crushed smaller enemies, maintaining composure while observing goblin movements carefully. Recovery activated successfully, removing intimidation effects before he prepared dangerous counterattacks. The Goblin Lord attacked furiously again, attempting intimidation despite previous failures against Sanghyun repeatedly. Sanghyun activated Demon Bash instantly, stunning Goblin Lord through overwhelming physical force successfully. The monster collapsed briefly, shocked completely after unexpected attacks disrupted brutal assault patterns. Sanghyun calculated carefully, recognizing 2 seconds provided valuable opportunities during deadly confrontations. Constantly, additional delay effects extended stun duration, trapping Goblin Lord within helpless vulnerable conditions. The Goblin Lord panicked internally, realizing Sanghyun manipulated battle momentum completely through strategic abilities. Sanghyun dodged frantically while stunned Goblin Claws missed critical attacks repeatedly inside corridors. Secondary delay effects activated, extending stuns beyond expected battlefield limitations against enemies. Sanghyun smirked, surprising terrified Goblin Lord through consecutive successful stun activations. Massive Goblin collapsed violently, while exhausted Sanghyun approached silently through swirling dungeon debris. Sanghyun steadied trembling breaths beside defeated monsters, while oppressive swamp energy gradually disappeared. Golden System notifications rewarded him, granting levels, titles, and dangerous battlefield recognition. Bloody Sanghyun celebrated desperately surviving alone. Clutching weapons beside shattered dungeon remains triumphantly. Mysterious abilities strengthened him significantly, though physical exhaustion continuously damaged his unstable condition. Luck Goddess suddenly appeared before Sanghyun, recognizing extraordinary fortune surrounding his recent accomplishments. Teeny Luck Goddess proudly praised him repeatedly, while observing impressive statistical growth carefully. Sanghyun inspected glowing status screens carefully, prioritizing fortunate attributes before future confrontations cautiously. Unexpected bonuses activated automatically once his extraordinary luck statistics surpassed 100 permanently. Sanghyun analyzed increasing evasion statistics while muscles barely supported movements beside Luck Goddess. Broken battlefield equipment suddenly emitted radiant energy whenever Sanghyun approached goblin artifacts nearby. He obtained Goodness Shields successfully, appreciating guaranteed rewards granted through extraordinary fortunate abilities. Curious, Sanghyun immediately tested synchronization abilities, touching shields before mysterious reactions erupted unexpectedly. Powerful mana synchronization surrounded him completely, while delighted Luck Goddess observed transformations nearby. He departed dangerous dungeons temporarily, arriving silently beside massive association headquarters buildings nearby. Cold Association employee rejected Sanghyun's proposal immediately, despite hearing explanations regarding personal ambitions. Frustrated Sanghyun remembered countless observers criticizing weaknesses constantly, strengthening determination toward accomplishments immediately. Fast vehicles crossed Hanam Expressway silently, while he pursued unresolved objectives distant desperately. Relaxed, Sanghyun ate simple meals quietly while driving across empty highways alone, thoughtfully. Strange vibrations suddenly shook Sanghyun's vehicle violently, triggering confusion during dangerous driving conditions. Emergency warning symbols illuminated dashboards rapidly while Sanghyun inspected malfunctioning controls, nervously inside. Concerned Sanghyun considered replacing unreliable vehicles immediately while balancing urgent transportation requirements carefully. Dangerous criminals haunted his thoughts constantly, encouraging relocation toward monitored populated player districts. He organized artifact equipment carefully, planning efficient purchases supporting future dungeon exploration missions. Focused. Sang-yoon realized financial resources remained essential for achieving ambitious survival objectives successfully. Floating currency surrounded him mentally while enormous expenses continuously pressured determined future preparations. He remembered organizations controlling quests carefully, recognizing opportunities generating massive profitable rewards consistently. Sang-yoon targeted Players' Association missions confidently, believing controlled systems reduced unpredictable dangers significantly. Speeding toward quest arena entrances, he ignored exhaustion while chasing profitable dangerous opportunities. Association employees questioned him immediately, warning inexperienced hunters, avoided high-ranking dungeon entrances carefully. Sang-hyun defended his decision stubbornly, insisting weaker dungeons wasted precious advancement opportunities entirely. Tearful employees remembered previous casualties vividly, fearing him would suffer identical disastrous consequences. Despite understanding their concerns completely, Sang-hyun maintained determination entering dangerous missions regardless stubbornly. Nearby hunters noticed escalating tensions instantly, approaching cautiously before questioning Sang-hyun's unusual behavior. Kim Miso introduced herself proudly, displaying overwhelming strength through prestigious guild identification information. Recognizing legendary player Kim Miso immediately, Sang-hyun realized influential hunters surrounded him unexpectedly. Sang-hyun recalled Kim Miso's influential family, dominating powerful player organizations nationwide completely. Legendary assassins and swordsmen supporting Eden Guild convinced Sang-hyun their authority remained overwhelming. Understanding Kim Miso's privileged background, Sang-hyun recognized extraordinary opportunities surrounding influential hunters immediately. Kim Miso approached Sang-hyun curiously, questioning unfamiliar hunters attempting dangerous 100-level quests recklessly. Sang-hyun admitted financial desperation honestly, attracting shocked attention from nearby observing hunters immediately. Mocking whispers spread nearby, yet he suppressed anger carefully while enduring criticism silently. Kim Miso warned Sang-hyun cautiously, emphasizing brutal challenges awaiting inexperienced hunters inside dangerously. Sang-hyun accepted enormous risks calmly, prioritizing valuable rewards above personal safety completely instead. Remembering previous rejection painfully, he remained determined joining Kim Miso's powerful expedition eventually. Kim Miso questioned Sang-hyun, wondering whether solitary quests violated association regulations completely. Sang-hyun suddenly remembered future policy changes, realizing current restrictions eventually disappeared permanently entirely. Embarrassed by misunderstanding regulations, he excused himself awkwardly while nearby employees laughed softly. Kim Miso unexpectedly invited Sang-hyun forward, attracting immediate attention throughout crowded association headquarters. Nearby hunters reacted enviously immediately, questioning why influential players favored unknown rookies suddenly. Suspicious about hidden intentions, Sang-hyun cautiously accepted discussions while remaining mentally prepared constantly. Kim Miso casually offered assistance, though Sang-hyun distrusted generous proposals from strangers instinctively. Rather than demanding conditions, she requested promises, confusing surrounding association employees greatly. Kim Miso threatened severe consequences directly, warning Sang-hyun against betraying expectations during missions. Sang-hyun recognized Kim Miso's intentions, accepting dangerous evaluations without visible hesitation during missions. Articles describing her influence convinced Sang-hyun powerful allies changed destinies permanently, completely. Excited by unpredictable opportunities, he followed Kim Miso confidently toward upcoming dangerous quests immediately. Kim Miso approached headquarters quietly while employees prepared missions beside parked transportation vehicles. Guild members remained unavailable, forcing determined Miso toward unfamiliar partnerships for dangerous expeditions. Reception employees redirected wandering hunters while coincidence slowly connected Miso alongside Sang-hyun unexpectedly. Strict party requirements frustrated applicants continuously, creating additional complications throughout ongoing guild operations. Miso observed Sang-hyun carefully because his calm expression suggested hidden experience during missions. Uncertain employees watched silently while both hunters examined circumstances surrounding unexpected cooperative opportunities. Miso reviewed quest information rapidly beside employees monitoring available assignments throughout headquarters continuously. Displayed mission details revealed defensive objectives, immediately surprising experienced hunters. Expecting collection assignments, Sang-hyun recognized escalating dangers immediately while Miso reconsidered assumptions regarding manageable battlefield responsibilities. Songyun studied defensive formations carefully, while surrounding monsters approached vulnerable crystal structures relentlessly. Miso calculated battlefield disadvantages immediately because Songhyun lacked essential, ranged support teammates nearby. Concerned expressions disappeared slowly whenever Songhyun maintained composure, despite overwhelming numerical enemy advantages. Miso suggested additional companions cautiously, while nervous employees monitored dangerous quest registration procedures. Songhyun rejected alternative strategies instantly before Miso accepted defensive mission participation independently. Teleportation energy surrounded participating hunters violently, transporting everyone toward unstable battlefield coordinates. Employees prayed silently because influential Miso accompanied inexperienced Sanghyun throughout catastrophic monster encounters. Experienced hunters questioned Sangyun's capabilities continuously while discussing impossible survival probabilities during missions. Rumors regarding Miso's judgment spread rapidly, causing widespread curiosity among observing adventurers. Hunters discussed revised rankings carefully, while association standards evaluated practical combat achievements recently. Miso's exceptional evaluations originated through battlefield instincts, instead of accumulated dungeon completion records. Observers questioned ranking limitations quietly, while comparing elite monsters exceeding Miso's acknowledged abilities. Nearby hunters ignored strategic concerns completely, because Songyun accompanied celebrated fighter Miso confidently. Teleportation circles activated suddenly, while jealous adventurers imagined impossible opportunities beside guild representatives. Remaining participants expressed envy openly, believing Sangyun received extraordinary treatment alongside powerful companions. Purple storms covered abandoned highways, while defense missions transported hunters toward dangerous territories. Miso warned Songyun seriously because reckless statements carried consequences throughout unpredictable battlefield situations. Songyun observed surrounding landscapes silently while preparing strategies against approaching wolves and monsters. Miso questioned Songyun cautiously while dangerous storms surrounded abandoned defensive mission territories. Songyun demanded uninterrupted support payments confidently, refusing assistance throughout approaching monster battles. Miso accepted unreasonable conditions reluctantly while realizing Songyun possessed unusual confidence regarding survival capabilities. Miso warned Songyun repeatedly because impossible odds threatened inexperienced hunters during defensive operations severely. Songyun ignored surrounding concerns while maintaining absolute certainty regarding personal battlefield strength. Miso observed him silently, struggling understanding his confidence, despite overwhelming enemy numbers approaching. Sangyun explained payment penalties carefully while preparing weapons beside unstable highways during nighttime. Blue wolves emerged aggressively underneath dark skies, surrounding defensive positions throughout abandoned transportation routes. Sangyun charged fearlessly toward advancing monsters, immediately disproving Miso's previous assumptions regarding weakness. Sangyun confronted approaching wolves confidently while promising flawless accuracy. Ferocious monsters lunged simultaneously, yet Sangyun avoided attacks using precise movements effortlessly throughout. Miso watched quietly while Songyun counterattacked instantly against charging wolves without hesitation successfully. Songyun sliced advancing wolves rapidly, eliminating multiple enemies using overwhelming swordsmanship techniques. Swift movements overwhelmed nearby monsters, completely while he maintained balanced offensive-defensive positioning. Miso acknowledged his extraordinary abilities silently, because flawless strikes exceeded ordinary hunter standards tremendously. Songyun demonstrated disciplined footwork carefully while maximizing greatsword reach against surrounding enemies efficiently. Miso analyzed battlefield conditions nervously, because countless monsters continued approaching defensive highways relentlessly. Despite overwhelming enemy numbers, Sangyun remained calm while preparing further devastating attacks. Sangyun sensed unusual battlefield silence. Suddenly, while nearby wolves stopped moving completely, Miso noticed suspicious behavior immediately because frozen monsters ignored obvious attack opportunities. Songyun activated stunning abilities calmly, paralyzing surrounding wolves before launching devastating attacks. Miso panicked briefly after recognizing Songyun inflicted rare stunning effects against aggressive monsters. Narrow platforms shook violently beneath Miso, nearly causing dangerous falls during chaotic battlefield movements. Recovering carefully, Miso realized Sangyun's abilities surpassed ordinary hunters through impossible combat techniques entirely. Miso calculated stun durations carefully, while observing Sangyun eliminate immobilized wolves efficiently. Sangyun attacked effortlessly against surrounding monsters, maintaining complete dominance across dangerous defensive highways. Confused enemies surrounded Songyun desperately, while overwhelming attacks continued failing against his overwhelming strength. Songyun defeated surrounding wolves relentlessly before encountering terrifying Black Wolf leader suddenly approaching. Familiar memories resurfaced inside Sangyun, while observing Black Wolf's overwhelming murderous presence. Black Wolf unleashed powerful stunning abilities immediately, forcing Sang-hyun toward dangerous immobilized conditions. Purple lightning surrounded battlefield violently, while stunned Sang-hyun struggled, resisting dangerous status effects. Miso activated protective artifacts rapidly, preventing enemy stunning abilities affecting her body completely. Sang-hyun recovered unexpectedly through rare abilities, astonishing Miso observing impossible resistance capabilities nearby. Miso recognized Black Wolf's stunning powers immediately, while analyzing Sang-hyun's unusual recovery methods. Battlefield pressure intensified rapidly because dangerous monsters continued surrounding defensive positions relentlessly everywhere. Miso acknowledged Sang-hyun's extraordinary resistance silently, realizing his abilities exceeded ordinary hunter limitations tremendously. Miso watched battlefield movements carefully, while Sang-hyun overwhelmed enemies, using extraordinary swordsmanship techniques. Sang-hyun's unusual combat abilities shocked Miso, because inexperienced hunters never displayed comparable techniques previously. Black Wolf approached aggressively again, preparing another devastating assault against Sang-hyun immediately. Black Wolf underestimated Sang-hyun completely, believing stunning abilities guaranteed unrestricted battlefield dominance. He exploited enemy hesitation instantly, striking vulnerable openings during brief panic moments decisively. Violent greatsword attacks shattered defensive momentum, rapidly changing overall battlefield advantages, completely afterward. Black Wolf experienced overwhelming fear, suddenly because Sang-hyun resisted stunning effects without specialized abilities. He crushed enormous monsters brutally while surrounding enemies failed, stopping his relentless attacks continuously. Exhausted, he noticed destroyed clothing silently, while battlefield debris scattered throughout highways everywhere. Sang-hyun welcomed escalating chaos while preparing ruthless attacks against remaining monsters across highways. Purple energy surrounded distant buildings. Miso stared speechlessly because Sang-hyun's overwhelming strength completely exceeded ordinary hunters' capabilities. Sang-hyun slaughtered remaining wolves efficiently while defense mission notifications continuously rewarded extraordinary achievements. Glowing system windows granted multiple levels rapidly, strengthening him beyond ordinary hunters immediately. Newly earned Fearless title increased his combat potential against dangerous wolf monsters tremendously. Sang-hyun observed silent surroundings carefully, recognizing spectators abandoned previous doubts regarding capabilities completely. He prepared concluding attacks calmly, while enormous hidden presence approached battlefield shadows nearby. Terrifying growls emerged, suddenly, revealing gigantic Wolf Lord awaiting Sang-hyun's strongest techniques immediately. The full moon Wolf Lord charged violently, scattering debris across forest terrain instantly. Sang-hyun avoided unpredictable strikes effortlessly before counterattacking aggressively with overwhelming sword precision immediately. Confused expressions covered monstrous faces, while Sang-hyun maintained complete confidence throughout dangerous confrontation. Sang-hyun exploited decades of experience, analyzing Wolf Lord movements before retaliating violently perfectly. Massive slashes descended repeatedly, forcing exhausted Wolf Lord defending vulnerable openings desperately everywhere. Failed dash abilities confirmed his expectations, revealing boss resistance against physical displacement mechanics. Kim Miso observed battlefield, realizing Sang-hyun countered impossible conditions using hidden preparation alone. The furious wolf launched unpredictable charges continuously, while Sang-hyun maintained precise movements throughout. Sharp purple trajectories surrounded battlefield areas, limiting monstrous attacks through calculated positioning strategies. Terrifying roars echoed loudly, before enormous claws collided directly against Sang-hyun's massive sword. The wolf hesitated briefly, noticing Sang-hyun predicting erratic patterns without visible hesitation perfectly. Sparks scattered everywhere while Sang-hyun dominated battlefield control against weakening Wolf Lord completely. Sang-hyun sharpened overwhelming pressure further, confidently exposing Wolf Lord weaknesses during relentless combat. Miso watched silently, struggling understanding Sang-hyun's fearless attitude against monstrous enemies completely. The exhausted wolf continued resisting stubbornly while Sang-hyun maintained calculated sword movements throughout. Sang-hyun sprinted across collapsing terrain, noticing battle duration exceeding original expectations significantly. Now, despite continuous fighting, Sang-hyun strangely retained enormous energy while confronting dangerous opponents continuously. Violent shockwaves surrounded battlefield areas repeatedly, forcing Sang-hyun avoiding destructive claws carefully everywhere. Sang-hyun suddenly noticed unusual attack preparations while observing Wolf Lord movements carefully throughout. The enormous creature unleashed devastating attacks recklessly, exposing vulnerable openings against counterattacks immediately. Sang-hyun prepared decisive retaliation patiently, intending single fatal strikes ending brutal confrontation permanently. Songyun recognized deadly claw trajectories, instantly understanding Wolf Lord patterns from previous experiences. He avoided devastating attacks calmly while preparing ruthless countermeasures against enormous monstrous aggression. Purple energy gathered dangerously, signaling powerful attacks capable of destroying surrounding battlefield areas. Miso watched horrifying combat, witnessing Songyun risking everything against overwhelming monstrous strength continuously. Crimson slashes exploded violently across battlefield terrain, forcing Miso collapsing from overwhelming emotional pressure. Terrified thoughts overwhelmed Miso completely, while Songyun continued battling merciless enemies without hesitation anywhere. Miso blamed herself painfully, believing helplessness endangered Songyun during brutal confrontation against monsters. Bright green light suddenly surrounded battlefield areas, interrupting Miso's despairing emotional breakdown completely. Shocked expressions covered her face immediately, while mysterious glowing energy expanded rapidly everywhere. Destroyed Kudon shield transformed completely, granting Songyun dangerous sacrifice abilities during fierce combat situations. Special recovery effects converted inflicted damage directly into healing energy during battles, continuously. Songyun examined mysterious abilities carefully, while considering efficient activation methods for survival strategically. System Windows requested body selection immediately, forcing Songyun making critical tactical decisions rapidly afterward. Detailed body divisions complicated selections greatly, reducing overall recovery efficiency during dangerous encounters severely. He analyzed recovery mechanics carefully, understanding strategic placement determined future battlefield survival completely. Green healing energy restored Songyun instantly, proving sacrifice effects operated successfully during combat. Recovered strength activated Demon Bash skill immediately, surprising enormous Wolf Lord nearby greatly. Songyun approached confidently afterward, questioning whether extraordinary fortune favored surviving brutal confrontations repeatedly. Songyun severed Wolf Lord limbs successfully, activating stiffened effects during final confrontation stages. Miso approached battlefield cautiously, witnessing Songyun standing calmly before defeated monstrous enemy. The exhausted wolf collapsed eventually, while Songyun acknowledged Miso's unexpected battlefield arrival. Miso criticized Songyun, frustrated hidden healing abilities nearly caused dangerous misunderstandings previously. Songyun remained silent briefly, while Miso expressed overwhelming relief regarding surviving brutal combat. Cold battlefield winds surrounded both hunters quietly, while tension gradually disappeared between them. Miso questioned Songyun curiously, wondering whether mysterious experiences explained extraordinary combat awareness completely somehow. She admitted meeting numerous swordsmen previously, although Songyun surpassed ordinary player expectations entirely. Confused curiosity filled surrounding silence, while Songyun reacted carefully toward Miso's unfinished comparison. Miso sensed overwhelming pressure surrounding Songyun, while defeated Wolflord remained motionless nearby. Songyun considered dangerous misunderstandings carefully, realizing Miso nearly suspected impossible regression secrets completely. Awkward silence persisted briefly before both hunters redirected attention toward surviving monstrous threats. The wounded wolf growled weakly while Songyun prepared finishing attacks without hesitation nearby. System notifications rewarded Songyun immediately, granting rare face-off titles following difficult victories successfully. Miso observed updated statistics quietly, understanding Songyun possessed extraordinary combat growth potential everywhere. Songyun proudly examined earned titles, while Miso questioned unusual achievements beside him curiously. Miso claimed personal artifacts influenced successes greatly, despite surviving dangerous encounters independently previously. Both hunters discussed exhausting battles calmly, while ruined streets remained silent surrounding them. Miso explained expensive artifacts proudly while Songyun carried ordinary weapons without complaints. She encouraged him testing recently acquired titles carefully during peaceful battlefield conversations. Songyun reacted awkwardly immediately, misunderstanding Miso's teasing suggestions regarding personal attraction completely. Face-off abilities activated suddenly, detecting Miso standing dangerously close beside Songyun immediately nearby. Embarrassed reactions appeared instantly, while both hunters denied suspicious misunderstandings through nervous laughter. Awkwardly, Miso prepared, leaving battlefield, intending discussions regarding transportation workers before departing elsewhere. Songyun remembered difficult previous experiences involving mule workers handling dangerous monster loot repeatedly. Miso generously offered reward percentages freely, recognizing Songyun completed overwhelming battlefield contributions. Surprised expressions covered Songyun's face, while Miso refused accepting unnecessary compensation entirely. Miso promised future cooperation confidently before leaving exhausted battlefield areas behind quietly. Sang-hyun watched departing movements, realizing Miso possessed surprisingly unpredictable personality traits. Bright light emerged suddenly nearby, attracting his immediate attention toward hidden rewards. A brilliant blue moonstone appeared magnificently, radiating extraordinary magical recovery abilities continuously. Sang-hyun trembled excitedly immediately, realizing legendary platinum-tier artifacts possessed unimaginable market values worldwide. He celebrated privately while imagining luxurious purchases achievable through selling valuable artifacts someday. The goddess of luck suddenly appeared, questioning Sang-hyun's extraordinary fortune accumulation suspiciously. Ravaged Ups protested angrily afterward, demanding immediate punishment against his abnormal luck abilities continuously. Constellation voting commenced instantly, while divine beings argued fiercely regarding his system privileges everywhere. Constellation voting concluded abruptly, permanently removing Ravaged Ups from divine system participation. Sang-hyun questioned strange punishments briefly, while examining newly acquired Blue Moonstone. Powerful canine effects appeared instantly, increasing stamina recovery and regeneration abilities significantly. Sang-hyun mocked defeated wolves confidently before activating mana synchronization with mysterious artifact powers. Bright portals expanded rapidly nearby, transporting him directly toward quest area lobby locations. Unexpected surroundings shocked him completely, while crackling blue energy disappeared behind him silently. Crowds gathered immediately, discussing Sang-hyun successfully completing dangerous level 100 quests independently. Miso defended Sang-hyun confidently, preventing suspicious accusations regarding unauthorized mission participation completely everywhere. She praised his contributions proudly while surrounding hunters observed battlefield survivor silently nearby. Miso protected Sang-hyun immediately, while aggressive guild scouts surrounded her everywhere. Sang-hyun observed desperate recruiters, recognizing influential organizations competing fiercely nearby for him. Suddenly, guild representatives offered extraordinary contracts loudly, hoping Sang-hyun accepted recruitment proposals. Miso interrupted negotiations confidently, escorting confused Sang-hyun away from overwhelming recruiters. Immediately nearby, suspicious reactions spread quickly, while recruiters misunderstood Miso's intentions regarding Sang-hyun completely everywhere. Sang-hyun followed silently beside Miso, wondering secretly about her unpredictable motivations constantly recently. Sang-hyun received enormous quest rewards suddenly, while luxurious vehicles transported exhausted hunters safely. Bank notifications displayed massive earnings instantly, surprising him despite recent dangerous battles completely. Miso explained, helpful arrangements calmly, while Sang-hyun questioned extraordinary financial compensation privately silently. She appreciated Sang-hyun sincerely for surviving impossible missions together, successfully. Strange system announcements activated abruptly, causing immediate confusion across Sang-hyun's exhausted expressions instantly. Darkened surroundings intensified mysteriously while Sang-hyun prepared cautiously against unexpected system changes nearby. Sang-hyun realized Miso's generosity concealed important intentions regarding future professional relationships. Inside luxurious vehicles, Miso prepared serious discussions while maintaining confident expressions throughout conversations. Miso finally invited Sang-hyun directly, requesting immediate membership within prestigious Eden Guild officially. Sang-hyun listened silently while Miso invited him toward Eden Guild during negotiations carefully. He cautiously considered membership, hiding genuine intentions behind relaxed facial expressions from Miso. Miso confidently praised Eden Guild, convincing Sang-hyun, despite lingering personal suspicions about recruitment. Sang-hyun remembered previous guild experiences, appreciating companionship before disastrous betrayals eventually occurred. Dark memories resurfaced vividly, reminding him dangerous organizations frequently restricted ambitious independent players. He decided personal advancement required isolation, avoiding attachments weakening future battlefield decisions. Sang-hyun respectfully rejected Miso's proposal, requesting permission establishing his independent guild instead. Miso observed him, recognizing intelligence underneath his nervous behavior and hesitation. Miso acknowledged Sang-hyun's capabilities sincerely, understanding ambitious goals motivated his difficult refusal. Sang-hyun stiffened immediately after Miso exposed awareness regarding his independent guild ambitions. He silently analyzed Miso's intentions, recognizing calculated honesty beneath her composed expression carefully. Miso maintained confident composure, hoping future cooperation eventually benefited Eden Guild's expanding influence. Sang-hyun visited Player Town, searching expensive residences supporting upcoming independent guild operations. A professional realtor explained enormous housing costs while observing Sang-hyun's surprisingly cheerful reaction. He secured luxurious accommodations, leaving gratefully despite devastating financial burdens remaining. Sang-hyun entered unfamiliar apartments, believing fortunate circumstances finally supported his dangerous regression journey. Sparse belongings surrounded him while brilliant sunlight illuminated empty rooms through enormous windows. He reflected alone, realizing countless dramatic events transformed his unpredictable new existence. Songyun awakened, confused, struggling understanding mysterious regression circumstances surrounding his unexpected survival. Memories gradually returned, reigniting dormant determination and dangerous excitement throughout his exhausted consciousness. Electric sensations surged intensely through him, restoring confidence previously destroyed by countless failures. Youthful energy inspired Songyun toward ambitious decisions, avoiding previous hopeless lifestyles completely forever. Powerful monsters and painful memories motivated him pursuing strength without hesitation or fear. He promised himself meaningful growth, abandoning passive behavior defining his former regrettable existence. Miso casually contacted journalists while monitoring Songyun's rapidly increasing public reputation. Songyun immediately recognized influential reporters surrounding Miso, understanding valuable connections supported powerful organizations. Journalist Park Jongmin investigated Songyun, seeking accurate information regarding recent dangerous incidents. Journalist Jongmin confirmed Songyun's achievements while secretly discussing dangerous rumors. Miso escorted Songyun outside, preparing another opportunity involving unidentified gates and expeditions. Songyun listened attentively after Miso requested assistance assembling temporary expedition members immediately. Songyun enthusiastically accepted Miso's proposal, startling her through unexpectedly passionate excitement immediately outside. Miso mocked him playfully, remembering his earlier refusal regarding Eden Guild membership previously. Songyun celebrated privately, realizing tremendous opportunities awaited beyond dangerous gates and brutal battles. Songyun explained dungeon structures, emphasizing permanently fixed entrances and predictable pathways. He described unstable gates where shifting portals continuously complicated dangerous expeditions. Greater rewards motivated players risking unidentified gates despite unpredictable artifact distributions. Songyun suspected Miso targeted unidentified gates, seeking powerful restorative artifacts secretly. Miso relaxed comfortably, requesting his contact information for future expedition coordination. Songyun accepted cautiously, recognizing Miso's growing interest toward mutually beneficial cooperation. Miso accidentally revealed sentimental photographs, causing Songyun immediate curiosity regarding hidden memories. Embarrassed reactions from Miso convinced Songyun painful experiences probably influenced her guarded. He reflected quietly, realizing every powerful player carried secrets impossible sharing publicly comfortably. Inside empty apartments, Songyun remembered catastrophic timelines surrounding mysterious dimensional regressions previously witnessed. Dangerous memories burdened him constantly because revealing temporal secrets threatened unimaginable disastrous consequences. He remained cautious permanently, understanding suspicious revelations could completely destroy fragile future opportunities. Songyun quietly remembered absent figure from past while watching sunset light alone. He wondered privately whether former allies still survived catastrophic timelines somewhere. Lingering attachment troubled Songyun, despite accepting unavoidable separation from trusted companions. Miso relaxed inside Eden Guild while discussing Songyun's growing reputation openly. Guild members teased Miso continuously, suspecting emotional interest toward Songyun recently. Miso denied accusations awkwardly, remembering Songyun's hesitant reactions during recruitment negotiations. Miso warned the man, discussing Songyun's unusually overwhelming combat abilities recently during evaluations. He laughed confidently, believing Songyun remained inexperienced despite extraordinary battlefield accomplishments previously reported. Jo Jinho revealed impressive rankings proudly, considering himself stronger than Songyun currently overall. Songyun answered Miso's urgent phone call while overlooking crowded training center pathways. Miso reported mysterious gate movements near Chunui Station, concerning investigators monitoring monster activities. Songyun reviewed incoming information carefully while nearby hunters silently observed his unusual reactions. Cerberus appeared throughout detailed reports, immediately reminding Songyun about recently acquired regenerative abilities. Excitement crossed Songyun's expression because challenging enemies finally matched his strengthened combat capabilities. Jinho approached casually beside Songyun, teasing him about growing fame among professional hunters. Songyun rejected celebrity comparisons, believing personal improvement remained necessary before achieving meaningful recognition. Jinho questioned Songyun, hinting important developments recently emerged regarding unexplained incidents. Songyun received Jinho's revealing photograph silently, preparing himself mentally before investigating future disasters. Jinho proudly revealed newspaper headlines featuring Songhyun's achievements across influential hunter communities nationwide. Embarrassment overwhelmed Songhyun immediately, causing desperate attempts hiding notifications flooding his mobile phone continuously. Songhyun questioned unauthorized articles seriously while Jinho laughed loudly beside confused onlookers. Jinho teased Songhyun playfully regarding messages arriving constantly from acquaintances, recognizing recent. Songhyun ignored distractions, focusing entirely upon Jinho's unfinished explanation regarding packaged artifacts. Jinho presented heavy shopping bags, surprising Songhyun unexpectedly beside crowded rooftop training facilities. Songhyun gratefully accepted damaged artifacts, despite Jinho mentioning expensive replacements remained obtainable. Broken equipment scattered while Songhyun explained admiration toward Jinho's legendary combat experiences. Jinho rejected compliments awkwardly, watching Songhyun smile confidently beside glowing artifact fragments. Songhyun concealed artifact knowledge awkwardly, while greeting approaching appraiser arriving. The appraiser apologized, explaining overwhelming traffic delayed scheduled evaluations regarding dangerous mysterious artifacts. Jinho introduced both companions, preventing misunderstandings before negotiating complicated appraisal arrangements together smoothly. Songhyun reacted uncomfortably whenever Jinho exaggerated friendships loudly around unfamiliar professional associates nearby repeatedly. Powerful energy erupted suddenly from damaged artifacts, surrounding startled appraiser beneath glowing purple magical currents. The appraiser maintained concentration carefully, while examining unstable relics radiating dangerous energy across surrounding platforms. The exhausted appraiser completed evaluations, confirming artifact prices remained surprisingly reasonable overall. Jinho proudly questioned Songhyun while observing expensive weapons scattered across nearby pavement. Songhyun nervously examined Jinho's swordsmanship request, immediately recognizing unexpected seriousness behind casual behavior. Suddenly, embarrassed Songhyun denied possessing teaching qualifications, despite demonstrating overwhelming combat abilities previously witnessed. Jinho admitted his superior talents, honestly, refusing jealousy, despite continuous personal limitations affecting confidence. Songhyun suddenly reconsidered wasted opportunities silently, noticing important possibilities emerging through unexpected companionship. Songhyun respected Jinho's determination quietly, accepting requested sparring despite lingering hesitation surrounding responsibilities. Jinho raised enormous swords confidently while nearby appraiser cautiously stepped backward beside Songhyun. Songhyun warned everyone patiently before observing Jinho's serious expression preparing aggressive combat demonstrations outside. Jinho unleashed powerful sword attacks rapidly, creating destructive flashes throughout spacious rooftop training grounds. Miso admired Jinho's disciplined improvements enthusiastically, while Songhyun analyzed every movement carefully. Songhyun sensed hidden weaknesses behind Jinho's overwhelming attacks, reconsidering future battles extremely carefully internally alone. Jinho unleashed relentless sword attacks, shattering rooftop tiles while Songhyun observed calmly. Jinho questioned Songhyun anxiously, noticing unexpected hesitation interrupting their intense sparring session abruptly. Songhyun identified hidden shoulder movements immediately, recognizing dangerous habits affecting Jinho's combat balance severely. Jinho admitted persistent injuries nervously, explaining repeated dungeon battles permanently weakened defensive reactions. Songhyun analyzed Jinho's posture carefully, understanding accumulated pain prevented proper swordsmanship development completely. Jinho stared silently toward Songhyun, realizing genuine improvement finally remained realistically possible. Ahead now. Songhyun corrected Jinho's sword grip, explaining smoother techniques reduced painful strain significantly. Jinho listened attentively while adjusting movements, attempting overcoming injuries through disciplined practice. Nearby, the appraiser observed awkward training closely, misunderstanding exercises, because their positions appeared strangely. Embarrassment overwhelmed her gradually, while overhearing breathing sounds accompanying increasingly intense. Songhyun continued guiding Jinho, forcing uncomfortable postures improving weakened muscles through repetition. The appraiser stared speechlessly toward exhausted hunters, questioning bizarre circumstances unfolding directly. Songhyun drove quietly, remembering expensive bargains while reconsidering mysterious the appraisal's unusual behavior. He anticipated upcoming gate raids, gripping steering wheels carefully while organizing profitable opportunities. He recalled grateful customers, happily accepting lessons. Although embarrassed appraisers strangely avoided eye contact. Sudden danger startled Songhyun immediately when screeching tires halted beside unfamiliar muscular strangers. Several intimidating men approached, surrounding Songhyun's vehicle before blocking nearby traffic lanes. Confused expressions covered Songhyun's face while strangers demanded patience beside parked vehicles. Large gangsters threatened Songhyun aggressively, ordering immediate compliance beside deserted roadside areas. Bewildered pedestrians observed nervously while criminals mocked Song-Yoon's confusion near automobiles surrounding intersections. Flaming energy suddenly appeared nearby, warning Song-Yoon against resisting dangerous attackers controlling artifacts. Song-Yoon recognized Sekong-shul and Sekong-go immediately, remembering infamous broadcasts exposing ruthless criminal activities. Their humiliating videos targeted weaker players, attracting massive audiences craving controversial entertainment. Authorities eventually arrested both criminals permanently after violent assaults triggered nationwide public outrage. Sang-Yoon sighed calmly, considering Sekong-shul and Sekong-go completely disgusting beneath exaggerated arrogant reputations. Song-go ignited blazing flames proudly, while Song-shul mocked Song-Hyun's exhausted expressions nearby aggressively. Song-Hyun prepared enormous swords carefully, questioning unfortunate circumstances surrounding filthy troublemakers confronting him. Song-shul returned confiscated belongings casually before demanding further cooperation from silent Song-Hyun immediately. Burning embers illuminated streets while suspicious patrol excuses concealed criminal intimidation tactics. Song-shul criticized Song-Hyun's vehicle mockingly, hinting dangerous intentions behind fabricated neighborhood complaints. Song-shul violently kicked Sang-Hyun's car, threatening destruction unless immediate departure happened there. Shocked expressions covered Sang-Hyun's face while Song-shul demonstrated overwhelming intimidation tactics aggressively publicly. Song-Hyun silently inspected damaged doors carefully before receiving harsh warnings from gangsters nearby. Nearby pedestrians recognized notorious guild members criticizing repeated harassment throughout surrounding neighborhoods. Several witnesses suddenly remembered Sang-Hyun partnering alongside famous hunter Miso Kim previously. Curious bystanders discussed Sang-Hyun cautiously while examining damaged vehicles beside crowded apartment buildings. Song-shul questioned Song-Hyun suspiciously while Song-go searched online information using mobile devices nearby. Song-go remembered Song-Hyun clearing difficult gates independently, creating unexpected confusion between criminals instantly. Both criminals underestimated Sang-Hyun completely, doubting inexperienced appearances despite impressive hidden achievements. Sang-go prepared livestream titles mockingly while Sang-Hyun inspected damaged car doors nearby. Song-shul and Song-go surrounded Song-Hyun broadcasting humiliating challenges through online audiences publicly. Song-go proposed brutal training matches, demanding Song-Hyun permanently abandon Player Town immediately forever. Song-Hyun accepted confidently, forcing Sekong-shul's arrogant expressions into unexpected nervous silence beside them. Sekong-shul increased betting stakes dramatically, offering enormous cash alongside expensive armored vehicles. Song-Hyun's furious glare intensified instantly, while Song-shul questioned his courage maliciously. Song-shul reacted angrily immediately when livestream viewers encouraged Song-Hyun accepting dangerous confrontation willingly. Song-go nervously monitored streaming comments, while thousands demanded witnessing Sang-Hyun's overwhelming retaliation. Song-shul pressured Sang-Hyun aggressively again, demanding immediate decisions before escalating violent confrontations further. Song-Hyun considered releasing frustration publicly while livestream violence threatened immediate demonetization penalties online. Crowds gathered cautiously around Player Town Plaza, recognizing Song-Hyun beside notorious troublemakers. Curious spectators watched silently while rumors spread rapidly throughout crowded nearby public streets everywhere. Sang-Hyun activated training mode calmly, while rejecting distractions from nearby female admirers completely. Energy barriers surrounded battlegrounds immediately, while Song-shul prepared blazing flames confidently. Sung-go finalized battle settings carefully, allowing livestream audiences anticipating brutal confrontations nearby anxiously. Song-go announced completed preparations loudly, while Song-Hyun responded with cold confidence nearby, immediately. Song-shul threatened Song-Hyun seriously again, displaying dangerous flames surrounding massive intimidating hands. Unexpected interruptions suddenly distracted Sekong-shul completely, forcing confused reactions during escalating tensions. Sang-Hyun launched enormous sword strikes downward, shocking Sekong-shul beside crowded live-streaming spectators completely. Cold determination covered Sang-Hyun's face while warning Song-shul against desperate begging following humiliating defeat. Nearby viewers watched live streams nervously while Miso recognized Song-Hyun's overwhelming confidence immediately. Miso watched livestream quietly, questioning Song-Hyun's dangerous confrontation against notorious Utopia Guild members. Song-shul arrogantly explained family influence publicly, while viewers underestimated Song-Hyun's hidden capabilities completely. Shin-tae entered Miso's apartment curiously, noticing televised battles involving Sang-Hyun immediately during training. She examined Sang Yun carefully, remembering recruitment discussions surrounding promising independent rookie hunters previously. Miso confidently praised Sang Yun's stable techniques while Terry observed impressive combat movements. Terry smiled slightly, recognizing Sang Yun's potential despite overwhelming pressure from dangerous opponents. Sang Shul charged recklessly toward Sang Yun, screaming furiously before devastating impacts shattered pavement completely. Blazing flames surrounded Sang Shul aggressively while Sang Yun narrowly avoided destructive fiery attacks repeatedly. Sang Yun remained focused silently, analyzing Sang Shul's movements before preparing immediate counterattacks carefully himself. Sang Yun shattered Sang Shul's weapon instantly before launching devastating sword attacks repeatedly against flames. Sang Shul stared nervously while Sang Yun sliced explosive fireballs apart effortlessly during combat. Violent explosions surrounded battlegrounds continuously, while Sang Yun maintained overwhelming pressure against Sang Shul relentlessly. Sango panicked, struggling understanding Sang Yun's impossible movements during live-streamed battle footage publicly. Sang Yun breathed heavily afterward, realizing regained abilities synchronized perfectly alongside responsive physical movements. Excitement filled Sang Yun completely while controlling strengthened body movements without previous painful limitations. Before the battle, Sang Yun received grateful appreciation while confused appraiser reacted awkwardly beside Jinho. Jinho celebrated successful profits enthusiastically, suggesting expensive meals alongside cheerful evening entertainment. Sang Yun hesitated quietly, avoiding unnecessary gatherings, despite Daehan's persistent friendly invitations repeatedly. Sang Yun apologized, explaining previous arrangements prevented joining Daehan's spontaneous celebration plans tonight. Disappointed expressions covered Jinho's face while questioning his sudden refusal awkwardly nearby immediately. Sang Yun reassured Jinho sincerely, emphasizing existing commitments rather than financial disagreements, causing misunderstandings today. Sang Yun rejected drinking invitations politely, preferring precious artifacts over temporary celebrations instead. Jinho and the appraiser departed quickly while Sang Yun secretly anticipated artifact absorption experiments. Sang Yun relaxed peacefully alone beside scenic landscapes before examining collected artifacts carefully. Golden energy surrounded Sang Yun immediately, while mysterious systems calculated impressive artifact absorption percentages. Shock covered Sang Yun's face, completely after extraordinary absorption rates exceeded normal expectations dramatically. Suddenly, the luck goddess appeared beside Sang Yun proudly, explaining miraculous artifact efficiency improvements unexpectedly. Sang Yun questioned luck goddess, asking about mysterious constellations connected throughout heavenly societies. Luck goddess listened quietly before Sang Yun mentioned late-blooming scholar, with nervous uncertainty repeatedly. Embarrassed reactions covered luck goddess immediately, accusing Sang Yun regarding inconsistent loyalty toward constellations publicly. Luck goddess admitted emotional attachment carefully, while Sang Yun understood her unexpected jealousy completely. Sang Yun apologized sincerely, requesting forgiveness while avoiding further uncomfortable misunderstandings between constellations. Luck goddess finally permitted Sang Yun raising his head again, easing surrounding awkward tensions. Luck goddess rewarded Sang Yun gratefully while mysterious artifacts floated above glowing magical tables nearby. Sang Yun activated mana synchronization carefully, preparing unusual dishes containing powerful artifact energies inside. Several extraordinary meals appeared instantly, surrounding him beneath bright magical synchronization effects. Amazed expressions covered Sang Yun's face, while sparkling dishes emitted overwhelming mana continuously. Sang Yun realized powerful artifacts possessed incredible absorption rates, capable increasing tremendous magical growth significantly. Excitement overwhelmed him completely while imagining future strength gained through consuming extraordinary artifact meals. Sang Yun devoured powerful artifacts, triggering explosive energy throughout isolated battlefields surrounding enemies. Updated status windows revealed Sang Yun's tremendous growth, astonishing livestream audiences watching nervously nearby. Sang Shul trembled, uncontrollably beneath overwhelming pressure while Sang Yun observed silently without emotional reactions. Sang Shul unleashed furious flames aggressively, attempting crushing attacks against calm Sang Yun. Miso and Terry shouted warnings immediately, while mysterious silver-haired woman predicted Sang Yun's evasions confidently. Burning explosions surrounded battlegrounds completely, yet Sang Yun maintained composure before counterattacking opponents decisively. Sang Yun charged forward aggressively, reminding Sang Shul about promised rewards during approaching attacks. Blazing explosions surrounded Sang Shul completely, while Sang Yun descended rapidly carrying enormous swords. Sango smiled excitedly, believing Sang Yun foolishly accepted dangerous bait during combat immediately. Sang Yun slashed downward suddenly, creating massive shockwaves beneath Sang Shul's defensive stance, instantly violently. Confident smirks covered Sangchul's face while anticipating Sangyun's devastating, unexpected defeat approaching. Dark energy surrounded Sangyun mysteriously, hiding dangerous intentions behind pixelated glowing weaponry. Songyun activated freezing magic abruptly, surrounding Sangchul beneath rotating crystalline waves. Jagged ice covered Songyun completely while collapsing magical pressure shattered nearby surroundings. Tesseri observed Songyun carefully, realizing dispelling abilities successfully countered dangerous magical debuffs, effortlessly. Miso confidently praised Songyun's talents while Tesseri listened skeptically beside television screens silently. She remembered recruiting him previously, believing exceptional potential existed beneath inexperienced appearances. Frozen crystals suddenly opened nearby, causing Terry's anxious expression toward disappearing Sangyun immediately. Confused, Sangchul inspected shattered ice structures carefully, searching desperately for vanished Songyun nearby. He questioned Songyun's experience nervously, misunderstanding his advanced dispelling abilities. Songyun descended silently nearby, preparing lethal attacks against distracted opponents beneath crystalline debris. Songyun slammed enormous swords downward, crushing Sangchul beneath exploding frozen terrain instantly. Training barriers activated immediately, preventing Sangchul's fatal injuries. Despite Songyun's overwhelming destructive assault, nearby spectators watched nervously while Songyun approached, radiating unfamiliar murderous energy. Viewers discussing broadcasts noticed Sangyun's personality changed drastically during brutal combat sequences recently. Dark crimson energy surrounded Sangyun completely, while defeated enemies collapsed across shattered battlegrounds. Terry calmly explained awakening abilities altered hunters, temporarily, strengthening concentration during dangerous confrontations. Miso listened carefully, while Terry analyzed Sangyun's blackened eyes and abnormal psychological transformation. Terry suspected psychedelic awakenings created severe exhaustion whenever hunters excessively consumed magical powers. Terry confidently believed Sangyun eventually would defeat Sangchul completely, without receiving injuries whatsoever. Miso rejected Terry's assumptions, remembering Sangyun previously avoided mysterious awakening abilities entirely carefully. Terry considered expensive artifacts seriously, questioning Sangyun's sudden psychological transformation during battles recently. She silently contemplated dangerous possibilities, while Miso watched nervously across dim apartment interiors elsewhere. The appraiser investigated Sangyun's purchases, discovering hidden abilities attached beside uncommon magical bangles. Documents revealed psychedelic powers accidentally emerged through artifacts possessing extremely microscopic activation probabilities. The appraiser worried, realizing untested artifacts created unpredictable consequences for inexperienced hunters. She compared Songyun's fortune jokingly, imagining divine luck personally favoring his dangerous survival. Psychedelic energy overwhelmed Songyun completely, strengthening attacks while intensifying terrifying emotional instability simultaneously. Songyun threatened Sangchul confidently, preparing another merciless assault beyond training restrictions immediately. Sangchul blocked freezing attacks desperately, finally recognizing Songyun's overwhelming combat abilities. Explosive impacts launched Sangchul backward violently, while shattered ice scattered across arenas everywhere. Sangchul regretted underestimating Sangyun previously, realizing rumors concealed terrifying strength levels completely entirely. Sanggo panicked, while commentators criticized Sangchul's arrogance during dangerous tournament broadcasts publicly. Sanghyun suddenly grabbed Sangchul aggressively, ending prolonged battles through brutal, overwhelming force immediately. She smashed Sangchul downward repeatedly, demanding promised payments before continuing merciless attacks relentlessly. Crimson energy surrounded Songyun entirely, while terrified Sangchul struggled escaping devastating pressure unsuccessfully. Sangchul surrendered desperately, offering enormous compensation immediately before Songyun inflicted permanent injuries permanently. Songyun accepted victory calmly yet continued punishing Sangchul brutally, because personal resentment remained. Songyun explained revenge angrily, remembering Sangchul insulting his beloved vehicle previously during repairs. Mechanics informed Songyun sadly that aging vehicles eventually required permanent scrapping despite maintenance. Songyun mourned emotionally beside headlights, imagining cherished driving memories disappearing forever without return. Songyun punched Sangchul brutally, declaring damaged automobiles justified overwhelming personal retaliation completely. Terrified Sangchul apologized repeatedly while struggling desperately beneath Songyun's crushing physical strength violently. Nearby spectators screamed hysterically whenever blood splattered unexpectedly across shattered frozen battleground surfaces. Songyun remembered cherished driving moments painfully, fueling uncontrollable fury against Sangchul continuously afterward. Songchul begged desperately for mercy, while Songhyun maintained terrifying dominance throughout battles, relentlessly. Frozen debris scattered everywhere, while horrified audiences witnessed Sanghyun's emotional vengeance unfolding. Sanghyun watched silently, while crimson energy faded around trembling defeated Songchul completely. Embarrassing noises erupted, horrifying spectators watching livestream broadcasts throughout crowded surrounding districts. Songchul apologized, tearfully beneath shattered ice fragments, while Sanghyun abandoned revenge completely and departed. Songgo panicked nervously, while surrounding bystanders complained loudly about disgusting mysterious odors. Fear overwhelmed Songgo, because catastrophic mistakes previously angered dangerous influential awakened individuals badly. District official Moon Baekhyun suddenly approached Songgo, carefully observing chaotic circumstances nearby silently. Baekhyun examined unconscious victims thoughtfully, while evaluating Sanghyun's overwhelming combat abilities immediately. Songhyun noticed Moon Baekhyun approaching respectfully before turning backward curiously beside scattered debris. Baekhyun requested private discussions regarding recent incidents involving Songhyun's extraordinary awakened powers. Songhyun questioned Baekhyun calmly first, refusing immediate trust toward unfamiliar strangers. Initially Baekhyun felt embarrassed briefly, while recognizing Songhyun's composure and overwhelming natural talents. Baekhyun bowed respectfully immediately, deciding firmly recruiting Sanghyun benefited Utopia Guild tremendously. Moon Baekhyun promised compensation boldly while Sanghyun calculated enormous financial possibilities immediately. Sanghyun demanded 2 billion won confidently, shocking Moon Baekhyun beside unconscious criminals nearby. Baekhyun hesitated awkwardly while injured Sanghyun watched Sanghyun negotiate merciless compensation terms. Reporters surrounded Sanghyun's apartment aggressively, demanding explanations regarding rumored relationships and affiliations. Sanghyun rejected persistent accusations immediately before entering apartment's hallway, carrying exhausted training clothes. Crowded journalists blocked entrances repeatedly, while he ignored aggressive questions concerning mysterious woman. Sanghyun entered quietly inside, breathing heavily while removing training clothes beside household belongings. He dismissed ridiculous dating rumors internally while organizing equipment carefully throughout cramped apartment. Glanced toward formal clothing. Seriously, he preparing carefully before important upcoming responsibilities tomorrow. Sanghyun remembered promised dates happily while reviewing impressive growth achieved. He examined upgraded statistics proudly after difficult training, strengthened physical abilities significantly beyond expectations, unlocked powerful skills successfully, he improving combat efficiency against dangerous awakened enemies tremendously afterward. Sanghyun reviewed newly acquired abilities carefully, while planning future combat strategies independently indoors. Analyzed intense training results seriously, he recognizing meaningful improvements from continuous dangerous confrontations recently. He acquired additional mobility techniques strategically, strengthening survival chances during unpredictable upcoming encounters. Considerably, Sanghyun considered weapon combinations thoughtfully, while evaluating suitable preparations before dangerous gate expedition missions. He reflected regretfully about previous battles, where poor decisions nearly caused disastrous consequences repeatedly. Remembered difficult confrontations vividly. He realizing mobility limitations previously endangered survival during battles severely. Sanghyun trembled fearfully, realizing stronger enemies previously nearly ended his fragile second life. Determination consumed him completely, while remembering catastrophic futures threatening humanity during worldwide collapse. He promised himself relentlessly preventing devastating tragedies, destroying precious relationships and personal ambitions. Sanghyun admired legendary heroes silently before unexpected phone vibrations interrupted personal reflections unexpectedly. Park Jeongmin contacted him, reminding forgotten interview schedules requiring urgent preparation beforehand. Sanghyun panicked internally, while pretending confidently, desperately hiding embarrassing scheduling mistakes during conversations. Sanghyun reassured Jeongmin awkwardly before quickly organizing responsibilities surrounding dangerous evening gate raids. Nervousness overwhelmed him momentarily while calculating limited remaining hours before important commitments. Sanghyun reviewed conflicting schedules anxiously, recognizing disastrous consequences possible from careless future decisions. Sanghyun realized interview timing suddenly, while exhausted reporters continued surrounding apartment entrances aggressively. Curious journalists confronted him immediately, demanding answers regarding rumored romantic relationships. He unleashed terrifying energy, forcing frightened reporters retreating away from apartment corridors hurriedly. Park Jeongmin waited nervously inside cafe quietly, before Sanghyun entered surrounded by dangerous electrical. He welcomed Sanghyun cautiously, while observing overwhelming pressure radiating throughout crowded peaceful cafe. Crackling energy gradually disappeared while Jeongmin invited Sanghyun comfortably toward reserved. Sang-Yun apologized politely while Jiangmin noticed exhausted breathing and strange dangerous lingering energies nearby. Jiangmin questioned him carefully regarding recent incidents connected surrounding dangerous restricted district activities. Sang-Yun minimized recent events casually, while hiding severe dangers encountered during brutal confrontations. Jiangmin explained Sang-Yun's popularity calmly, while discussing misleading ranking system evaluations among awakened players. Sang-Yun listened, realizing low levels previously concealed, overwhelming talents from public recognition. Jiangmin mentioned numerous guild invitations carefully while Sang-Yun considered future membership opportunities. Sang-Yun learned countless organizations desperately requested meetings regarding possible recruitment and exclusive partnerships. Jiangmin revealed Korean Players Association interest, surprising Sang-Yun beyond previous expectations considerably. Sang-Yun understood enormous attention surrounded him, requiring caution against dangerous future political conflicts. Sang-Yun walked through Chunui Station thoughtfully while reconsidering previous ambitions regarding independent guild operations. Memories troubled him deeply because society previously ignored him despite relentless personal struggles entirely. Samano suddenly called him loudly, interrupting thoughts regarding harsh unavoidable realities. Sang-Yun greeted Miso casually while approaching mysterious companions near crowded station. Curiosity overwhelmed him immediately after noticing unfamiliar silver-haired woman observing nearby suspiciously. Miso smiled confidently while Shin-Terry followed behind, leaving Sang-Yun silently questioning unexpected future. Miso and Terry approached Sang-Yun through silent streets. Sang-Yun noticed Terry's calm expression, while Miso explained Eden's influential reputation nearby. Terry suggested visiting nearby cafes, observing Sang-Yun carefully before accepting Miso's unexpected introduction. Tatari formally greeted Sang-Yun respectfully, shaking hands confidently beneath dimmed streetlights during introductions. Sang-Yun recognized Terry immediately, remembering legendary achievements surrounding Korea's feared shadow assassin everywhere. Terry's overwhelming combat abilities strengthened Eden tremendously, elevating rankings throughout international hunter organizations. Sang-Yun awkwardly reflected upon repeated encounters involving powerful players since regression unexpectedly began. Tankri requested assistance mysteriously, causing confused reactions while Sang-Yun considered declining politely inside. Shay finally revealed her strange request, challenging shocked Sang-Yun toward immediate combat seriously. Miso scolded Terry immediately, questioning reckless interest toward Hunter Sang-Yun beside them. Tateri ignored Miso's complaints, secretly evaluating Sang-Yun's capabilities through casual observations silently. Miso apologized awkwardly while accompanying Terry, misunderstanding her unusual playful personality completely. Sang-Yun unexpectedly accepted Terry's challenge proposal, leaving shocked Miso, staring speechlessly beside her. Prepared his weapon confidently, Sang-Yun suggesting immediate combat despite overwhelming differences between abilities. Terry welcomed potential competition enthusiastically, considering Sang-Yun's confidence refreshingly uncommon among experienced hunters. Terry complimented Miso's judgment sincerely, recognizing extraordinary potential hidden within Sang-Yun immediately there. Blue energy surrounded Terry's hand suddenly while proposing brief exchanges, pressuring nervous Sang-Yun. Sang-Yun accepted nervously, understanding valuable experience against Terry could improve weaknesses significantly later. Terry released overwhelming energy suddenly, transforming completely while gripping twin weapons aggressively forward. Sang-Yun steadied himself cautiously, realizing Terry's murderous pressure allowed absolutely zero mistakes remaining. Dark energy surrounded him instantly while activating psychedelic, preparing serious combat immediately ahead. Miso watched nervously nearby, struggling understanding dangerous tension surrounding both combatants simultaneously. Terry advanced calmly forward, unleashing swirling energy attacks toward focused Sang-Yun without hesitation. Sang-Yun sensed immediate danger instantly, shocked completely by Terry's destructive attack speed alone. Sang-Yun lunged aggressively forward despite exhaustion, attempting counterattacks before Terry reacted successfully herself. Terry blocked Sang-Yun's powerful strike effortlessly, appearing impressed despite maintaining composure throughout combat. Metallic clashes echoed loudly nearby, while Sang-Yun desperately analyzed Terry's unpredictable movements carefully. Terry praised Sang-Yun's movements calmly, while increasing overwhelming attack speeds dramatically. Sang-Yun analyzed Terry's elite techniques, realizing her acceleration continuously intensified dangerously further. Purple energy illuminated streets completely, while Sang-Yun endured relentless pressure silently beneath attacks. Sang-Yun closed his vision deliberately, concentrating entirely upon Terry's deadly movements instinctively alone. Miso observed silently nearby, while strange energy surrounded focused Sang-Yun unexpectedly. Sang-Yun ignored impossible odds completely, relying entirely upon sharpened instincts during combat alone. Miso questioned Songhyun's recklessness nervously, while witnessing Terry's terrifying strength overwhelming everything. Tasuri spotted sudden openings instantly, launching precise attacks toward exhausted Sanghyun aggressively repeatedly. Sanghyun countered her attack barely, forcing weapons grinding violently against each other simultaneously. Tari praised Sangyun's battle instincts, recognizing experienced reactions beyond ordinary rookies immediately. Sanghyun realized Tari accurately identified combat experience gained through painful regression memories. Weapons collided repeatedly, while Terry compared Sangyun's movements against veteran professional hunters. Terry prepared another exchange calmly before Sanghyun unexpectedly requested altering their temporary duel. Sanghyun proposed risking everything immediately, abandoning remaining exchanges for singular decisive confrontation instead. Taeseri glanced cautiously toward Sanghyun, surprised completely by his dangerous unexpected determination suddenly. Sanghyun admitted sounding arrogant, while approaching Terry carefully across deserted nighttime streets. Slowly dark energy surrounded him intensely, while demanding Terry unleash overwhelming power completely immediately. Sanghyun understood failing now meant impossible advancement toward future battles awaiting dangerously ahead. Terry accepted Sanghyun's dangerous request calmly, while worried Miso attempted interrupting immediately. Warned Sanghyun carefully, Terry explaining uncontrolled skills prevented using complete strength safely there. Sanghyun welcomed her deadly speed excitedly, believing valuable growth awaited through suffering ahead. Terry lowered her stance seriously, preparing lethal attacks resembling genuine battlefield encounters completely there. Sanghyun sensed immediate death approaching rapidly, struggling tracking Terry's overwhelming movements entirely beforehand. Explosive impacts shattered surroundings violently, while Sanghyun desperately prepared countermeasures against Terry's assault. Terry disappeared instantly, unleashing devastating attacks before Sanghyun properly recognized dangerous movements. Sanghyun focused intensely mid-air, realizing survival required immediate activation against Terry's overwhelming techniques. Dark energy erupted suddenly, while Sanghyun activated Shadow Phantom, barely avoiding Terry's attack. Successfully, Terry accidentally struck Sanghyun forcefully after Shadow Phantom unexpectedly altered his movements. Miso panicked nearby, while Terry immediately checked Sanghyun's condition following unexpected collision. Sanghyun recovered gradually, questioning Terry suspiciously about forbidden skills during their dangerous duel outside. Sanghyun collapsed painfully beside shattered weapons, enduring severe psychic backlash penalties during combat. He noticed a hand approached, sensing unfamiliar presences approaching silently streets rapidly. Terry apologized calmly while Miso observed, questioning Sanghyun's physical condition carefully nearby. Terry firmly grabbed Sanghyun's hand, helping exhausted bodies maintain balance beside cracked pavement. Sanghyun expressed gratitude respectfully, acknowledging Terry's impressive movements during their dangerous confrontation yesterday. Terry smiled warmly beside Sanghyun, hoping future encounters would strengthen their growing partnership. Sanghyun accepted Terry's handshake politely, while Miso watched their interaction suspiciously nearby cautiously. Miso interrupted suddenly, reminding distracted teammates about approaching gate raid preparations immediately outside. Gritted teeth angrily, she noticing Terry's unexpected closeness toward oblivious Sanghyun throughout conversations. Miso angrily warned Terry about reporting dangerous incidents directly toward guild headquarters immediately. Terry departed calmly while Miso encouraged successful raid preparations beside exhausted Sanghyun silently outside. Sanghyun accepted humiliating defeat thoughtfully, recognizing Terry's overwhelming abilities exceeded expectations considerably during combat. Terry walked alone confidently, becoming another difficult obstacle challenging Sanghyun's future growth and ambitions. Terry paused briefly before smiling mysteriously, leaving Sanghyun contemplating hidden meanings carefully. Sanghyun understood her expression completely, realizing his current strength remained terribly insufficient against powerful opponents. Massive purple gates appeared beside Chunui Station, while hunters prepared raid formations. Miso clapped enthusiastically, introducing unfamiliar teammates before dangerous missions started nearby. The hunters arrived confidently beside nervous companions, greeting assembled hunters approaching unidentified gates. Sanghyun introduced himself politely, while Park Taeseok praised previous achievements published throughout hunter communities. Taeseok revealed mage abilities proudly, explaining Ignite specialized with destructive firepower during battles. Sanghyun remembered defeating similar opponents recently, studying Taeseok's powers cautiously beside teammates silently. Taeseok grinned confidently before unleashing swirling elemental magic, impressing nearby hunters immediately greatly. Sanghyun analyzed him thoughtfully, respecting dedicated training despite obvious remaining magical limitations completely. He recalled previous battles carefully, Understanding versatile elemental control created stronger opponents consistently. Miso introduced nervous mage Kang Juhi carefully, explaining specialized spatial abilities supported dangerous expeditions. Juhi fidgeted anxiously beside teammates, struggling maintaining confidence around experienced high-ranking hunters nearby. Songhyun observed her silently, recognizing spatial magic's importance during unpredictable gate raids immediately. Juhi activated swirling spatial energy proudly, attempting demonstrations before unfamiliar teammates gathered. Miso immediately restrained Juhi carefully, preventing accidental collisions from unpredictable magical movements. Sanghyun observed strange winds cautiously, questioning Juhi's unexpected abilities during introductions silently carefully. Juhi revealed massive spatial distortions confidently, astonishing Sangyun beside surrounding illuminated cityscapes completely. Taeseok watched quietly while she explained supportive abilities, supporting coordinated raid operations efficiently. Songhyun bowed politely toward Juhi, hoping dependable cooperation strengthened dangerous expedition survival together. Songhyun nervously acknowledged Miso's leadership abilities while analyzing assembled teammates. Their balanced formation combined melee attacks, ranged support, firepower, and spatial techniques efficiently. Sanghyun realized successful raids depended heavily upon trustworthy cooperation between experienced skilled companions consistently. Taeseok directed teammates smoothly, demonstrating coordinated strategies developed through numerous dangerous previous raids. Sanghyun remembered former companions, comparing current teamwork against painful memories from earlier experiences. He remained thoughtful silently, recognizing dependable allies strengthened survival chances during brutal gate expeditions. Miso noticed Sangyun's distraction immediately, questioning lingering concerns regarding Terry's overwhelming earlier attacks. Songhyun hid troubled thoughts calmly, deciding present missions required complete concentration from everyone. Songhyun encouraged teammates confidently, abandoning previous regrets before entering dangerous mysterious gates together. Their assembled party approached glowing portals carefully, preparing coordinated formations beside massive unidentified gates. Frozen landscapes surrounded advancing hunters silently, revealing harsh environments inside mysterious abyssal dimensional territories. Songhyun praised Taeseok sincerely while teammates continued exploring unfamiliar frozen regions cautiously together. Songhyun activated fiery blessings confidently, protecting teammates against deadly freezing environmental conditions. Teammates appreciated Songhyun's support gratefully while enduring brutal frozen abyss temperatures together. Miso noticed Songhyun's unfamiliar weapon immediately, questioning hidden combat abilities during expeditions. Curiously, Songhyun explained adaptable weapon choices calmly, prioritizing mobility throughout dangerous frozen raid environments. Miso admired Songhyun's dedication openly, while he concealed regression knowledge behind awkward excuses carefully. She called Juhi forward suddenly, while advancing teammates continued exploring frozen landscapes cautiously. Massive frozen monsters emerged roaring loudly while hunters immediately prepared coordinated attack formations. Songhyun ordered strategic movements quickly, while Juhi activated supportive spatial abilities immediately. Explosive impacts launched enormous creatures backward violently across snowy frozen battlegrounds during combat. Miso accelerated rapidly beside Songhyun, preparing aggressive assaults against recovering monstrous enemies simultaneously. Juhi supported advancing teammates carefully while Songhyun accepted frontline responsibilities without hesitation immediately. Songhyun charged forward fearlessly, demanding reliable cover before initiating dangerous offensive maneuvers independently. The monster roared fiercely, startling approaching hunters beside ruined pathways immediately. Sanghyun noticed sudden danger quickly, while airborne enemies descended aggressively towards surrounding teammates. Miso urgently signaled Taeseok forward before enormous creatures launched devastating attacks instantly. Taeseok unleashed blazing magic downward, striking monstrous enemies with concentrated destructive flames repeatedly. Songhyun charged aggressively simultaneously, slashing weakened monsters apart, using overwhelming physical strength alone. Explosive impacts shattered nearby streets, completely while defeated creatures collapsed beneath coordinated assaults. Songhyun called Juhi confidently, preparing another tactical maneuver against surviving enemies immediately. Juhi activated spatial magic nervously while glowing energy gathered around defensive formations. Massive shockwaves erupted violently, crushing remaining monsters beneath Sangyun's overwhelming coordinated attack completely. Sangyun's embedded sword crumbled suddenly while enormous monsters recovered terrifyingly from previous attacks. The grinning monster mocked him confidently before charging aggressively across battlegrounds toward teammates. Sangyun counterattacked immediately, surprising gigantic enemies using overwhelming speed beside collapsing ruins dangerously. Juhi prepared magical support while Taezio coordinated attacks against approaching monsters efficiently. Sangyun activated Demon Bash instantly, slicing monstrous opponents apart through physical techniques. Taezio and Juhi watched silently, struggling understanding Sangyun's overwhelming combat abilities completely nearby. Sangyun escaped crashing debris effortlessly, while defeated monsters collapsed heavily behind buildings suddenly. Taezio praised Sangyun respectfully, acknowledging flawless teamwork eliminated dangerous monsters immediately without difficulties. Miso smirked proudly nearby, reminding surprised teammates about Sangyun's abilities during dangerous missions. Miso admitted Sangyun's overwhelming combat abilities surprised her greatly during previous encounters together. Embarrassed, Sangyun joked nervously, promising stronger performances whenever teammates expected impossible accomplishments. Taezio praised coordinated teamwork enthusiastically, while Juhi admired experienced veteran hunters together. Sangyun lifted massive swords confidently, preparing another dangerous confrontation against approaching monsters ahead. Numerous gigantic monsters gathered nearby, while hunters organized formations carefully beside snowy pathways. Taezio praised Sangyun excitedly, declaring unmatched abilities among every swordsman encountered throughout expeditions. Taezio thanked Sangyun while sweating nervously beside observing companions during missions together. Miso explained Taezio previously lacked opportunities unleashing destructive firepower beside reliable swordsmen consistently. Sangyun finally understood supportive teamwork, strengthened mages lacking dependable, close-range combat partners significantly. Taezio admired Sangyun excitedly, while Sangyun himself realizing the praises was a little bit too much. Miso questioned Sangyun's mysterious abilities while celebrating successful raids beside exhausted companions. She acknowledged Sangyun's growth cautiously, recognizing dangerous potential hidden beneath calmness previously silently. Violent explosions erupted suddenly while armored monsters charged aggressively through frozen battlegrounds. Sangyun countered charging enemies immediately, unleashing powerful magical attacks across surrounding ruins violently. Miso detected approaching danger quickly, while monstrous creatures roared nearby behind defensive positions. Taezio prepared coordinated attacks carefully beside Miso, while confronting enormous approaching monsters together. Miso requested immediate assistance nervously, but suddenly Sangyun called Juhi. Sangyun asked Juhi if she can transport him toward dangerous portal to reach the ogre. Miso warned Sangyun carefully, while heavily armored monsters prepared devastating attacks aggressively. Sangyun analyzed battlefield movements, preparing dangerous strategies against approaching enemies. Juhi opened glowing portals quickly, while Sangyun advanced fearlessly toward armored monsters, aggressively forward. Sangyun activated powerful sword techniques, striking armored creatures through glowing dimensional portals simultaneously. Explosive magical impacts erupted everywhere, while monsters collapsed beneath Sangyun's coordinated attacks violently. Armored beasts charged desperately again, ignoring severe injuries caused during overwhelming magical bombardments. Miso and Taezio watched speechlessly while Sangyun continued overpowering enemies through unbelievable physical strength. Sangyun grinned confidently, recognizing successful attacks shattered previously unbeatable monster defenses completely. Companions acknowledged Sangyun's reliability carefully, trusting aggressive combat decisions during dangerous raids completely. Juhi suddenly silenced teammates while approaching frozen ruins beneath heavy snowfall silently together. The party observed sleeping Cerberus cautiously from cliffs, overlooking abandoned frozen structures nearby quietly. They trembled nervously after identifying dangerous mini-boss energy surrounding enormous icy beast immediately there. Juhi and others discussed strategies calmly, as prepared portals against dangerous frozen Cerberus nearby together. Sangyun grinned strangely afterward, treating terrifying mini-bosses like personal experimental subjects repeatedly completely. Hidden dungeon abilities activated suddenly, strengthening Sangyun's stamina regeneration during freezing battles continuously. Sangyun stepped forward while his teammates stayed behind him. After observing the battlefield carefully, he decided that Plan F was the safest option for the group at that moment. The others immediately noticed a strange change in Sangyun's attitude. The pink-haired hunter looked at him with concern, after sensing that he was acting far calmer than before. Sangyun showed the same sharp expression he used in the past whenever he was preparing something dangerous. His confident smile made the others uneasy, because they knew he already had a plan in mind. The team carefully watched Sangyun as he continued studying the situation ahead. The pink-haired girl realized he was hiding something important from the group again. Sangyun told everyone to remain where they were and simply observe him. His calm reaction only increased the tension among the hunters, because none of them understood his true objective. Looking toward the full moon, Songhyun remembered the conditions needed to activate the wolves' special effects. He understood that even a small change in the sky could weaken their power completely. Without warning, Songhyun rushed forward alone toward the Frost Hell Cerberus. His teammates were shocked because he moved before anyone could stop him. The massive Cerberus slowly noticed Songhyun approaching its territory. The beast released a deep growl while keeping all three glowing eyes fixed on him. Songhyun accepted that apologizing later would be easier than explaining everything beforehand. With that thought, he prepared himself to confront the monster directly at close range. The hunters noticed something unusual about the Cerberus. Instead of attacking immediately, the monster remained still while carefully observing Songhyun. The pink-haired hunter remembered that the Cerberus had reacted violently during earlier research attempts. This strange behavior made the entire group even more confused. Suddenly, the Cerberus moved all of its heads toward Songhyun at once. The team panicked after realizing the monster had finally acknowledged his presence. The pink-haired girl quickly realized the Cerberus was not preparing to attack. The beast was instead watching Songhyun with unusual obedience. The enormous monster lowered itself before Songhyun, like it recognized a superior being. The hunters could hardly believe the terrifying Cerberus was treating him with respect. A system message confirmed that the Frost Hell Cerberus acknowledged Songhyun as a higher-ranked existence. The beast soon entered complete obedience, leaving the entire team speechless. After defeating the Frost Hell Cerberus, Songhyun received a new hidden title from the system. The reward immediately confirmed that his actions inside the dungeon had triggered a rare condition. The Cerberus quietly lowered its head toward Songhyun while the system continued displaying notifications. Even the monster's behavior showed that it now completely recognized him as its superior. Songhyun carefully checked the newly acquired title called Reduction. The skill increased his resistance against one chosen category of abilities and strengthened his combat potential. A strange blue crystal suddenly appeared in front of Songhyun. The unexpected sight immediately reminded him that he had never explained his unique abilities to the others before. Songhyun quickly became nervous after realizing Kim Miso might misunderstand the situation. Since he had always hidden his powers, he feared the group would question where the item came from. Kim Miso calmly explained that because Songhyun defeated the Cerberus alone, the reward naturally belonged to him. Her reaction relieved Songhyun more than he expected. Songhyun awkwardly thanked Kim Miso after hearing her decision. He was clearly relieved that the group was not planning to interfere with his reward. The rest of the team openly agreed with Kim Miso's judgment. Since none of them contributed directly to defeating the Cerberus, they believed Songhyun deserved the item completely. Although Songhyun smiled on the outside, he secretly worried about exposing his hidden skills too early. He realized he would need to act more carefully from now on. Kim Miso prepared to leave the dungeon with the others after everything finally calmed down. The team believed the mission had ended safely. Before leaving, Kim Miso suddenly turned back toward Songhyun with a serious expression. Her unexpected reaction immediately made him nervous again. Kim Miso revealed that she had stayed behind earlier because she noticed Songhyun acting suspiciously. Her words made Songhyun realize she had been observing him the entire time. Kim Miso explained that she discovered Songhyun's secret after secretly watching his actions alone. Her calm voice made the situation feel even heavier. Songhyun immediately understood how dangerous this revelation was, for players' unique skills were considered their greatest hidden advantage in battle. As Kim Miso called his name directly, Songhyun became completely tense. He realized that his carefully hidden abilities might already have been exposed. Kim Miso misunderstood Songhyun's hidden ability and assumed it was some kind of ritual-type skill. She believed he was simply another rare player hiding unusual powers from others. Songhyun immediately followed her explanation and pretended that her assumption was correct. He acted naturally to avoid revealing the true nature of his artifact-devouring ability. The rest of the team accepted Kim Miso's explanation without suspicion. They even encouraged Songhyun to keep his secret hidden if he wanted to protect himself. Although Songhyun knew there was still a misunderstanding, he decided not to correct the group, compared to exposing his real skill. Allowing them to believe the wrong thing felt far safer. After calming down, Songhyun finally approached the floating blue crystal reward left behind by the Cerberus. The powerful energy surrounding the item immediately filled the frozen dungeon with light. The system identified the item as the Heart of Ice, a rare support accessory with powerful freezing abilities and high evasion effects. Songhyun immediately understood its enormous value. Juhi gathered magical energy into both hands and prepared the final purification spell for the area. Her teammates watched carefully as she completed the last stage of the mission. The others praised Juhi for her hard work while the dungeon slowly became stable again. Even Sang Yun quietly acknowledged that the team would not have survived without her support. Juhi then looked toward the pile of frozen monster corpses and asked a strange question. She wondered if the dungeon boss would actually return to consume the dead creatures. Sang Yun confidently answered that the boss monsters inside the dungeon would never ignore available food. His calm reply surprised the others, because he spoke as if he already knew the creature personally. When Juhi questioned him further, Sang Yun immediately avoided giving a proper explanation. Instead, he changed the subject and ordered Taskek to ignite the corpses quickly. The team instantly realized Sang Yun was intentionally hiding information again. Even so, they followed his instructions as flames spread across the frozen battlefield. As the group watched the burning remains, Sang Yun suddenly sensed a dangerous presence deeper inside the icy cavern. His expression immediately became serious. The atmosphere inside the dungeon changed violently as a terrifying roar echoed through the frozen walls. Sang Yun quickly ordered everyone to prepare for combat. A massive beast, with glowing red eyes, finally appeared from the darkness. The system revealed the creature's identity as the final boss, the grisly big bear of the cold. Sang Yun stood alone on the frozen cliff, while snowstorm winds surrounded the mountain and alerted the approaching giant monster nearby. Juhi realized their raid succeeded because Sang Yun guided the entire strategy carefully. But the dangerous atmosphere suddenly became heavier afterward. The massive bear monster appeared before Sang Yun, forcing him into direct combat while understanding the raid situation had become fatal. Juhi questioned Sang Yun's reckless decision because she recently became clear support, yet Sang Yun insisted fighting remained absolutely unavoidable today. Sang Yun explained giant monsters entered violent gluttony states whenever their health reached critical conditions during dangerous raids against hunters nearby. The enormous monster activated gluttony after receiving damage, causing its body and aggression to grow increasingly unstable and terrifying immediately. Sang Yun explained the gluttony monster consumed everything nearby, especially accumulated monster corpses scattered throughout Juhi's open portal storage area. The monster absorbed poisonous energy and corpses rapidly, while Sang Yun prepared juniper wood to weaken its dangerous feeding abilities completely. Juhi became shocked after learning lowering the monster's health intentionally remained necessary before activating the gluttony strategy successfully during battle. The armored hunter promised, creating a safe opening for everyone while Sang Yun prepared himself against the enraged giant monster, alone carefully. Sang Yun confidently accepted responsibility because protecting the raid members and controlling the battlefield remained his most important mission during combat. Despite acting confidently earlier, Sang Yun immediately realized the monster's overwhelming attack nearly pushed him dangerously close toward death afterward. Sang Yun struggled across the frozen battlefield while debris scattered violently from the monster's devastating strike against his exhausted body completely. The giant monster continued roaring aggressively after entering complete gluttony state, spreading terrifying pressure throughout the snowy mountain battlefield nearby. Although heavily injured, Sang Yun remained determined because defeating the gluttony monster represented the only path toward surviving the disastrous raid. Sang Yun realized the monster's strength exceeded expectations, despite believing his recent growth should withstand stronger attacks already during combat. The giant monster overwhelmed Sang Yun continuously, forcing him to dodge desperately while understanding direct attacks could immediately kill him instantly. Sang Yun leaped upward attempting escape, but the monster reacted faster than expected and chased him aggressively across the frozen battlefield. Sang Yun noticed the monster's terrifying reaction speed immediately after jumping, realizing his previous strategy contained a dangerous mistake during battle. The giant monster opened its enormous jaws beneath Sang Yun, nearly swallowing him alive, while charging violently through the snowy mountain terrain. Several weapons struck the monster suddenly, interrupting its attack momentarily, and creating an important opening for Sang Yun to survive safely. Kim Miso shouted toward Sang Yun from the cliff, while preparing support attacks against the enraged monster during the dangerous confrontation below. Sang Yun smiled, briefly after recognizing Kim Miso's assistance, realizing her intervention completely prevented his death moments earlier during battle. The monster's glowing eye widened after sensing Sang Yun's incoming attack, showing confusion toward the sudden change within the battlefield atmosphere. Sang Yun activated full charging successfully, causing powerful energy to surround his weapon before launching another desperate attack forward immediately afterward. The empowered strike crashed directly against the giant monster, freezing its massive body while shattering the frozen battlefield violently apart afterward. The artifact effect covered the monster entirely with ice, proving Sang Yun's freezing strategy worked better than originally expected during combat. Sang Yun observed the frozen monster carefully while realizing the artifact's freezing effect exceeded his original expectations during the dangerous raid. The battlefield became temporarily silent after the successful attack, giving Sang Yun and his teammates a brief moment to recover safely. Although exhausted from continuous fighting, Sangyeon prepared himself again because defeating the frozen gluttony monster remained unfinished completely. Sangyeon charged directly toward the frozen monster confidently, believing the battlefield momentum had finally shifted completely toward his side afterward. The giant bear roared furiously, while Sangyeon sliced through its hardened body using overwhelming force and continuous attacks during combat. Sangyeon activated Demon Bash successfully, increasing his attack power further while pressuring the injured monster without giving recovery opportunities afterward. Taeseok gathered enormous blue energy around his body while preparing his strongest skill against the dangerous gluttony monster during battle. Blue flames surrounded Taeseok completely, as he concentrated immense power carefully before releasing the devastating attack toward the frozen battlefield below. Taeseok suddenly warned Sangyeon immediately, because the incoming attack carried overwhelming destructive power capable of damaging nearby allies accidentally during combat. Taeseok unleashed Blue Flame Flamingo powerfully, sending massive blue fire crashing directly into the giant monster from above during combat. The frozen battlefield exploded violently after the attack landed successfully, forcing Sangyeon and the others to watch carefully from distance afterward. Sangyeon realized Taeseok's firepower exceeded expectations greatly, believing the combined attacks finally weakened the monster enough for their strategy successfully. The giant monster suffered severe damage after continuous attacks, causing its bloody body and frozen armor to crack apart violently afterward. The monster's glowing eye changed strangely, while dark energy spread rapidly, signaling another dangerous transformation occurring during the battle unexpectedly afterward. The grizzly big bear roared terrifyingly while entering a completely different state, releasing overwhelming pressure across the snowy battlefield immediately afterward. Sangyeon smiled with relief after confirming their attack succeeded, believing the accumulated damage triggered the monster's dangerous gluttony transformation successfully. The system confirmed the grizzly big bear entered gluttony state completely, matching Sangyeon's original strategy planned before the difficult raid began. Juhi looked confused and worried towards Sangyeon, because his calm reaction suggested another dangerous plan remained hidden from everyone nearby. The grizzly big bear entered complete gluttony state, causing dark energy to spread while its appearance became far more terrifying afterward. Sangyeon observed the transformed monster carefully, realizing Kang Juhi's prepared support magic represented their final opportunity for survival afterward. The gluttony monster continued devouring surrounding energy aggressively, while Sangyeon maintained distance and prepared for the dangerous final confrontation carefully. Taeseok watched Kim Miso anxiously, while she continued preparing complicated support magic from the distant frozen cliff above carefully. Afterward, powerful green energy spiraled around Kim Miso continuously, while the others waited desperately for her preparation process to finish successfully afterward. Kim Miso concentrated intensely inside the swirling magical barrier, gathering enormous power necessary for the dangerous battlefield support spell, completely afterward. Kim Miso's expression became increasingly nervous while maintaining concentration carefully, understanding the battlefield situation worsened rapidly below the frozen mountain afterward. Juhi worried whether Kim Miso would complete preparations soon, but Taeseok remained focused entirely on Sangyeon's dangerous survival instead afterward. The enraged monster attacked relentlessly, while Sangyeon continued evading desperately across the shattered battlefield. Despite overwhelming physical exhaustion during combat afterward, Sangyeon realized Kang Juhi remained unprepared while the monster approached aggressively, forcing him into an increasingly hopeless battlefield situation afterward completely. The giant monster suddenly launched another devastating attack toward Sangyeon, causing him to recognize direct evasion had become impossible afterward completely. Sangyeon gritted his teeth desperately while preparing himself mentally, understanding the incoming attack could determine everyone's survival immediately afterward completely. Instead of escaping, Sangyeon decided confronting the monster directly remained his only remaining option during the dangerous battlefield situation afterward completely. Sangyeon activated psychedelic skill immediately, while powerful red energy surrounded his body before the incoming collision against the monster afterward completely. Kim Miso finally completed her preparations successfully, announcing the beginning of the warp spell supporting Sangyeon during the desperate battle afterward. The giant monster charged directly towards Sangyeon violently, but the completed warp spell activated across the battlefield immediately afterward, completely. A massive green vortex surrounded the battlefield instantly, pulling powerful energy together, while interrupting the monster's deadly attack completely afterward. The warp spell finished successfully moments before impact, leaving Sangyeon shocked after narrowly escaping the giant monster's devastating attack completely. Taeseok and Juhi rushed toward Kang Juhi immediately after the dangerous spell ended, worried about her exhausted physical condition afterward completely. Sang-Yin laughed nervously while realizing the battle nearly failed completely because his attack timing remained dangerously close throughout combat afterward entirely. The monster remained trapped within the swirling magical energy, while Sang-Yin carefully observed whether their complicated strategy truly succeeded afterward, completely. Sang-Yin admitted the giant monster almost consumed him completely before the suspicious juniper effect successfully weakened its dangerous gluttony condition afterward. The system confirmed the grisly big bear entered deep sedation, because the juniper effect suppressed its violent gluttony energy successfully afterward. Taeyeok, Juhi, and Kang Juhi celebrated together happily after surviving the dangerous raid, while Sang-Yin finally relaxed nearby afterward completely. The grisly big bear revealed its massive body inside Frost Hell, glaring violently at Sang-Yin's exhausted raid party with murderous intent. Sang-Yin stepped forward while the others prepared behind him, carefully observing the monster's movements inside the frozen battlefield. After a brutal clash, the grisly big bear collapsed bleeding heavily, and the system announced the final boss defeat successfully. The enormous creature crashed into the icy ground, while debris exploded everywhere from Sang-Yin's decisive finishing attack during the raid. Juhi quietly thanked Sang-Yin after surviving the dangerous gate, while he calmly accepted her gratitude without showing much emotion. The system rewarded Sang-Yin with substantial experience points, but he admitted internally that the dungeon exceeded his original expectations greatly. The surviving hunters gathered near the portal, while another teammate praised Juhi for supporting everyone throughout the exhausting battle, successfully. Sang-Yin apologized to the blue-haired hunter for forcing everyone into his reckless strategy during the unidentified gate operation earlier. Although smiling calmly outside, Sang-Yin secretly appreciated every teammate because they trusted and followed his dangerous decisions without hesitation completely. Sang-Yin admitted privately that he would have entered the deadly gate regardless, even if the others refused accompanying him there. He remembered how previous gate raids usually ended tragically, despite supposedly high survival rates among ordinary non-awakened support members involved. As injured civilians were evacuated nearby, Sang-Yin reflected silently on countless deaths caused by failed raids during his painful past. A terrified survivor desperately requested medical assistance, while Sang-Yin stared coldly ahead, recalling familiar scenes from previous catastrophic raids repeatedly. Sang-Yin believed the unavoidable 10% death rate always targeted heroic hunters directly whenever dangerous gates suddenly appeared before humanity. Looking at the blood-covered ground silently, Sang-Yin accepted that being a hero meant constantly surviving beside death and unbearable tragedy. After surviving Frost Hell, Sang-Yin decided his new life's purpose was preventing unnecessary deaths instead of pursuing strength alone anymore. Sang-Yin smiled quietly while watching his exhausted teammates recover together, relieved everyone survived the dangerous unidentified gate successfully today. Juhi and the others supported each other carefully afterward, showing Sang-Yin that this raid ended differently from his tragic previous experiences. The surviving party gathered curiously after Sang-Yin suggested investigating the mysterious final reward appearing inside the cleared Frost Hell gate. A strange crimson flame emerged before the hunters, while the system announced the appearance of the hidden first clear bonus reward. Sang-Yin immediately realized the enormous value behind the bonus reward and confidently approached the glowing energy, without showing hesitation whatsoever. As Sang-Yin reached toward the reward carefully, a divine presence suddenly appeared beside him inside the fading dungeon environment, unexpectedly there. The goddess of luck revealed herself proudly, claiming she wanted Sang-Yin to discover the hidden truth behind her mysterious divine powers. Instead of feeling fear, Sang-Yin became excited because he believed the goddess's appearance would greatly benefit his future growth and survival. The system granted Shin Sang-Yun access to several unique rank artifacts after successfully obtaining the rare first clear bonus reward opportunity. Numerous legendary weapons appeared before Sang-Yun, shocking him because unique ranked artifacts normally existed far beyond ordinary hunter expectations entirely. While examining the rewards carefully, Sang-Yin realized the mysterious goddess possessed influence powerful enough to interfere directly with system authority itself. Another system notification appeared suddenly, announcing hidden conditions connected to Sang-Yin's contract with the goddess of luck had activated successfully. The goddess thanked Sang-Yin sincerely for surviving Frost Hell, appearing pleased after witnessing his determination and reckless courage throughout the raid. After hearing the explanation completely, Sang-Yin calmly prepared himself, because he understood even greater rewards and dangers awaited his future adventures. The goddess of luck encouraged Sang-Yin to select an artifact, but he already decided which legendary weapon he wanted immediately afterward. Without hesitation, Sang-Yin chose the Great Sword of Fighting Spirit, because he remembered its overwhelming reputation from his previous life clearly. The enormous crimson greatsword materialized before everyone, radiating terrifying energy, while Sangyan admired the unique ranked artifact with satisfaction silently. Sangyan confidently grabbed the greatsword of fighting spirit, expecting its famous power to greatly improve his future combat abilities immediately afterward. The moment he lifted the weapon, the massive sword suddenly crashed into the frozen ground from its unbelievable hidden weight unexpectedly. A system notification explained the Devour artifact's penalty, revealing all equipped artifacts would permanently feel unbearably heavy for Sangyan afterward. Zhouhe noticed Sangyan struggling strangely with the sword, but he quickly hid his confusion while pretending nothing unusual happened there. The surviving hunters proudly displayed their newly acquired artifacts, sincerely thanking Sangyan because his leadership allowed everyone surviving Frost Hell successfully. Although embarrassed receiving praise repeatedly, Sangyan accepted their gratitude quietly, while secretly worrying about the artifact's troublesome hidden penalty afterward. One teammate suggested giving Sangyan additional magic stones, because he contributed the most throughout the dangerous unidentified gate raid operation successfully. Sangyan immediately refused compensation, but the others insisted the final distribution should reflect his leadership and overwhelming battlefield contributions fairly instead. While lowering his head awkwardly, Sangyan finally understood the group genuinely respected him instead of simply treating him as temporary support. One teammate suggested giving Sangyan additional magic stones because he contributed the most throughout the dangerous unidentified gate raid operation successfully. Sangyan immediately refused compensation, but the others insisted the final distribution should reflect his leadership and overwhelming battlefield contributions fairly instead. While lowering his head awkwardly, Sangyan finally understood the group genuinely respected him instead of simply treating him as temporary support. Sangyan felt deeply touched after realizing his teammates genuinely considered sharing the enormous Frost Hell rewards with him equally afterward. Although struggling internally to remain calm, Sangyan suppressed his excitement because the raid profits exceeded all his previous expectations completely. The exhausted group finally exited the Frost Hell gate together, returning safely to Chunui Station after surviving the deadly unidentified dungeon. Outside the gate, Sangyan politely declined celebration plans because he wanted to calculate the total value of their newly acquired rewards first. The surviving hunters waved goodbye warmly while promising to contact Sangyan again after organizing everything from the successful raid operation later. Zhouhe quietly watched Sangyan leaving alone, appearing slightly disappointed after hearing he refused spending additional time together outside afterward tonight. Before leaving completely, Zhouhe nervously asked Sangyan whether she could contact him freely whenever she wanted from now onward afterward. Although slightly embarrassed by the sudden question, Sangyan calmly accepted her request while pretending the situation did not affect him emotionally. Zhouhe smiled brightly before saying goodbye again, leaving Sangyan unexpectedly surprised after witnessing her cheerful expression directed toward him personally afterward. Standing alone beneath the city lights, Sangyan reflected silently on how differently Zhouhe behaved compared with his previous lifetime memories afterward. For the first time, Sangyan sensed the group genuinely trusted and relied on him beyond simply completing dangerous gate raids together. As the others walked away, happily together, Sangyan quietly watched them disappear while feeling strangely satisfied about protecting everyone successfully this time. The purple-haired girl smiled brightly at Sangyan, waving warmly before leaving the quiet street, illuminated by glowing city lights. Sangyan silently watched her disappear, remembering how nobody treated him kindly during his difficult and lonely previous lifetime before regression. After confirming her safety, Sangyan entered Chunu Station's back alley, preparing himself to absorb the newly obtained artifact weapon. Blue energy exploded violently as Sangyan absorbed the fated greatsword, causing magical fragments to scatter throughout the dark alleyway. The system reactivated the hidden effect called Lighten, surrounding Sangyan's body with glowing energy while stabilizing the absorbed artifact power. Although the artifact granted no bonus stats, Sangyan remained satisfied because its unique effect still possessed excellent future usefulness. Sangyan opened his status window carefully, checking his increased level, enhanced abilities, and rapidly growing collection of absorbed artifacts. The system rewarded him with the hidden skill knockback burst and the special title called Clever Hunter after clearing gates. Sangyan smiled confidently while reviewing his progress, realizing his second life advanced far quicker compared to his painful first timeline. While examining his status menu, Sangyan considered increasing his luck stat further to improve future combat efficiency and critical attacks. After his luck exceeded 200, the system recalibrated his critical range, allowing attacks capable of devastating damage percentages instantly. Sangyan compared his current achievements with his previous life, realizing he reached impossible progress within only 15 short days. Suddenly, the gate trembled violently as red lightning covered the surroundings, creating overwhelming pressure that immediately alarmed Sangyan deeply afterward. The constellations observing humanity noticed Sangyan's abnormal growth speed and began reacting intensely toward his extraordinary existence and future potential. Sangyan stood silently beneath the crimson sky while powerful constellations watched carefully, recognizing him as someone capable of changing everything. Several powerful constellations suddenly appeared before Shin Sangyan, surrounding the alley with overwhelming pressure and mysterious divine energy everywhere. Sangyan remained cautious because the constellations returned much faster than expected after noticing his abnormal growth speed and achievements recently. The goddess of luck playfully approached Sangyan first, proving she could easily sense his thoughts and hidden emotional reactions instantly. Sangyan immediately recognized the Lion King and the famous bearded ruler among the gathered hero-type constellations, watching silently nearby. Although humanity respected those constellations greatly, Sangyan still felt uncomfortable because powerful beings usually carried dangerous hidden intentions beneath appearances. The Lion King's terrifying roar shook Sangyan completely, while the bearded ruler loudly apologized after accidentally releasing overwhelming divine pressure nearby. Among the gathered constellations, Sangyan considered the dark female hunter most dangerous, because she specialized in tracking rule-breaking players worldwide. The bounty hunter constantly monitored dimensional records, searching for players receiving unfair benefits through severe violations against the system's restrictions globally. Sangyan remembered terrifying cases from his previous life, where players disappeared permanently after attracting dangerous constellations and forbidden investigations suddenly. Sangyan honestly hated interacting with constellations because forming contracts with them always created unpredictable risks and future complications afterward. Constantly still, he acknowledged the goddess of luck remained useful because her blessings could dramatically improve his artifact growth and opportunities later. While observing countless divine beings floating above him, Sangyan wondered whether he should pursue even greater power than previously imagined. The mythical constellations possessed unimaginable authority, and only extremely talented players throughout history successfully formed contracts with those transcendent beings. Although Sangyan disliked gambling with dangerous forces, he understood refusing every constellation now would limit his future growth significantly afterward. Sangyan calmly rejected choosing any constellation immediately, shocking the gathered divine beings, watching him from the glowing crimson sky above. The constellations seemed shocked after Sangyan rejected their offers repeatedly, yet he remained completely firm about his personal decision afterward. The Dark Hunter silently watched Sangyan before warning that she would eventually uncover every hidden secret surrounding his mysterious existence. After the constellations disappeared slowly, Sangyan felt uneasy because attracting dangerous divine beings created unavoidable future risks and unwanted attention. Sangyan checked the time carefully and realized another dimensional rift would soon appear somewhere within the nearby city district tonight. Using knowledge from his previous life, Sangyan predicted the next monsters would be dangerous kobold packs emerging from the upcoming rift. Instead of avoiding danger, Sangyan became excited because defeating powerful monsters early would greatly accelerate his growth and future opportunities. Sangyan carried the fated greatsword confidently while preparing himself mentally for several difficult combat runs during the entire upcoming day. Despite understanding the dangerous workload ahead, Sangyan smiled confidently because he wanted mythical constellations to eventually notice him seriously afterward. He arrived near Jamsil Station's quest area, where the Korean Player Association managed dimensional rifts and monitored dangerous monster activity constantly. Inside the Player Association Bureau, an employee calmly answered emergency calls, while continuing routine work related to dimensional gate investigations nearby. Moments later, the woman suddenly reacted with complete shock after hearing unexpected information through the connected communication device immediately afterward there. Her expression changed dramatically as she realized the report involved something extremely serious happening within the monitored dimensional rift zone nearby. The Bureau's atmosphere became tense instantly, because emergency situations involving dimensional rifts often resulted in massive casualties and dangerous monster outbreaks. Sangyan continued approaching the quest area calmly, completely unaware of the panic currently spreading inside the Korean Player Association headquarters nearby. Meanwhile, the association employee remained frozen with disbelief, while alarms and urgent reports continued appearing rapidly across nearby monitoring equipment screens. Emergency alarms suddenly activated after a dangerous dimensional rift appeared near Exit, one of Bupyeong Station unexpectedly during nighttime operations. The association employee immediately ordered every available combatant nearby to mobilize, because the dangerous situation escalated extremely fast without warning. While requesting emergency reinforcements, the employee received shocking information that somebody was already fighting monsters inside the dangerous rift alone. The nearby hunters confirmed an unknown player had entered the battlefield first and was already attacking dangerous monsters independently without support. Despite warnings about extreme danger, the mysterious player continued fighting aggressively while purple energy exploded violently throughout the dimensional battlefield nearby. After witnessing the intense battle personally, the hunters realized the unknown fighter surprisingly did not appear overwhelmed or truly endangered whatsoever. A massive purple rift opened above the city decades after the Great Breakdown. Monsters immediately crossed into the human world violently. Terrified civilians fell, while beast-type monsters rushed through the unstable gap. The disaster spread before hunters could organize proper resistance. One wolf-like monster suddenly sensed someone nearby. The creature turned carefully after hearing movement hidden within the chaotic battlefield darkness. Sangyan calmly faced the wounded monster without fear. Unlike ordinary people, he already understood the appearance of dangerous dimensional rifts. His confident expression revealed memories from another timeline. Sangyan remembered every important moment connected to the catastrophe and artifact system, clearly. 10 minutes earlier, Sangyan had already arrived near the station exit. He prepared himself before the dimensional rift completely appeared publicly. Sangyan suddenly noticed familiar energy gathering nearby. Purple particles spread through the air exactly like they had during his previous lifetime. He carefully observed the growing distortion while nearby civilians ignored the danger. Sangyan immediately recognized the exact origin point of disaster. The dimensional rift slowly formed beside the station platform. Sangyan remembered this tragedy perfectly because countless innocent civilians previously died there. During the previous timeline, monsters violently slaughtered civilians after emerging from the unstable rift. The sudden attack caused nationwide panic immediately afterward. Sangyan stared seriously toward the forming portal while remembering the victims. He returned through regression specifically to prevent another meaningless massacre here, although the painful memories remained vivid. Sangyan felt relieved after regressing successfully. This time, he possessed knowledge capable of changing everything completely. Sangyan remembered growing up inside an orphanage without knowing his parents. Despite loneliness, the orphanage children still became his precious family members. After the dimensional disaster, the peaceful orphanage memories disappeared forever. Blood-covered photographs remained as painful reminders of everyone he previously lost there. Watching innocent people suffer during the catastrophe changed Sangyan deeply. He believed the dead deserved remembrance, not abandonment after their tragic sacrifices. A mysterious woman's voice echoed inside Sangyan's memories, while he focused entirely on surviving the dangerous dimensional rift battlefield tonight. Sangyan charged fearlessly toward approaching monsters, while remembering his true objective. Preventing future tragedies mattered far more than personal strength alone. The battlefield quickly became surrounded by violent, wolf-type monsters, emerging from the dimensional rift. Sangyan calmly prepared himself against overwhelming enemy numbers. The wolf monsters suddenly became intimidated after sensing Sangyan's artifact effect. Their instincts recognized his overwhelming dominance, despite resisting partially through moonlight. Dark energy exploded around Sangyan, while terrified monsters hesitated nearby. He confirmed his intimidation ability still worked successfully against beast-type enemies there. Although satisfied temporarily, Sangyan noticed the intimidation effect remained weaker than expected. He immediately analyzed environmental conditions affecting his artifact abilities carefully. Sangyan realized the hidden moon behind heavy clouds weakened his authority greatly. The monsters resisted because they could not completely submit themselves. Instead of worrying, Sangyan viewed the resistance positively. Stronger enemies provided perfect opportunities for testing newly acquired combat abilities and artifact skills. The enraged wolf monsters recovered slightly from intimidation before charging again. Sangyan maintained complete focus while preparing another powerful counterattack immediately afterward. Sangyan leaped high above the battlefield and attacked aggressively. He used the dangerous situation to examine his movement-based combat techniques thoroughly. A hidden movement skill activated during the aerial attack sequence. The technique increased mobility dramatically while enhancing reaction speed against nearby enemies simultaneously. The surviving monster desperately tried escaping Sangyan's assault afterward. However, its fear intensified after witnessing the overwhelming difference between predator and prey clearly. A swirling blue energy sphere suddenly formed before the terrified monster. The creature immediately sensed overwhelming danger approaching directly toward its position rapidly. Sangyan unleashed a devastating energy attack across the battlefield instantly. The powerful impact destroyed nearby enemies while shattering the surrounding ground violently afterward. After the attack ended, Sangyan confirmed another hidden artifact skill successfully activated. The knockback ability greatly improved his battlefield control against multiple opponents simultaneously. Sangyan descended rapidly across the battlefield while monsters surrounded him completely. Purple energy exploded everywhere after his devastating knockback attack activated. The knockback ability pushed multiple wolf monsters away simultaneously. Sangyan quickly realized the charging effect increased the attack's destructive range greatly. After observing the battlefield carefully, Sangyan confirmed his Ho weapon worked efficiently. His luck-related stats also improved his critical attack performance significantly. Several surviving monsters slowly stood again despite receiving critical damage earlier. Sangyan immediately understood the previous strike had not been completely lethal yet. Sangyan smiled confidently before launching another aggressive attack sequence. This time, he aimed specifically for maximum damage against every remaining enemy nearby. While Sangyan continued fighting intensely, a vehicle suddenly approached the battlefield area. Nearby civilians finally noticed unusual movement surrounding the dangerous dimensional rift. A Korean player association hunter named Lee Hun arrived quickly after receiving emergency reports. He immediately searched for the person requesting assistance nearby. Lee Hun encountered an injured civilian woman beside the battlefield entrance. After confirming the monster attack, he instructed everyone nearby to escape safely. Before leaving, Lee Hun suddenly noticed someone familiar approaching quietly. His attention shifted immediately after recognizing the mysterious hunter standing behind him carefully. Another player association hunter named Lee Young cautiously examined the dangerous situation. He believed they should investigate the dimensional rift before advancing recklessly forward. Both hunters suddenly witnessed a massive explosion erupting near the battlefield center. The violent impact shocked them after monsters were launched backward instantly. A surviving wolf monster desperately charged toward the hunters after escaping destruction. The enraged creature attacked wildly despite suffering heavy injuries moments earlier. The monster rushed aggressively toward Li Yang while roaring violently. Its claws and weapon moved directly toward the unprepared hunter's position immediately afterward. Before the attack connected, Sangyan intercepted the monster instantly using overwhelming speed. His weapon blocked the deadly strike directly in front of Li Yang. Li Jung stared silently after witnessing Sangyan's unbelievable combat abilities. The mysterious hunter completely overwhelmed enemies, despite fighting alone against overwhelming numbers previously. Li Hun and Li Young quickly attacked the wounded kobold monster together. Both hunters attempted suppressing the dangerous creature before additional casualties happened nearby. Despite their assistance, Sangyan ordered the hunters not to approach carelessly. He intended handling the remaining monsters personally while testing additional artifact abilities. A special artifact title suddenly activated around Sangyan's body during combat. The enhanced psychological effect greatly increased fear among nearby beast-type monsters instantly afterward. The frightened kobold monsters immediately lost momentum. After sensing Sangyan's overwhelming pressure, their movement slowed, while confusion spread throughout the battlefield rapidly afterward. Sangyan calmly observed the monster's reactions while continuing his experiment carefully. He confirmed psychological fear effects worked efficiently against weaker beast-type enemies nearby. Blue energy surged violently around Sangyan before another destructive attack erupted outward. The battlefield shook heavily after the powerful strike connected directly with enemies. One surviving monster received direct damage after Li Hun launched a coordinated attack. Sangyan acknowledged the successful strike while maintaining control over the battlefield. Li Hun and Li Young stared speechlessly toward Sangyan afterward. His overwhelming combat ability completely surpassed expectations for an unidentified independent hunter fighting alone there. After the battle settled slightly, Li Hun recognized Sangyan's identity immediately. The association hunter finally understood who had eliminated the dangerous monsters so easily. Li Hun sincerely thanked Sangyan. After confirming civilians survived safely without casualties, preventing deaths during a dimensional rift incident was considered nearly impossible normally. Sangyan accepted the gratitude casually while observing the unstable dimensional rift nearby. Deep inside, he felt relieved after successfully changing the previous tragic outcome. While examining the battlefield carefully, Sangyan noticed unusual activity deeper inside the rift. His expression immediately changed after sensing something dangerous approaching silently nearby. Li Hun cautiously questioned how Sangyan predicted the monster's appearance beforehand. Rumors already described Sangyan as an unusually skilled low-level hunter recently emerging publicly. Although Li Young felt nervous about following deeper inside the rift, curiosity overcame fear. Both association hunters wanted witnessing Sangyan's abilities personally during real combat situations. Sang-yin silently agreed before leading the hunters toward the unstable dimensional rift. Internally, he viewed the inexperienced association members as harmless but inexperienced newcomers. Sang-yan and his teammates rushed through Bupyeong Station fissure while monsters suddenly attacked from stairways, ceilings, and dark surrounding corridors. A wolf-like monster jumped toward the group, but Sang-yan immediately killed it quickly while continuing forward without slowing his pace. The blonde hunter struggled, keeping pace beside Sang-yan, realizing the monsters moved unusually fast while chaos continued throughout the fissure. The blonde hunter carefully observed Sang-yan, believing his sharp reactions and battle instincts greatly exceeded ordinary awakened players inside fissures. Another teammate questioned why Sang-yin still looked healthy after exhausting battles that previously injured several hunters during dangerous encounters nearby. Although suspicious, the blonde hunter admitted Sang-yin remained calm and physically stable, despite continuously fighting powerful monsters without proper rest. 30 minutes earlier, Sang-yin's group entered the fissure through a massive purple gate hidden deep inside Bupyeong Station entrance area. Immediately after entering, the hunters sensed strange pressure surrounding the station, causing everyone to become nervous and extremely cautious afterward. The team soon discovered monsters positioned across every upper floor, silently surrounding intruders before launching coordinated attacks from multiple directions simultaneously. Several armed monsters watched from above, growling aggressively while waiting for Sang-yin's group to move deeper into their territory inside station. Sang-yin quickly stepped forward and ordered everyone behind him while preparing himself to block the approaching enemies alone during battle. The monsters immediately unleashed ranged attacks together, filling the station with violent purple strikes and forcing hunters into defensive movements instantly. Sang-yin protected his teammates directly, enduring repeated attacks himself, while sharp magical projectiles continuously struck around his exhausted body painfully. While defending others, Sang-yin realized protecting weaker teammates prevented him from advancing freely or fighting efficiently against surrounding enemies nearby. Sang-yin silently reconsidered his decisions, understanding survival inside dangerous fissures required abandoning hesitation and becoming stronger without unnecessary burdens afterward. Sang-yin forced himself forward, enduring painful attacks while reminding himself surviving brutal situations remained necessary for becoming stronger afterward. A kobold warrior suddenly charged toward Sang-yin aggressively, raising its weapon while growling loudly across the dark station hallway nearby. Sang-yin reacted instantly and counterattacked fiercely, surprising surrounding monsters before they could properly understand his sudden movement speed during combat. Another kobold prepared attacking carelessly, believing Sang-yin remained distracted while continuously fighting several enemies surrounding him from every direction nearby. Sang-yin suddenly appeared behind the monster and struck immediately, exploiting its opening before delivering another devastating attack without hesitation afterward. A strange glowing artifact activated during battle, releasing powerful energy waves that violently pushed nearby monsters across the station floor instantly. After defeating several enemies, Sang-yin reached the second floor while remaining cautious about hidden monsters waiting deeper inside the dangerous fissure. Sang-yin briefly relaxed after reaching higher ground, believing his group successfully escaped the overwhelming number of monsters chasing them previously below. Suddenly, a gigantic armored monster crashed downward from above, destroying the floor violently and shocking Sang-yin with its terrifying appearance immediately. Sang-yin narrowly avoided the deadly impact, sliding backward quickly while realizing the monster possessed overwhelming strength far beyond ordinary kobold enemies. He immediately identified the enormous creature as a kobold champion, a dangerous boss monster rarely appearing on early fissure floors. Normally, Sang-yin understood the situation becoming extremely dangerous, because powerful boss monsters usually guarded deeper areas instead of higher floors nearby. The kobold champion raised its massive shield aggressively, releasing terrifying pressure while staring directly toward Sang-yin inside the destroyed battlefield area. The monster charged forward violently, forcing Sang-yin backward, while its enormous shield destroyed everything standing across the station corridor nearby. Sang-yin realized ordinary attacks remained useless against defensive monsters like kobold champions, forcing him reconsider his fighting methods immediately afterward. Sang-yin concentrated completely, deciding overwhelming damage remained necessary because allowing the kobold champion's attack connect meant immediate defeat afterward. He swung his enormous sword fiercely, releasing destructive force powerful enough to break through the kobold champion's heavy defensive stance instantly. The attack sliced directly across the battlefield, shocking Sang-yin after witnessing the monster's massive body collapse, far easier than expected afterward. Sang-yin stared silently at his weapon, surprised its destructive power completely overwhelmed the kobold champion's famous defensive abilities during combat moments. He realized the mysterious greatsword of fighting spirit possessed strength beyond his current physical limitations, despite lacking necessary requirements completely still. Nearby kobolds froze nervously after watching their strongest warrior defeated instantly, causing confusion and fear spread among remaining monsters nearby afterward. Sangyan stood among defeated monsters calmly, finally understanding the terrifying combat potential hidden within the greatsword of fighting spirit completely afterward. The surviving hunters watched from below anxiously, after hearing another violent roar echo throughout the fissure's upper station floors nearby. Suddenly, as silence returned afterward, glowing artifacts suddenly appeared beside defeated kobolds, confirming valuable rewards remained hidden throughout dangerous fissure battles everywhere. Sangyan immediately noticed rare artifact boots dropped nearby, recognizing their usefulness for increasing movement speed during future dangerous battles. Afterward immediately, remembering rumors about kobolds collecting rare treasures obsessively, Sangyan decided equipping those artifacts immediately would greatly improve raid efficiency afterward. After wearing the artifact boots, Sangyan noticed they perfectly matched his movements naturally, while enhancing his speed and balance considerably afterward. Standing above the battlefield, Sangyan calmly examined the destroyed station floor while preparing himself carefully for deeper exploration inside the fissure. Below him, exhausted hunters slowly recovered among monster corpses, shocked by the brutal fighting and overwhelming destruction surrounding them afterward everywhere. The blonde hunter admitted the monsters fought far more intelligently than expected, realizing the fissure remained increasingly dangerous moving forward afterward. Sangyan calculated the raid rewards carefully, realizing collected artifacts and monster ranks already guaranteed enormous profits from this dangerous fissure raid. After defeating powerful kobolds, Sangyan gained the special title Clever Hunter, restoring stamina whenever defeating larger enemies during battles afterward. Suddenly, Sangyan sensed a horrifying aura nearby, immediately realizing the true master controlling Bupyeong fissure finally revealed itself afterward nearby. Following the strange red energy carefully, Sangyan discovered the hidden treasure chamber belonging to the mysterious Kobold King deep underground nearby. Entering the chamber slowly, Sangyan became speechless after witnessing mountains of gold and countless treasures, filling the enormous underground room completely. Greed immediately consumed Sangyan's thoughts, causing him briefly forget previous worries, while considering collecting every valuable treasure nearby immediately afterward. Before Sangyan approached the treasure completely, a hidden kobold suddenly launched a violent sneak attack directly toward him, unexpectedly afterward nearby. The attack exploded across the chamber floor violently, but Sangyan narrowly escaped critical injuries by reacting quickly during the dangerous ambush. Realizing enemies deliberately waited beside the treasure chamber, Sangyan immediately prepared himself carefully for another deadly battle afterward nearby again. The hidden kobold growled aggressively while watching Sangyan carefully, clearly waiting patiently for intruders, distracted by treasure surrounding the chamber nearby. Sangyan immediately recognized the familiar attack pattern, understanding kobolds repeatedly created traps before ambushing careless hunters during raids afterward nearby. Without hesitation, Sangyan counterattacked fiercely and swung his massive sword hard enough, forcing the hidden kobold backward instantly afterward violently. Sangyan looked shocked after realizing the hidden enemy successfully dodged his close-range attack, despite his overwhelming combat strength previously displayed. During the fierce battle, Sangyan finally understood the kobolds, intentionally guided him deeper into the treasure chamber trap. Throughout everything previously, a gigantic monster suddenly revealed itself completely, introducing the terrifying final boss known as the Emperor Kobold King dramatically afterward nearby. The Emperor Kobold King glared towards Sangyan fiercely, while releasing terrifying pressure powerful enough shaking the entire underground treasure chamber violently afterward. Sangyan immediately realized ordinary monsters intentionally stalled him earlier, while their king patiently waited inside the hidden treasure chamber nearby silently. Despite the overwhelming pressure surrounding him, Sangyan calmly raised his sword again, and prepared confronting the final boss directly afterward courageously. Sangyan twisted through blazing attacks while the armored kobold commander launched violent flames across the collapsing underground battlefield during combat. Sangyan noticed the monster accelerating suddenly, forcing him backward before explosive energy shattered nearby stone pillars, completely with brutal force. After narrowly surviving the collision, Sangyan activated full charging immediately, gathering concentrated power around his reinforced mechanical spear for retaliation. Sangyan dodged another deadly strike carefully, realizing the flaming projectile would have pierced directly through his entire torso without hesitation. The enraged kobold commander chased Sangyan aggressively across ruined ground, while smoke and burning debris surrounded their desperate confrontation continuously. Sangyan gritted his teeth nervously before tightening his grip, preparing another calculated counterattack against the pursuing monster. Immediately inside battle, the Kobold commander released terrifying pressure throughout the chamber, revealing overwhelming strength that disturbed Sangyan's battle instincts immediately during combat. Red energy erupted nearby while another hunter warned Sangyan hurriedly, sensing dangerous magical activity approaching rapidly from underground tunnel passages. The gigantic Kobold King suddenly appeared before terrified hunters, releasing monstrous roars that froze everyone surrounding the battlefield instantly nearby. A massive crimson aura covered the Kobold King completely, causing overwhelming fear and immobilizing nearby hunters through oppressive magical domination. Sangyan's companion struggled helplessly against the terrifying pressure, unable to move while staring toward the monstrous ruler fearfully during combat. Sangyan immediately recognized the abnormal situation. Understanding the Kobold King possessed abilities surpassing ordinary dungeon bosses completely already before him, Sangyan launched himself directly toward the Kobold King fearlessly, spinning through violent flames while maintaining precise control completely during combat. Refusing intimidation completely, Sangyan activated recovery skill successfully, removing overwhelming status effects, before continuing his relentless offensive assault against enemies. The Kobold King roared furiously after witnessing Sangyan's resistance, realizing the hunter remained determined, despite overwhelming danger everywhere inside battle. Sangyan attacked the Kobold King directly, slashing violently, while dark blood scattered across the battlefield during their dangerous close-range confrontation. The Kobold King resisted Sangyan's Demon Bash skill completely, using overwhelming resistance to endure the powerful artifact attack, without collapsing immediately. Sangyan realized recovery removed overwhelm successfully, but the monster's defensive resistance prevented his strongest offensive ability from penetrating completely afterward. Sangyan carefully observed two exhausted level 100 hunters struggling helplessly under the Kobold King's terrifying overwhelm pressure from nearby battlefield ruins. The exhausted hunters barely maintained consciousness, while gripping their weapons desperately against the oppressive magical force crushing their movements continuously during battle. Sangyan smirked confidently after understanding the Kobold King's strength exceeded the Goblin Lord he hunted previously inside another dangerous dungeon raid. Sangyan decided immediately to steal the Kobold King's overwhelm ability, rushing fearlessly toward the gigantic monster without hesitation despite overwhelming danger nearby. Dark energy surged violently around the Kobold King while countless corrupted spears materialized overhead, preparing devastating attacks against Sangyan during combat immediately. Sangyan widened his eyes sharply after recognizing the enormous magical barrage descending rapidly toward his position from every direction simultaneously above him. The Kobold King unleashed indiscriminate magical attacks everywhere, forcing Sangyan into constant evasive movements, while explosions shattered surrounding structures continuously nearby during combat. Sangyan blocked several attacks carefully, using his reinforced weapon, but the Kobold King continued overwhelming him with relentless magical pressure repeatedly afterward. The Kobold King floated above the battlefield confidently, covering its burning body with violent dark energy while pursuing Sangyan aggressively through destroyed ruins. Sangyan analyzed the battle calmly, realizing the Kobold King intentionally maintained distance, while forcing prolonged combat through endless magical pressure attacks continuously. He remembered the monster's overwhelm cooldown recovered faster than his recovery skill, creating an extremely dangerous disadvantage during prolonged confrontation against the boss. Sangyan understood immediately he could never survive an extended battle, deciding aggressive action remained his only possible chance for victory. Afterward, Sangyan attacked the Kobold King directly, slashing violently, while dark blood scattered across the battlefield during their dangerous close-range confrontation. The Kobold King resisted Sangyan's Demon Bash skill completely, using overwhelming resistance to endure the powerful artifact attack, without collapsing immediately. Sangyan realized recovery removed overwhelm successfully, but the monster's defensive resistance prevented his strongest offensive ability from penetrating completely afterward. Sangyan carefully observed two exhausted level 100 hunters struggling helplessly under the Kobold King's terrifying overwhelm pressure from nearby battlefield ruins. The exhausted hunters barely maintained consciousness while gripping their weapons desperately against the oppressive magical force, crushing their movements continuously during battle. Sangyan smirked confidently after understanding the Kobold King's strength exceeded the Goblin Lord he hunted previously inside another dangerous dungeon raid. Sangyan decided immediately to steal the Kobold King's overwhelm ability, rushing fearlessly toward the gigantic monster without hesitation, despite overwhelming danger nearby. Dark energy surged violently around the Kobold King while countless corrupted spears materialized overhead, preparing devastating attacks against Sangyan during combat. Immediately, Sangyan widened his eyes sharply after recognizing the enormous magical barrage descending rapidly toward his position from every direction simultaneously above him. The Kobold King unleashed indiscriminate magical attacks everywhere, forcing Sangyan into constant evasive movements, while explosions shattered surrounding structures continuously nearby during combat. Sangyan blocked several attacks carefully using his reinforced weapon, but the Kobold King continued overwhelming him with relentless magical pressure, repeatedly afterward. The Kobold King floated above the battlefield confidently, covering its burning body with violent dark energy while pursuing Sangyan aggressively through destroyed ruins. Sangyan analyzed the battle calmly, realizing the Kobold King intentionally maintained distance while forcing prolonged combat through endless magical pressure attacks continuously. He remembered the monster's overwhelm cooldown recovered faster than his recovery skill, creating an extremely dangerous disadvantage during prolonged confrontation against the boss. Sangyan understood immediately he could never survive an extended battle, deciding aggressive action remained his only possible chance for victory. Afterward, Sung Jinwoo endured the monster's attacks calmly while restored health protected him. Golden coins scattered wildly across the battlefield everywhere. Jinwoo activated his strengthening skill, increasing speed and power instantly. Dark energy surrounded him as the monster hesitated nervously nearby. Using knockback burst, Jinwoo released a massive shockwave forward. Flying coins struck the monster violently, like dangerous shotgun bullets everywhere. The nearby hunters watched the battlefield in complete shock. Jinwoo's attack created destruction powerful enough to overwhelm experienced fighters instantly. One hunter realized Jinwoo's combat instincts exceeded normal limits. Every movement during battle perfectly countered the monster's dangerous attacks continuously. Jinwoo calmly walked through burning debris while crackling energy surrounded him. The wounded beast struggled painfully but refused, collapsing completely afterward. The injured monster slowly stood again, despite heavy wounds covering its body. Rage alone forced the terrifying creature forward toward Jinwoo. The beast acknowledged Jinwoo's persistence after surviving countless attacks repeatedly. Both fighters silently prepared themselves, while destruction surrounded the battlefield completely. Jinwoo lowered his stance confidently and tightened his weapon grip firmly. Fear never appeared on his face before continuing battle again. The monster charged aggressively and swung its massive weapon downward violently. Jinwoo blocked perfectly, creating powerful shockwaves throughout the battlefield instantly afterward. The beast continued attacking wildly, while relying purely on brute strength. Jinwoo dodged smoothly and searched carefully for defensive weaknesses nearby continuously. Finding the perfect opening, Jinwoo counterattacked with a deadly slash. Immediately, dark blood exploded outward, while the monster staggered backward painfully afterward. The wounded beast roared furiously and launched another desperate attack forward. Jinwoo reacted instantly, while maintaining complete control throughout the fierce battle. Blue energy surrounded Jinwoo's weapon as he blocked successive strikes continuously. The monster's overwhelming strength slowly failed against Jinwoo's superior reactions afterward. Jinwoo delivered another devastating slash that deeply wounded the creature permanently. The monster collapsed violently while blood scattered across the ruined battlefield. The burning beast collapsed inside the dungeon while blazing fragments scattered everywhere, after Sangyun delivered his overwhelming finishing strike successfully. Golden system messages surrounded Sangyun, announcing tremendous level increases and granting the rare title called Before the Drink Goes Cold. Sangyun examined the mysterious title description carefully, realizing ancient warriors once slaughtered enemies quickly before finishing their alcoholic drinks completely. After collecting himself, Sangyun finally noticed several powerful artifacts nearby, shining brightly across the treasure-filled battlefield beneath him. Inside, excitedly, the talisman, boots, and necklace possessed dangerous abilities, yet Sangyun immediately understood their usefulness for future battles and survival strategies. Sangyun crouched beside the artifacts, planning to consume them later because absorbing unfamiliar powers recklessly remained extremely dangerous currently anyway. Suddenly, distant hunters shouted Sangyun's name repeatedly while panic spread rapidly throughout the collapsing dungeon corridor behind everyone without warning. One exhausted hunter warned that the dimensional rift was closing already, forcing surviving explorers toward the remaining escape path immediately. Sangyun turned around nervously after hearing the warning, finally realizing the dungeon atmosphere had become unstable and strangely distorted suddenly. At first, Sangyun dismissed their concerns arrogantly because cleared rifts normally disappeared automatically after hunters defeated every monster inside completely. However, Terrifying realization struck Sang-hyun immediately when he remembered countless treasures, still scattered carelessly throughout the enormous chamber below uncollected. Greed overwhelmed Sang-hyun as glowing treasure chests and priceless artifacts reflected brightly across endless mountains of golden coins nearby temptingly. While companions escaped desperately toward the shrinking portal, Sang-hyun hesitated painfully, because abandoning valuable artifacts felt completely unbearable emotionally today. Outside the rift, nervous bystanders watched enormous purple energy erupt violently above the station, while emergency hunters prepared defensively nearby. Moments later, brilliant purple light released two silhouettes from the collapsing portal, leaving shocked witnesses staring silently toward Sang-hyun outside. Outside the collapsing rift, nearby civilians celebrated excitedly after witnessing surviving hunters successfully return alive from the dangerous dimensional battlefield safely. Their excitement quickly disappeared when everyone noticed Sang-hyun walking silently, while carrying enormous treasures through the unstable purple dimensional energy. Sang-hyun lowered his exhausted gaze awkwardly because surrounding hunters stared strangely after witnessing his unbelievable amount of collected artifacts outside. A reporter from Player magazine approached Sang-hyun immediately, sensing an incredible story behind the young hunter emerging from the dangerous rift. The interviewer praised Sang-hyun publicly for helping rescue trapped hunters and protecting everyone during the catastrophic dungeon collapse incident successfully yesterday. Sang-hyun became completely confused after hearing himself described as a heroic savior because greed motivated his dangerous actions inside, mostly instead. Meanwhile, inside Player Town's massive training hall, several stone golems awakened simultaneously across the combat arena for scheduled mock battles today. Cho Lei-hyun, ranked 8th nationally and famous for overwhelming combat ability, prepared calmly, while instructors observed her movements carefully nearby silently. Without hesitation, Cho Lei-hyun charged toward the massive golems confidently, beginning the brutal mock battle before every gathered spectator inside dramatically. Cho Lei-hyun moved swiftly around attacking golems while sharp blue energy trails surrounded her weapon during continuous high-speed strikes, relentlessly everywhere. Her powerful attacks shattered thick stone armor instantly, causing gigantic rock fragments to explode violently across the arena floor, repeatedly afterward. Even after suffering devastating damage, one surviving golem continued moving slowly beneath broken debris, while glaring toward Cho Lei-hyun aggressively still. Cho Lei-hyun exhaled calmly while spinning her weapon skillfully, maintaining perfect balance after overwhelming several giant golems without visible exhaustion completely. Suddenly, countless glowing blue attack lines descended rapidly throughout the battlefield, trapping remaining stone monsters within unavoidable destruction instantly below helplessly. The entire arena shook violently as Cho Lei-hyun's devastating finishing technique crushed every surviving golem beneath overwhelming destructive force completely afterward. Cho Lei-hyun destroyed the remaining golems completely, but several shattered stone fragments continued collapsing loudly throughout the exhausted training arena afterward. After finishing the mock battle, Cho Lei-hyun calmly admitted she pushed herself dangerously because she feared forgetting today's intense sensation completely afterward. Cho Lei-hyun remembered Sang-hyun constantly afterward, regretting not requesting his personal contact information before leaving the battlefield behind previously forever. Latter television news reported a dangerous dimensional rift appearing unexpectedly near Bupyeong Station, before suddenly being cleared by one mysterious hunter alone. Cho Lei-hyun immediately became interested after hearing details regarding the unknown hunter, because the circumstances resembled Sang-hyun's unusual abilities greatly already. When reporters revealed interview footage from the mysterious survivor, Cho Lei-hyun's expression changed instantly after recognizing Sang-hyun, appearing nervously on screen immediately. During the interview, Sang-hyun awkwardly explained he simply acted naturally during the crisis while avoiding unnecessary attention from surrounding reporters carefully. Cho Lei-hyun watched silently nearby, surprised because Sang-hyun appeared far humbler publicly than during their previous dangerous encounter together inside previously. Meanwhile, another reporter compared Sang-hyun against a famous high-level monster hunter, creating heated public discussion throughout nearby broadcasting stations immediately afterward. Cho Lei-hyun listened carefully while analyzing Sang-hyun's interview deeply, noticing unusual confidence hidden beneath his humble public behavior during questioning carefully. She suspected Sang-hyun possessed either a powerful constellation contract or an extraordinary combat master secretly guiding his rapid development behind scenes. However, Cho Lei-hyun considered another possibility entirely, believing Sang-hyun resembled someone directly contracted with an overwhelming godlike existence, instead mysteriously. Elsewhere, a white-haired player activated an ability called Gap of Unconsciousness, while intense blue energy surrounded his focused expression completely silently. The mysterious player explained that modern hunters relied heavily upon status windows, causing many fighters to stop improving naturally afterward completely. As powerful enemies emerged worldwide, experienced fighters realized countless warriors possessed terrifying monster-like appearances once humanity entered the age of players. The narrator explained that humanity abandoned old combat stereotypes after stronger monsters appeared continuously throughout the dangerous age of awakened players worldwide. During endless battles, warriors eventually discovered specialized combat styles, leading many hunters toward extreme paths focused entirely upon personal survival strategies. One swordsman changed weapon combat forever, after obtaining extraordinary dexterity, allowing him to dominate nearly every battlefield situation effortlessly afterward. The legendary swordsman became famous as an all-rounder warrior because his flexible combat style adapted perfectly against different dangerous enemies everywhere. Although Song-hyun previously ignored such balanced fighting methods stubbornly, he now regretted limiting his growth during his former unsuccessful lifetime greatly. Determined to improve completely, Song-hyun prepared to absorb several powerful artifacts immediately, while searching desperately for the strongest possible combat results afterward. Suddenly, magical energy transformed into luxurious dishes, presenting mushroom soup and black pepper steak, inspired by defeated kobold monsters nearby beautifully. The white-haired player examined the strange meals curiously, while wondering whether the kobold king regularly consumed expensive dishes like these previously. Despite initially believing efficient warriors ignored unnecessary pleasures, the white-haired player realized experienced fighters understood food surprisingly well. After all, eventually, after noticing only 2 dishes available, the white-haired player questioned the situation carefully, while strange purple energy floated around the table. Moments later, another bizarre meal appeared suddenly, revealing seasoned orange larvae harvested directly from dangerous kobold swamps beneath horrifying magical smoke. The white-haired player immediately regretted asking additional questions after seeing disgusting insect cuisine materialize before him unexpectedly beside the luxurious meals, silently. Sang-yin drove through the city confidently, enjoying his expensive car after deciding to spend money carefully on useful artifacts only. While driving comfortably, Sang-yin remembered riding crowded public transportation previously and attracting uncomfortable attention from strangers during busy commuting hours. The embarrassing experience convinced Sang-yin never to use public transportation again, especially after becoming stronger and more recognizable among civilians recently. A sudden phone call interrupted Sang-yin's thoughts while driving, making him immediately focus carefully on the important incoming conversation ahead. Sang-yin calmly confirmed receiving instructions regarding Silent Ground's raid schedule, and explained he already contacted staff members before arriving there. After ending the call, Sang-yin realized considerable time already passed since returning alive from the dangerous Rift expedition and continuous training. Inside his training area, broken wooden equipment surrounded Sang-yin, after intense practice sessions focused entirely on improving newly acquired combat abilities recently. Sang-yin felt excited about testing his newly obtained skill during actual combat, because his constant training increased confidence significantly over recent weeks. While driving again, Sang-yin suddenly sensed something unusual nearby, causing his sharp instincts to react immediately toward an unexpected disturbance ahead. Sang-yin noticed severe traffic unexpectedly blocking the streets, despite intentionally avoiding rush hour while traveling toward the scheduled raid location earlier. Traffic controllers redirected vehicles carefully as confusion spread everywhere, making Sang-yin suspect another dangerous rift appearance somewhere within the crowded downtown area. Growing suspicious, Sang-yin observed the situation seriously from inside his vehicle, while mentally preparing himself for possible sudden combat circumstances nearby. Sang-yin's expression immediately changed after recognizing overwhelming magical energy emerging nearby, far greater than ordinary incidents occurring throughout previous dangerous raids. Outside, reporters, hunters, and government personnel gathered before an enormous blue-dimensional disturbance that suddenly appeared above the crowded metropolitan district. Among the gathered individuals, Sang-yin noticed an unfamiliar man possessing extraordinary presence, making the atmosphere surrounding the dangerous phenomenon increasingly tense. Sang-yin recognized the famous hunter Du Gyung-soo immediately after arriving near the enormous dungeon gate surrounded by overwhelming media attention everywhere. Reporters continuously called toward Gyung-soo, while cameras flashed rapidly, treating the famous swordsman like an international celebrity before countless gathered civilians. Watching from his vehicle, Sang-yin quietly observed the chaotic atmosphere forming around Gyung-soo and the dangerous dungeon entrance nearby today. A female reporter praised Du Gyung-soo's popularity enthusiastically while interviewing him before the raid preparation officially began beside the dimensional portal. Youngsu answered calmly without changing expression, maintaining his cold attitude despite receiving admiration from reporters and nearby fans surrounding the location. The reporter awkwardly continued questioning him about battle strategies, attempting desperately to receive more emotional reactions from the famous hunter afterward. Dong Youngsu finally explained his simple strategy directly, revealing his overwhelming confidence regarding defeating monsters, waiting inside the dangerous dungeon alone. The reporter became visibly fascinated by Youngsu's blunt personality, while nearby cameramen continued recording every movement and expression carefully beside them. Nearby staff members suddenly noticed Sangyeon approaching accidentally with his vehicle, immediately drawing attention toward the unexpected newcomer beside the crowded area. People quickly recognized Sangyeon after his sudden appearance near the event, causing reporters and spectators to react with immediate excitement everywhere. Embarrassed by the growing attention, Sangyeon realized he accidentally exposed himself publicly while watching Youngsu too carefully from his vehicle earlier. Rumors instantly spread among reporters, describing Sangyeon as a challenger, intending to confront Youngsu during the dangerous dungeon raid publicly. One of Youngsu's companions informed him that Sangyeon recently cleared an entire rift alone and possessed remarkably similar swordsmanship techniques reportedly. Youngsu revealed he already knew Sangyeon personally, surprising his companion while quietly observing the approaching hunter from nearby distance afterward. Reporters aggressively questioned Sangyeon about challenging Youngsu publicly, but Sangyeon immediately denied their assumptions, while standing beside his parked vehicle calmly. Sangyeon nervously avoided reporters' questions about his expensive vehicle, while secretly worrying about attracting Youngsu's personal attention unnecessarily today. Standing before the massive dungeon gate, Sangyeon desperately searched for a way to escape the growing public misunderstanding surrounding him quietly. Youngsu suddenly smiled while observing Sangyeon from afar, immediately causing tension and confusion to spread through Sangyeon's thoughts afterward. Sangyeon became unsettled after noticing Youngsu's mysterious smile, wondering whether the famous swordsman considered him an actual future rival already. Although confused, Sangyeon realized witnessing Youngsu personally allowed him to understand the overwhelming difference between their current abilities and experience levels. The two hunters silently faced each other beside the glowing dimensional gate, while surrounding spectators watched the strange atmosphere carefully nearby. Youngsu calmly prepared entering the dungeon after briefly observing Sangyeon, while his companion respectfully followed behind without questioning further intentions afterward. Despite meeting countless ambitious hunters previously, Youngsu sensed something uniquely different about Sangyeon, compared with ordinary talented players around him recently. Youngsu quietly entered the dangerous dungeon portal while believing fate would eventually cause another meeting with Sangyeon somewhere again later afterward. Watching Youngsu carefully, Sangyeon realized the legendary swordsman possessed extraordinary awareness capable of detecting even subtle emotional changes around himself instantly. As the dungeon gate slowly stabilized, Sangyeon silently promised himself he would eventually stand equally beside hunters, like Youngsu someday. The dimensional gate continued glowing intensely while Sangyeon remained standing outside, deeply reflecting upon his future goals and current weaknesses alone afterward. Sangyeon admitted Youngsu existed on another level entirely because the famous hunter displayed absolutely no weaknesses while standing calmly before everyone. Instead of feeling discouraged, Sangyeon became more motivated than before, treating the enormous difference between them as another future challenge ahead. Filled with determination, Sangyeon promised himself he would someday surpass terrifying opponents rapidly, confusing nearby people hearing his strange confident muttering afterward. Raid members argued loudly after learning Sangyeon unexpectedly replaced another scheduled player assigned previously for today's Silent Ground dungeon operation mission. Sangyeon approached the confused group calmly while several members immediately recognized him and welcomed his sudden arrival near the dungeon entrance. A red-haired player criticized Sangyeon harshly, believing inexperienced top-ranked hunters lacked basic battlefield understanding compared with ordinary experienced players recently. Sangyeon quietly felt relieved because his memories remained accurate, preventing the tragic future involving the red-haired player's younger sister from repeating. The energetic red-haired player aggressively demanded Sangyeon's attention, revealing a personality completely different from her timid younger sister afterward nearby. Watching their interaction, Sangyeon internally compared both sisters carefully and realized their personalities contrasted dramatically, despite sharing the same family background. The red-haired player openly expressed frustration towards Sangyeon, believing dangerous situations required stronger cooperation instead of unnecessary authority and pride recently. Sangyeon answered coldly after she questioned him directly, making the surrounding players become nervous from the growing tension between both individuals. Although angry initially, the red-haired player became shocked after Sangyeon firmly corrected her disrespectful attitude before the important dungeon raid began. Ignoring further arguments, Sang Yan instructed everyone calmly before entering silent ground first, while nearby staff members nervously acknowledged his command immediately afterward. The frustrated red-haired player attempted stopping Sang Yan loudly, while other teammates warned her carefully about provoking stronger hunters recklessly again afterward nearby. Without responding further, Sang Yan entered the dark silent ground entrance alone, while feeling increasingly irritated by unnecessary arguments surrounding him earlier today. Inside silent ground, Sang Yan cautiously approached the unstable portal, while observing the abandoned environment surrounding the dangerous dungeon interior carefully afterward alone. A disgusting rotten smell immediately spread throughout the dungeon, confirming Sang Yan's suspicions regarding the large number of monsters hidden deeper inside silently. Suddenly, the ground beneath Sang Yan exploded violently without warning, forcing him backward as an unknown creature attacked from underground unexpectedly below him. A horrifying undead monster suddenly burst from underground, screaming violently, while charging directly toward Sang Yan inside the dangerous silent ground dungeon immediately. After recognizing the creature type instantly, Sang Yan attacked quickly before the undead monster could surround him, alongside hidden nearby enemies lurking silently. The monster's attack activated a special silence curse unexpectedly, temporarily preventing Sang Yan from using his important combat skills during battle afterward. Unable to rely upon abilities, Sang Yan slammed his weapon downward powerfully, while several undead creatures immediately rushed toward him aggressively from every direction. Although surrounded completely, Sang Yan remained calm, because he intentionally trained himself extensively for situations requiring pure physical combat fundamentals. Only previously, enjoying the dangerous challenge, Sang Yan confidently fought the undead monsters directly without skills, trusting his overwhelming combat experience and swordsmanship completely. Scout Team 4 gathered inside Korea Player Association headquarters, reviewing emergency reports while preparing discussions regarding newly awakened hunter Sang Hyan. Lee Gae-hee introduced Shin Sang-yin before nervous scouts, displaying his profile screen while investigators silently observed projected information across room. Several association members immediately recognized Sang-yin, remembering rumors describing his rapid achievements after recently awakening abilities during examinations nationwide earlier. Older scouts compared Sang-yin with Kyung-soo, discussing extraordinary combat records, and questioning how quickly his reputation suddenly expanded among hunters. An Nikyun carefully listened beside other executives, recalling repeated praise from Lee Zhang and Lee Hyun regarding Sang-yin during previous evaluations meetings. The meeting shifted toward skepticism after Shin Min-jae analyzed Sang-yin's public popularity, suggesting media attention exaggerated his actual abilities greatly. Shin Min-jae reviewed detailed documents, explaining Sang-yin's achievements appeared unrealistic, because recent accomplishments exceeded ordinary players' developmental patterns significantly everywhere. Another executive dismissed those concerns, arguing Sang-yin's impressive growth resulted from fortunate circumstances and increasing attention throughout national media coverage. Shin Min-jae suddenly criticized every participant, accusing association members of ignoring dangerous inconsistencies surrounding Sang-yin's unexplained advancement completely until now. Lee Gae-hee interrupted calmly, apologizing briefly before revealing she independently investigated Sang-yin's activities without informing fellow scouts beforehand during missions. The conference room became silent while Lee Gae-hee explained, hidden evidence connecting Sang-yin's unusual growth with dangerous unidentified battlefield incidents. Lee Gae-hee concluded Sang-yin differed entirely from ordinary players, causing experienced scouts to reconsider previous assumptions regarding his mysterious capabilities. Lee Gae-hee displayed comparison charts demonstrating ordinary players reached predictable limits, while Sang-yin's progression continuously surpassed established association standards dramatically. The gathered scouts examined projected statistics carefully, realizing Sang-yin's accumulated skills and titles exceeded normal expectations for recently awakened hunters. As Lee Gae-hee prepared additional evidence, every executive understood Sang-yin represented unprecedented potential, capable of changing future association operations permanently. Lee Gae-hee displayed Sang-yin's projected growth chart, shocking every scout because his statistics exceeded ordinary players by overwhelming margins immediately. Several executives stared silently toward the presentation screen, unable to believe Sang-yin possessed 11 skills and 7 titles already acquired. One scout angrily criticized Lee Gae-hee, insisting her analysis ignored objective scouting principles while exaggerating Sang-yin's dangerous growth potential completely. Lee Gae-hee calmly defended her conclusions, explaining every statement resulted from carefully reviewing verified combat reports and dungeon investigation records thoroughly. She reminded executives about personally meeting Sang-yin's former dungeon allies, gathering direct testimonies regarding his battlefield behavior during dangerous encounters previously. The meeting atmosphere changed completely after another scout, questioned whether Sangyeon possessed unusual characteristics beyond his rapid physical development alone. Lee Gahe explained Sangyeon's battlefield instincts surpassed expectations, describing his movements as terrifyingly precise during high-risk combat situations against monsters. She acknowledged many talented hunters possessed incredible skills, but emphasized Sangyeon demonstrated something fundamentally different compared with ordinary awakened fighters entirely. The room became silent while Lee Gahe suggested Sangyeon's extraordinary abilities originated from unmatched natural combat awareness developed beyond standard training. Combat footage showed Sangyeon eliminating enemies effortlessly, moving across battlefield terrain, while predicting monster attacks with unnatural precision repeatedly throughout battles. Former teammates praised Sangyeon enthusiastically, describing his basic training abilities as unbelievable, compared with experienced hunters already operating several years professionally. Their admiration convinced association members that Sangyeon's growth involved more than talent, suggesting hidden factors strengthened his frightening combat adaptability significantly. Lee Gahe admitted Sangyeon's combat movements resembled techniques polished through countless life-threatening battles, instead of recent hunter awakening experiences alone recently. She explained Sangyeon reacted naturally against monsters, countering attacks instinctively while maintaining calm judgment during dangerous close-range encounters continuously everywhere. The executives finally realized Sangyeon represented an unprecedented hunter, whose instincts and abilities could eventually surpass association expectations beyond imagination entirely. Combat footage revealed Sangyeon charging aggressively through monsters, eliminating enemies continuously while maintaining precise movements across collapsing battlefield ruins everywhere. The scouts observed Sangyeon cutting through enemies effortlessly, realizing ordinary hunters would never survive such overwhelming monster attacks alone previously. Lee Gahe explained Sangyeon adapted instantly during combat situations, making impossible decisions naturally without hesitation, while surrounded by deadly creatures constantly. Additional footage demonstrated Sangyeon gripping his weapon firmly before counterattacking monsters, immediately after recognizing dangerous battlefield openings during chaotic encounters perfectly. One witness described Sangyeon defeating powerful monsters instinctively, acting without confusion despite impossible circumstances threatening surrounding allied hunters severely during missions. The executives noticed Sangyeon never wasted movements, striking enemies efficiently, while predicting attacks before monsters completely finished their offensive actions against him. Another recording displayed Sangyeon escaping deadly ambushes rapidly, surprising observers because ordinary hunters required much greater experience for similar reactions previously. Lee Gahe explained Sangyeon always identified battlefield solutions quickly, adjusting tactics naturally, while monsters continuously attacked from unpredictable directions around him. The conference members silently realized Sangyeon possessed instincts exceeding ordinary human perception, allowing survival against overwhelming enemy numbers repeatedly during dangerous operations. Lee Gahe summarized her analysis carefully, concluding Sangyeon's battlefield awareness resembled foresight because his reactions consistently surpassed logical expectations during combat. She further explained Sangyeon's combat sense already rivaled top-ranked hunters, despite his short experience as an officially awakened player recently nationwide. Based on accumulated evidence, Lee Gahe concluded Sangyeon deserved consideration as an S-rank hunter before completing standard association advancement procedures officially. Meanwhile, Sangyeon continued fighting endlessly across ruined battlefields, expressing frustration toward overwhelming monster populations surrounding dangerous abandoned structures nearby. Constantly. Back inside headquarters, several executives struggled accepting Lee Gahe's conclusions because promoting Sangyeon threatened established association ranking systems significantly afterward. Lee Gahe questioned whether executives truly understood Sangyeon's abilities, warning his terrifying growth already surpassed ordinary scouting comprehension completely beyond expectations. Lee Gahe jokingly suggested Sangyeon possibly regressed through time, causing several executives to immediately criticize her reckless speculation during discussions. The team leader calmed everyone afterward, admitting Sangyeon clearly differed from ordinary players, despite disagreement regarding Lee Gahe's unusual theories completely. Lee Gahe received direct orders monitoring Sangyeon independently, accepting responsibility proudly, while association members continued debating his dangerous future potential afterward. Far away inside ruined territory, Sangyeon walked through destroyed streets while enduring overwhelming smells from monsters and rotting ghoul corpses everywhere. He complained quietly about exhaustion, explaining endless monster appearances made recent battles increasingly difficult, despite surviving numerous dangerous encounters continuously afterward. Recently, Sangyeon suddenly remembered obtaining a forgotten detection ability earlier, realizing he neglected using the valuable skill during previous fights entirely. After activating the detection skill, Glowing signals immediately revealed hidden monster presences, scattered throughout the ruined battlefield surrounding Sangyan nearby constantly. Sangyan became shocked, discovering countless monsters remained alive. Realizing earlier battles failed eliminating every creature hiding inside destroyed structures completely nearby. While searching cautiously, Sangyan noticed a strange floating creature approaching nearby, and wondered whether the unfamiliar being counted as monster prey. The floating creature suddenly exploded violently beside Sangyan, forcing him backward while destructive flames consumed surrounding battlefield debris immediately around him. Sangyan narrowly protected himself from severe injuries, escaping with burns, after reacting quickly against the creature's suicidal explosive attack successfully during battle. Analyzing the encounter carefully, Sangyan concluded nearby magician-type monsters likely controlled those deadly suicide flies throughout ruined territory surrounding him afterward. Sangyan quickly realized exploding suicide flies surrounded him completely, forcing desperate movements while dangerous creatures approached aggressively from every direction simultaneously. Nearby hooded magician monsters calmly observed the battlefield, causing explosions remotely while controlling swarms of deadly suicide flies against Sangyan continuously. The mysterious magicians screeched loudly afterward, preparing another coordinated assault, while Sangyan searched desperately for survival opportunities among surrounding destruction everywhere. Back inside headquarters, Shin Min-jae questioned Li Ga-hee carefully, asking whether Sangyan possessed unique methods, acquiring unusual skills and titles repeatedly afterward. Li Ga-hee admitted considering those possibilities previously, acknowledging Sangyan's rapid accumulation of abilities exceeded normal association expectations significantly beyond standard hunter progression. She remained uncertain publicly but privately suspected Sangyan possessed hidden knowledge, allowing impossible growth patterns ordinary hunters could never replicate naturally. Meanwhile, Sangyan defended himself against exploding attacks successfully, activating a defensive sword skill while surviving overwhelming magical bombardments nearby constantly afterward. The battlefield erupted violently around him, yet Sangyan maintained composure before preparing another counterattack against approaching magician monsters nearby immediately afterward. Li Ga-hee finally concluded Sangyan existed beyond ordinary understanding, describing him as unprecedented player surpassing conventional hunter limitations completely forever. Sangyan quietly questioned his progress after training continuously for 3 exhausting days while studying the artifact system carefully alone. He repeatedly attacked wooden targets, understanding passive skills improved naturally through endless practice, movement repetition, and constant physical conditioning daily. Sangyan realized active skills required special conditions, making ordinary training methods useless, despite his growing combat experience and knowledge afterward. Sangyan remembered most players hid valuable training methods, because obtaining unique active skills depended heavily upon extremely rare personal circumstances. He observed destroyed surroundings calmly, knowing ordinary hunters would never discover these hidden opportunities without overwhelming luck or experience beforehand. Using memories from his previous life, Sangyan confidently searched dangerous locations where rare artifact-related abilities could finally appear naturally nearby. Sangyan discovered the defensive sword skill artifact, learning it generated barriers capable of blocking devastating attacks during dangerous battles temporarily. Far away, hooded undead creatures gathered silently across the ruined battlefield, while dark energy spread throughout the collapsing environment rapidly tonight. A skeletal monster raised purple energy carefully, preparing a destructive magical attack, while smaller flying creatures circled aggressively above nearby ruins. The undead monster launched overwhelming attacks downward, covering the battlefield with violent explosions, while corrupted energy shattered surrounding structures instantly everywhere. Sangyan recognized defensive sword possessed incredible defensive potential, but its severe movement restriction created dangerous disadvantages during fast combat situations. Despite understanding the risks clearly, Sangyan advanced directly toward the explosions, determined to test the artifact skill personally during battle. Massive shockwaves swept across the battlefield violently, while enemies believed their devastating attack completely destroyed everything standing nearby moments earlier. Suddenly, bright blue energy surged forward rapidly as Sangyan activated defensive sword, creating powerful barriers around his advancing body immediately. The undead creatures stared upward in complete shock after Sangyan survived the destructive attack and charged directly through the collapsing battlefield. Sangyan ignored ordinary limitations completely, believing powerful players survived only by breaking established combat rules during dangerous situations repeatedly. The horde of undead mages suddenly activated Inferno simultaneously, gathering terrifying green flames while surrounding the battlefield with destructive magic. Sangyan rushed directly toward the incoming attacks fearlessly, relying upon defensive sword despite overwhelming magical energy spreading across nearby ruins. Undead Mage warned silently that Sangyeon reacted too late, believing the massive spell already guaranteed his complete destruction instantly afterward. Sangyeon activated another artifact skill immediately, accelerating his movement through explosions, while blue defensive barriers protected his advancing body carefully. After the violent clash ended, a mysterious armored figure remained standing quietly within the destroyed battlefield covered by dark smoke. One defeated undead mage collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, while burning fragments scattered throughout the ruined battlefield, surrounding Sangyeon afterward. A glowing purple magic stone suddenly appeared before Sangyeon, confirming the dungeon rewarded stronger enemies with increasingly valuable treasures afterward. Sangyeon carefully examined the high-grade magic stone, recognizing immediately that its enormous market value exceeded 100 million easily. Sangyeon decided temporarily leaving the magic stone behind, planning returning later after completely eliminating every dangerous monster remaining nearby first. Using detection skill carefully, Sangyeon searched deeper inside the dungeon while suspiciously noticing only one monster remained alive afterward strangely. The unexpected result immediately disturbed Sangyeon because countless undead creatures had disappeared completely during the previous chaotic battle. Without explanation suddenly, Sangyeon questioned where the final monster disappeared, realizing something unusual happened while examining the strangely silent battlefield surrounding him carefully. A massive shadowy creature suddenly emerged behind Sangyeon silently, radiating terrifying energy, while preparing another deadly attack from darkness immediately. Sangyeon sensed overwhelming danger instantly, realizing the hidden monster possessed strength completely different from ordinary undead enemies encountered previously nearby. Sangyeon realized the enemy attacked too quickly, leaving almost no time for him to identify the incoming attack direction correctly. Unable to predict accurately, Sangyeon decided trusting instinct completely, preparing defensive sword while observing the Death Knight's sudden movement carefully. The Death Knight slammed powerful purple energy into the battlefield violently, while Sangyeon desperately hoped his defensive decision remained correct afterward. Sangyeon was thrown backward forcefully through collapsing debris before finally understanding why every undead monster disappeared moments earlier. Suddenly nearby, he realized weaker undead creatures escaped immediately because the Death Knight destroyed everything nearby regardless of allies or enemies without hesitation. The terrifying Death Knight advanced silently towards Sangyeon, releasing overwhelming pressure while its dark armor radiated dangerous magical energy continuously afterward. Sangyeon remembered this exact monster from his previous life, recognizing immediately the creature responsible for countless deaths during catastrophic dungeon incidents. Painful memories resurfaced inside Sangyeon's mind, reminding him people precious to him died helplessly during the Death Knight's violent massacre previously. Determined preventing tragedy again, Sangyeon prepared himself carefully while the Death Knight rushed forward with terrifying speed and destructive force immediately. Sangyeon shouted internally that he would never allow history repeating again, while charging directly toward the overwhelming enemy fearlessly afterward. The Death Knight collided against Sangyeon violently, creating massive shockwaves that shattered surrounding debris throughout the ruined battlefield instantly nearby afterward. Although Sangyeon blocked successfully, the Death Knight's monstrous strength forced him backward repeatedly, while his body endured tremendous pressure painfully afterward. Every strike from the Death Knight carried enormous destructive force, making Sangyeon struggle heavily, despite using defensive skills continuously during battle afterward. Sangyeon remembered detailed information about the Death Knight, including its terrifying speed, immense strength, and overwhelming magical combat abilities completely afterward. He realized defeating the Death Knight required exploiting hidden weaknesses carefully, because ordinary attacks would never overcome such overwhelming power directly afterward. Sangyeon remembered the association underestimated Silent Ground completely, believing the dungeon difficulty barely exceeded ordinary level 20 hunting areas previously. The association's greatest mistake involved ignoring the Death Knight's hidden soul buried deeply beneath the dangerous swamp region completely afterward. Sangyeon understood immediately that whenever the Death Knight's soul awakened fully, the dungeon's overall danger increased drastically, beyond expectations instantly. After discovering hidden information previously, the association later classified the Death Knight's true dungeon difficulty between a Fey and S ranks officially. The Death Knight attacked continuously afterward, forcing Sangyeon backward violently, while his body suffered painful damage from repeated heavy strikes constantly. Bleeding heavily, Sangyeon realized his current condition worsened rapidly, and understood clearly that his life remained in serious danger immediately. This time, Sangyeon truly believed death might finally reach him after witnessing the Death Knight standing unharmed before him silently afterward. Lying across broken ground painfully, Sang stared upward quietly while overwhelming exhaustion and frustration consumed his thoughts completely inside afterward. Despite the fear surrounding him, Sang anger slowly replaced hesitation completely, confusing the Death Knight observing him carefully nearby afterward silently. Sang admitted fear controlled him repeatedly whenever danger approached, causing constant self-doubt during life-threatening battles throughout his previous life afterward. He realized continuing those fearful thoughts would prevent meaningful growth forever, keeping him trapped as the same weak hunter permanently afterward. Determined changing himself completely, Sang stood firmly again, while facing the Death Knight directly across the ruined battlefield silently afterward nearby. The Death Knight paused briefly after noticing Sang approach confidently again, despite suffering severe injuries moments earlier during combat. Previously afterward, Sang challenged the Death Knight fearlessly, abandoning hesitation completely, while demanding another direct clash between both powerful fighters immediately afterward nearby. Dark purple energy surrounded the Death Knight once more, signaling another deadly attack, while Sang prepared himself calmly for battle ahead. Inside the frozen ruins, Sang confronted the Death Knight cautiously, while cracked stone pillars surrounded the battlefield with heavy killing intent everywhere. The armored monster released a terrifying growl before suddenly disappearing from sight, forcing Sang to tighten his defensive stance immediately afterward. The Death Knight charged directly toward him with enormous speed, but Sang narrowly evaded the attack while observing the monster's reactions carefully. The Death Knight descended aggressively from above, swinging its massive weapon downward while dark energy exploded violently across the ruined battlefield below. Sang escaped quickly, instead of fighting directly, because his injuries already reduced his remaining health dangerously during the intense encounter inside ruins. While retreating, Sang analyzed the situation calmly and searched desperately for another method to recover health before continuing the dangerous battle ahead. Using his detection ability, Sang discovered numerous monsters gathering deeper underground, while the Death Knight remained separated from the approaching creatures nearby. He immediately understood the monsters avoided confronting the Death Knight directly, and instead moved toward the central chamber, hidden beyond massive prison gates. Sang sprinted toward the sealed entrance confidently, realizing the gathering monsters could become useful tools against the powerful Death Knight chasing him relentlessly. Sang entered the crowded chamber rapidly, while dozens of undead monsters turned toward him after sensing fresh human presence inside their territory immediately. The creatures attacked together violently, but Sang moved between them skillfully while leading the pursuing Death Knight directly into their chaotic formation behind. As the undead forces collided brutally, Sang unleashed swift sword strikes through the confusion and created an opportunity to survive the deadly situation. After defeating several undead monsters, Sang finally recovered part of his health through the Vampire Hunter artifact special regeneration effect immediately. Green energy surrounded Sang wounded body while he realized continuous combat against weaker undead enemies restored his condition far more efficiently. The Death Knight suddenly attacked again with overwhelming force, but Sang reacted quickly while understanding the monster completely lost rational judgment already. Sang escaped deeper underground toward the Silent Ground's deepest area while dragging the enraged Death Knight farther away from previous battlefields behind. After entering another chamber, Sang immediately noticed countless surviving undead creatures waiting silently throughout the massive underground ruins surrounding him completely nearby. Instead of panicking, Sang calmly examined the monsters carefully and realized they could become valuable resources for restoring his remaining health afterward. Sang continued moving carefully, while calculating how much health recovery the undead creatures could provide during the dangerous battle against stronger enemies ahead. The Death Knight suddenly crashed through the chamber entrance violently and pursued Sang relentlessly, despite numerous undead monsters already blocking its direct path. Sang immediately sensed danger after witnessing the Death Knight ignore surrounding enemies completely while focusing only on killing him without hesitation afterward. Immediately, the Death Knight unleashed an enormous purple energy slash that instantly destroyed numerous undead monsters standing directly between Sang and the armored warrior. Sang narrowly escaped the deadly strike while realizing the attack targeted nearby monsters intentionally instead of aiming toward him during chaotic combat there. The surviving undead creatures collapsed everywhere, while the Death Knight advanced slowly through blood and destruction towards Sang without showing exhaustion or mercy. The Death Knight finally understood Sang recovered health through weaker undead monsters and immediately decided to eliminate every possible source remaining nearby afterward. Sang became visibly shocked after recognizing the monster's intelligence, because his recovery strategy completely failed once the undead allies disappeared from battlefield. The Death Knight released another devastating attack upward, while Sangyeon desperately avoided the explosion spreading violently across the collapsing underground chamber around them. Sangyeon prepared his strongest knockback attack confidently after recovering enough health, and finally discovering a temporary opening against the Death Knight nearby. Before Sangyeon released the skill completely, dark swamp energy spread across the battlefield and instantly disabled every active ability surrounding both fighters. The Death Knight exploited the sudden nullification immediately and charged forward aggressively, while Sangyeon realized his combat advantage completely disappeared during battle. Sangyeon still attempted a direct attack desperately, but the weakened strike failed against the Death Knight's overwhelming physical strength and defense entirely. The Death Knight counterattacked violently and launched Sangyeon backward across the ruined chamber, while shockwaves shattered surrounding stone structures nearby instantly afterward. Blood covered Sangyeon's body as he crashed heavily against broken ruins, leaving his remaining health dangerously close to complete exhaustion during combat. Sangyeon realized every recovered point of health vanished instantly after the devastating attack, forcing him into complete despair against the overwhelming enemy nearby. Memories from his painful past resurfaced suddenly, while he struggled desperately beneath collapsed ruins, surrounded by corpses scattered throughout the battlefield, silently nearby. Exhausted completely, Sangyeon questioned whether he could continue fighting anymore, as hopelessness slowly consumed his remaining determination inside the destroyed underground chamber. A dying companion weakly called Sangyeon's name while begging him to bury her beside her younger sister after the rescue team arrived safely. Despite overwhelming grief, Sangyeon desperately encouraged her to survive longer while holding her carefully among the destroyed battlefield, covered with blood everywhere nearby. The wounded woman slowly lost consciousness afterward, leaving Sangyeon horrified as painful memories from his previous failures overwhelmed his exhausted mind completely afterward. Sangyeon suddenly remembered the tragic moment clearly, while staring silently toward the motionless body, resting within the devastated battlefield beneath heavy rain afterward. His expression changed completely after recalling his inability to protect important companions during the disastrous battle from his painful previous life memories. A furious scream echoed across the ruined underground chamber as Sangyeon forced himself upward again, despite overwhelming injuries and unbearable emotional exhaustion afterward. The Death Knight stood silently within the ruined battlefield, while Sangyeon finally accepted his previous obsession with impossible survival had been completely misguided. Memories of repeated failures filled Sangyeon's mind, but he realized enduring endlessly without changing himself only created more painful regrets afterward. Completely, Sangyeon abandoned hopeless thoughts entirely and decided firmly he would never repeat past mistakes or surrender before reaching true victory again afterward. Dark energy spread violently across Sangyeon's body as he activated the psychoedic skill and forced himself back into the deadly confrontation immediately afterward. Instead of fighting for revenge or past promises, Sangyeon accepted his desire to survive alone and focused entirely on defeating the Death Knight. The battlefield trembled as Sangyeon rushed forward rapidly, leaving distorted trails behind while charging directly toward the armored monster without hesitation afterward. Immediately, Sangyeon attacked continuously with unpredictable movements, forcing the Death Knight into close combat while both exchanged relentless strikes throughout the ruined battlefield nearby. Although Sangyeon's physical condition remained unstable, he noticed the Death Knight slowly revealing exploitable weaknesses during their prolonged high-speed confrontation afterward. Immediately nearby, the Death Knight swung its enormous blade downward repeatedly, but Sangyeon adapted carefully and began understanding the monster's combat rhythm more clearly afterward. The Death Knight unleashed another massive dark slash vertically across the battlefield, while Sangyeon barely escaped the devastating attack's destructive range afterward. Immediately nearby, Sangyeon counterattacked instantly during the brief opening and struck the Death Knight directly, while debris exploded violently around both combatants nearby afterward. Immediately, the armored monster roared furiously before charging again with overwhelming force, refusing to retreat despite sustaining visible damage from Sangyeon's relentless attacks afterward. Sangyeon shouted confidently while declaring the Death Knight's attacks could no longer land cleanly against him during their fierce battle afterward. Immediately nearby, using critical strike effects repeatedly, Sangyeon delivered precise blows against the Death Knight, while maximizing every remaining opportunity inside the collapsing battlefield afterward. Nearby, explosions erupted everywhere as both fighters collided continuously, but Sangyeon finally maintained control over the battle's momentum against the monstrous armored warrior afterward. Sangyeon's critical attack power increased dramatically as he delivered a devastating strike that finally forced the Death Knight backward across the battlefield. Blue flames scattered violently from the Death Knight's damaged armor, while Sangyeon stood calmly nearby, watching the monster collapse temporarily afterward silently. Dark energy continued, surrounding Sangyan's exhausted body as he prepared himself carefully, knowing the battle still had not completely ended yet afterward. Sangyan mocked the fallen Death Knight confidently, because he already understood monsters like this never disappeared without revealing another hidden dangerous transformation afterward. Suddenly, blue flames exploded violently around the Death Knight's body, while sacrificial energy strengthened its remaining life force beyond normal limits immediately afterward. Warning messages appeared instantly as the Death Knight's physical abilities increased tremendously, creating overwhelming pressure throughout the ruined underground battlefield nearby afterward. Sangyan recognized the beginning of the Death Knight's final phase while maintaining focus, despite the terrifying energy spreading across surrounding ruins. Afterward immediately, remembering information from previous encounters, Sangyan realized every Death Knight shared one deadly characteristic whenever their health dropped beneath critical levels afterward immediately. The Death Knight activated a self-destruction countdown while releasing enormous blue flames everywhere, preparing to destroy the entire battlefield within 10 seconds afterward. Sangyan watched the wounded Death Knight collapse while blue energy burst violently across the ruined battlefield beneath collapsing debris everywhere. The exhausted hunter slowly stood again, gripping his sword tightly while dark energy surrounded his body and sharpened his killing intent. Sangyan immediately realized the Death Knight survived, intentionally, preparing another deadly phase instead of accepting defeat after heavy damage. The Death Knight activated its hidden ability after reaching critical health, causing terrifying mana waves to spread through the entire area. Sangyan remembered information from his previous life and understood every Death Knight possessed dangerous self-destruction abilities during desperate situations. A glowing countdown began above the monster, while destructive energy gathered rapidly, signaling the beginning of the deadly death game mechanic. The violent explosion pressure pushed Sangyan backward instantly, forcing him to defend himself while debris shattered around the collapsing dungeon corridor. Despite understanding his weakness compared with the Death Knight, Sangyan carefully analyzed the battlefield, instead of escaping in complete panic immediately. The transformed Death Knight charged forward aggressively like a starving predator, treating the injured Sangyan as helpless prey before detonation occurred. Blood covered Sangyan's face, but his eyes remained calm because he already prepared a desperate strategy against the unstoppable enemy nearby. The countdown decreased rapidly while the Death Knight sprinted closer, releasing enormous waves of mana capable of destroying everything surrounding them. Sangyan lowered his body and focused entirely on timing, waiting carefully for the exact second before the monster exploded violently outward. The Death Knight launched another devastating attack, freezing the ground instantly, while sharp ice energy spread throughout the broken battlefield violently. Sangyan narrowly avoided the deadly strike by twisting his injured body sideways while maintaining focus on the monster's unstable core energy. As the countdown nearly finished, Sangyan prepared his final movement, intending to exploit the Death Knight's explosion for survival and victory. The countdown reached 9 seconds while the Death Knight suddenly gathered purple energy and unleashed another destructive magical attack toward Sangyan immediately. Sangyan noticed the monster changing attack patterns unexpectedly, realizing the Death Knight still possessed hidden abilities, despite nearing complete self-destruction already. Purple blades of mana violently crossed the battlefield, while Sangyan narrowly avoided direct impact, and continued observing the monster's unstable movements carefully. The countdown decreased again as Sangyan instantly rejected retreat, forcing his exhausted body forward despite overwhelming danger surrounding the battlefield completely. The Death Knight attacked repeatedly with brutal speed, but Sangyan carefully maneuvered around every strike while preserving enough stamina for survival afterward. The monster released an enraged roar after missing consecutive attacks, causing dark blue flames to erupt wildly from its armored skeletal body. The Death Knight bombarded the area relentlessly, while Sangyan continued enduring pressure, searching desperately for weakness before the countdown finally ended completely. Sangyan realized his body was failing rapidly because overusing mana and movement pushed his muscles far beyond normal human physical limits. Sharp pain crushed Sangyan's lungs during combat, but he continued moving forward because stopping even briefly guaranteed certain death against the monster. Sangyan begged his exhausted body silently for additional strength, while accelerating directly toward the Death Knight, despite continuous explosive attacks nearby constantly. The countdown continued falling rapidly as another violent collision destroyed the surrounding battlefield and launched debris across the shattered dungeon corridor everywhere. Blood spilled from Sangyan's mouth after another impact, but he still forced himself upright while tracking the Death Knight's exact location carefully. The countdown reached 4 seconds while the Death Knight suddenly rushed downward aggressively, attempting to finish Sangyan before self-destruction activated completely. AA system notification appeared instantly, revealing the monster's sword abilities became temporarily disabled after entering close-range combat against Sangyin unexpectedly. Sangyin calmed his breathing despite severe injuries and focused entirely on survival, knowing careful thinking remained his only remaining weapon now. The Death Knight towered over Sangyin while blue flames exploded around its armor, warning him death would come without immediate action taken. Sangyin suddenly rushed forward and swung his sword directly across the monster's body, attempting to interrupt its overwhelming magical pressure instantly. After the violent clash ended, Sangyin finally landed successfully, while the ruined battlefield became completely silent beneath drifting smoke and debris. Sangyin celebrated defeating the ghouls before noticing another survivor approaching calmly through the destroyed battlefield, without showing exhaustion or visible injuries. The mysterious blonde hunter questioned Sangyin's reckless fighting style, while casually observing the destroyed monsters scattered across the surrounding ground nearby silently. Sangyin became confused after hearing her response, because surviving that brutal battle should have been impossible without suffering severe physical exhaustion beforehand. The blonde hunter criticized Sangyin for relying entirely on brute force, instead of using his skills efficiently during dangerous, life-threatening combat situations repeatedly. She explained artifacts and abilities existed to preserve strength during battles, allowing players to survive longer while managing their stamina carefully throughout combat. Despite feeling annoyed by her lecture, Sangyin listened carefully because her calm confidence revealed experience far beyond ordinary low-ranked hunters nearby currently. Sangyin admitted her advice sounded reasonable, though frustration remained visible, because he lacked the strength and rank needed for easier victories currently. The blonde hunter laughed playfully while praising Sangyin's rapid improvement, making him embarrassed despite surviving in extremely dangerous battle moments earlier successfully. Sangyin quietly reflected afterward, realizing he unconsciously treated the mysterious hunter differently compared with every other person he encountered before previously. A recovery skill activated suddenly, healing Sangyin's damaged body and removing the silence abnormality restricting his ability usage during combat completely afterward. Sangyin immediately remembered a movement skill called backstep and activated it while preparing carefully for another dangerous incoming attack nearby instantly. The skill description appeared before Sangyin's eyes while he analyzed its tactical value and planned future combat strategies more efficiently. Afterward carefully, Sangyin desperately avoided another devastating strike, while the countdown reached 3 seconds, and the Death Knight continued charging forward aggressively afterward. The Death Knight roared furiously while unleashing enormous waves of blue energy, forcing Sangyin backward across the collapsing battlefield repeatedly during combat. Sangyin lost balance briefly after another impact, but he immediately forced himself upright, despite overwhelming exhaustion consuming his remaining physical strength rapidly. Sangyin admitted his mana reserves were completely exhausted because repeatedly activating backstep drained nearly every remaining resource available during battle already. The Death Knight suddenly appeared directly before Sangyin and launched another close-range attack while overwhelming magical pressure crushed the surrounding ground violently nearby. Refusing surrender completely, Sangyin extended his hand desperately and counterattacked, while purple energy exploded violently between both fighters during the collision afterward. The countdown rapidly approached 0, while Sangyin struggled to remain standing, because his damaged body could barely continue moving anymore afterward. Painfully blood poured from Sangyin's mouth, while he questioned whether the approaching explosion would become the final thing he witnessed before dying completely alone. Sangyin remembered the Death Knight's detonation range suddenly and realized the monster intended dragging him into the explosion before self-destruction activated completely. The Death Knight floated above Sangyin, while enormous blue flames and violent lightning surrounded its armored body moments before complete self-destruction occurred nearby. Sangyin accepted surviving seemed impossible now, but he still prepared mentally, because abandoning focus before death would disgrace his previous struggles entirely afterward. The Death Knight's body finally cracked apart while unstable energy spread everywhere, signaling the exact moment its destructive self-destruction sequence completely activated violently. Sangyin collapsed onto the ruined battlefield after the explosion ended, laughing weakly because he somehow survived the impossible encounter against overwhelming death alone. System messages appeared instantly afterward, confirming the Death Knight's defeat while enormous experience rewards and multiple level increases flooded Sangyin's status window. Although heavily injured, Sangyin smiled confidently because defeating the Death Knight proved his second life could truly surpass his tragic previous future completely. Despite defeating the Death Knight successfully, Sangyin realized his stamina remained critically low while dangerous side effects continued damaging his exhausted body afterward. Sangyin remembered the lingering psychedelic penalty and understood continuing deeper into silent ground would become extremely dangerous in his current weakened condition. After analyzing his situation carefully, Sang reached a difficult conclusion and prepared himself to remove the dangerous psychedelic status effect immediately somehow. Sang activated psychedelic intentionally once again, because he remembered another method capable of forcefully removing dangerous penalties through extreme mental overload afterward. Violent purple energy exploded around Sang instantly, while unbearable pain overwhelmed his senses and distorted his vision across the ruined battlefield completely nearby. System warnings appeared repeatedly as Sang screamed painfully, realizing abusing psychedelic further could permanently destroy both his body and consciousness entirely afterward. Additional warnings informed Sang that accumulated exhaustion damage became increasingly fatal, making prolonged exposure capable of killing him before reaching safety afterward completely. Sang struggled desperately against fading consciousness, while the massive purple entrance leading towards silent ground continued glowing ominously nearby, silently throughout everything happening. Outside the dungeon entrance, nearby analysts suddenly sensed abnormalities occurring inside silent ground, and immediately became concerned about the dangerous unexpected disturbance detected. Several hunters waiting outside silent ground worried something terrible happened, because Sang should have already returned after entering the dangerous raid zone earlier. One frustrated hunter complained loudly while the others debated responsibility, unable to understand what disaster could possibly continue unfolding inside the dungeon currently. As dust slowly settled across the battlefield, Sang unconscious body finally appeared near the ruined ground, while nearby hunters stared silently afterward, shocked. Sang unconscious body crashed violently inside the ruined dungeon hall, while dark monsters slowly surrounded his fallen position silently nearby. Several beast-like creatures approached carefully through the dust, sensing Sang weak condition and preparing themselves to finish him immediately there. The monsters circled closer around Sang injured body, while cracks spread beneath him from the earlier destructive impact inside ruins. One monster leaned near Sang face and released a disturbing laugh, believing the exhausted player could no longer resist anything. The creature stretched its claws toward Sang head, while blood covered his face and his consciousness weakened further from exhaustion completely. Suddenly, brilliant divine light exploded across the dungeon as the Goddess of Luck appeared directly beside Sang unconscious body unexpectedly. The Goddess of Luck released overwhelming energy toward the monsters, forcing the terrified creatures backward before they could touch Sang anymore. Floating above Sang the goddess looked disappointed while striking his forehead lightly, mocking his pathetic condition after collapsing inside battle again. The goddess silently observed Sang unconscious body afterward, while glowing magical particles illuminated the destroyed dungeon surrounding them quietly during night. The tiny goddess floated proudly through the air while inspecting the silent dungeon, appearing satisfied after driving every dangerous monster away alone. Her expression suddenly changed after noticing something unusual deeper inside the ancient hall where broken debris scattered across stone floors everywhere. The goddess smiled mysteriously after discovering the hidden presence nearby, realizing Sang accidentally encountered another valuable artifact inside dungeon ruins today. Sang slowly regained consciousness beside a massive sword artifact while the glowing goddess hovered quietly near his injured body afterward there. Confused and weakened, Sang opened his eyes before suddenly remembering the dangerous battle and the monsters attacking him earlier inside ruins. Realizing unknown time had passed already, Sang quickly stood up anxiously while checking the dungeon surroundings for remaining enemies and hidden dangers. Sang forced himself upright, despite terrible pain spreading throughout his body, after surviving the Death Knight's overwhelming attack earlier completely. Breathing heavily, Sang realized the aftereffects from the enemy's cursed power damaged him much worse than expected during battle previously. While observing the silent dungeon carefully, Sang suddenly noticed the glowing goddess lying unconscious nearby beside scattered debris and dust quietly. Sang laughed weakly after understanding the Goddess of Luck protected him from death, while exhausting her divine energy completely afterward there. The exhausted goddess floated beside Sang while sleeping peacefully, leaving him confused about everything happening during his unconscious state inside dungeon. Ignoring the remaining confusion temporarily, Sang focused immediately on collecting valuable rewards before dangerous monsters could return to the ruined battlefield. Sang discovered a glowing ring artifact and carefully inspected it while sensing unusual magical energy hidden inside the mysterious object nearby. After reading the artifact information window, Sang realized the silent ring possessed abilities capable of concealing presence from enemies during dangerous situations. Suddenly, system messages appeared before Sang, announcing the Death Knight's defeat and rewarding him with extraordinary experience beyond normal expectations immediately afterward. Sang summoned his status window immediately and stared silently after seeing his level increase far beyond previous achievements during battles before. The status screen displayed level 83 clearly, causing Sangyan's expression to freeze completely from overwhelming disbelief and shock inside dungeon ruins. Staring at the glowing blue screen, Sangyan struggled accepting the impossible growth because his previous timeline never reached such incredible progress quickly. Sangyan remembered defeating the Death Knight previously only raised his level slightly. Unlike this timeline's unbelievable explosive growth afterward during battle. After comparing both timelines carefully, Sangyan realized obtaining numerous artifacts dramatically amplified his rewards and accelerated overall development exponentially, beyond imagination. A confident smile slowly appeared across Sangyan's face as he understood his artifact devouring ability would transform him into an unstoppable hunter soon. Excited by his massive growth, Sangyan shouted confidently inside the dungeon while the exhausted goddess of luck watched him silently nearby. The goddess stared blankly at Sangyan's loud celebration, while strange breathing sounds echoed awkwardly throughout the quiet ruined dungeon hall afterward. Later, Sangyan calmly rested beside a small campfire, finally enjoying peaceful relaxation after surviving countless deadly battles inside dangerous dungeons recently. Sangyan smiled softly while remembering how long it had been since peacefully resting beside warm firelight, deep inside dangerous dungeons again. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck relaxed comfortably beside him, appearing completely unconcerned, despite exhausting enormous divine energy protecting Sangyan earlier there. While staring thoughtfully at the glowing silent ring, Sangyan quietly decided his second life would follow an entirely different path. Now determined to seize destiny personally, Sangyan activated his artifact devouring ability and began synchronizing his mana with the silent ring carefully afterward. Preparation messages appeared immediately before strange glowing bone marrow materialized beside the campfire, shocking Sangyan with its bizarre appearance completely there. Although disturbed by the strange food-like artifact, Sangyan remembered online cooking videos and prepared himself to consume it somehow anyway afterward. Using a spoon awkwardly, Sangyan carefully lifted the glowing meat-like artifact while trying understanding the ridiculous absorption process completely by himself there. Despite feeling uncomfortable about devouring artifacts physically, Sangyan continued examining the strange object before finally accepting the unavoidable situation calmly afterward there. After gathering his courage completely, Sangyan smiled confidently and prepared himself mentally before consuming the bizarre artifact through his devouring ability immediately. System notifications announced the silent ring's successful absorption, while Sangyan happily enjoyed warm meat beside the glowing campfire afterward inside dungeon. The goddess of luck explained Sangyan's rare devouring ability possessed incredible growth potential, making it an exceptionally dangerous and valuable power completely. Hearing the goddess describe hidden player abilities, Sangyan realized his artifact devouring power could eventually surpass ordinary hunters beyond imagination someday. Afterward completely, Sangyan awkwardly smiled after hearing the goddess of luck praise his unbelievable growth-type potential and extraordinary second life opportunities completely there. While listening silently, Sangyan remembered the terrifying legendary hunter Geron Decay, known worldwide as humanity's true unstoppable monster previously everywhere. Although inspired by Geron Decay's overwhelming strength, Sangyan understood his current abilities remained insignificant compared with that legendary figure still now. Sangyan clenched his fist quietly and decided someday he would surpass his limits and reach Geron Decay's overwhelming level completely someday. Turning toward the floating goddess afterward, Sangyan sincerely thanked her for saving his life and guiding his second chance forward patiently. With determined eyes, Sangyan promised himself he would continue growing stronger until even legendary hunters recognized his existence worldwide someday afterward. The goddess of luck suddenly froze after hearing Sangyan's honest determination, while colorful divine energy sparkled brightly around her small floating body. A warm smile slowly appeared across the goddess's face, while Sangyan stared back awkwardly without understanding her emotional reaction completely there. Unable containing excitement anymore, the goddess of luck hugged Sangyan happily while praising his admirable ambition and extraordinary future potential enthusiastically afterward. The goddess of luck continued complimenting Sangyan warmly, while he struggled enduring intense embarrassment and lingering pain from earlier dangerous battles completely. Suddenly, a system notification appeared announcing Sangyan's physical exhaustion and muscle pain completely disappeared after absorbing the silent ring successfully afterward there. Before Sangyan could react properly, the dungeon atmosphere changed instantly as dark red energy spread violently throughout the ruined surroundings nearby. Suddenly, a terrifying crimson portal opened slowly inside the dungeon, while corrupted magical energy overflowed endlessly across the trembling stone floor everywhere nearby. Purple flames erupted violently around a massive armored figure emerging from the portal, while Sangyan immediately sensed overwhelming murderous pressure nearby there. The terrifying enemy revealed itself as the final boss, the weary king, Archlick, causing Sangyeon and the goddess immediate shock afterward completely. The weary king Archlick apologized mockingly after realizing Sangyeon understood human language, revealing surprising intelligence beyond ordinary dungeon monsters. Completely there, purple flames surrounded the Archlick while he calmly admitted endless years of boredom and welcomed Sangyeon's unexpected arrival inside the dungeon today. Although confused by the Archlick's strange personality, Sangyeon quietly appreciated, recovering fully after resting carelessly near the dungeon entrance earlier there. Drawing his massive sword confidently, Sangyeon declared he would defeat the Archlick quickly before the dangerous boss caused greater destruction nearby afterward. The goddess of luck floated nervously beside Sangyeon, while he boldly promised the Archlick would not remain bored during their upcoming battle. Smiling fearlessly toward the overwhelming final boss, Sangyeon prepared himself mentally for another deadly confrontation inside the ruined dungeon hall completely. Sangyeon dodged the Archlick's violent subspace attacks, while countless purple weapons crashed downward, destroying the battlefield around him repeatedly. The Archlick mocked Sangyeon confidently, believing his overwhelming mana and endless magical assaults would eventually exhaust the struggling hunter completely. Sangyeon narrowly escaped another destructive beam attack, realizing the Archlick continuously pressured him without leaving openings for counterattacks during battle. Sangyeon analyzed the Archlick carefully while defending himself repeatedly, understanding the dangerous subspace skill consumed enormous magical power constantly. The floating undead mage summoned endless weapons through swirling portals, forcing Sangyeon backward while draining his remaining stamina and concentration rapidly. Although exhausted, Sangyeon noticed the Archlick relied heavily on repetitive casting patterns, revealing a possible weakness hidden beneath overwhelming magical force. Sangyeon suddenly understood the Archlick intentionally attempted draining enemy mana reserves first, before delivering fatal attacks during prolonged confrontations. The Archlick prepared another massive spell confidently, convinced Sangyeon lacked enough strength remaining to survive another devastating magical bombardment completely. At that moment, dark energy erupted unexpectedly beneath the battlefield, interrupting the Archlick's momentum and surprising both combatants immediately afterward. Sangyeon leaped through the air fearlessly, while shadows stretched beneath him, signaling the approaching conclusion of the brutal confrontation nearby. The Archlick unleashed enormous magical circles filled with destructive energy, attempting one final overwhelming attack against the advancing hunter desperately. Sangyeon remained calm, despite the terrifying magic surrounding him, confidently preparing to finish the battle with overwhelming speed and precision. The Archlick was classified as a dangerous high-ranking undead mage capable of casting advanced spells powerful enough destroying entire battlefields alone. Sangyeon remembered experienced mages normally required both hands controlling mana properly, because complex spells demanded exceptional accuracy and stability during casting. By forcing continuous one-handed casting, Sangyeon successfully weakened the Archlick's precision, creating the perfect opportunity for victory against the undead mage. The Archlick solved its casting limitations by growing multiple undead arms, allowing rapid spell activation without sacrificing destructive magical output completely. Because the Archlick possessed an undead body, it ignored normal physical restrictions and continuously increased casting efficiency during prolonged combat situations. Sangyeon smirked confidently, after understanding the enemy's strategy, realizing victory required only reaching the Archlick before another spell activated completely. Sangyeon immediately charged forward at tremendous speed, aiming directly toward the Archlick while ignoring dangerous magical pressure surrounding the battlefield entirely. The Archlick activated the forbidden language of silence, preventing skill usage and attempting trapping Sangyeon inside overwhelming magical restrictions permanently. Despite losing access to active skills temporarily, Sangyeon continued advancing fearlessly because his true strength no longer depended entirely upon abilities. Sangyeon explained calmly that physical strikes strengthened through mana remained effective, even against powerful enemies protected by advanced magical defenses constantly. The Archlick attempted another devastating close-range spell blast, believing Sangyeon could not avoid the attack within such limited distance anymore. Sangyeon instantly twisted through the explosion's edge, surprising the Archlick before launching another powerful sword strike directly toward the undead mage. The Archlick unleashed flames of extinction desperately, filling the battlefield with violent destructive fire capable of annihilating ordinary hunters immediately afterward. Sangyeon pushed through the burning attacks relentlessly, refusing retreat while continuously closing the remaining distance separating him from the Archlick rapidly. The overwhelming impact of Sangyeon's sword strike finally pierced the Archlick's defenses, causing the undead mage tremendous damage during close combat. Sangyeon admitted luck remained his greatest weapon, because surviving countless impossible situations allowed him reaching this decisive battle successfully against overwhelming enemies. The Archlich collapsed violently after receiving Sangyeon's devastating attack, unable recovering despite its enormous mana reserves and undead regenerative abilities anymore. Standing above the defeated Archlich calmly, Sangyeon forced the shocked undead mage, realizing the battle had already ended beyond recovery completely. Sangyeon revealed he possessed a hidden skill capable of removing silence, shocking the Archlich after witnessing impossible resistance during battle. The Archlich realized too late that Sangyeon had carefully studied his previous battles, combat habits, and mana consumption patterns completely. Sangyeon explained calmly that understanding the Archlich's fighting style allowed him exploiting every weakness hidden beneath overwhelming magical power perfectly. The Archlich finally understood Sangyeon's true mana capacity exceeded previous expectations, completely destroying the calculations supporting its original battle strategy. Despite carefully predicting Sangyeon's limitations earlier, the Archlich realized continuous growth allowed the hunter overcoming impossible physical and magical boundaries repeatedly. Standing victoriously before the collapsing undead mage, Sangyeon declared even weak hunters could continue growing beyond expectations through endless determination alone. After the battle ended, a new skill called mana circulation appeared before Sangyeon, proving his dangerous growth continued progressing steadily afterward. Outside the battlefield, surviving hunters watched the fading magical barrier nervously, while wondering whether Sangyeon escaped the deadly confrontation safely alive. Sangyeon emerged silently from the destroyed battlefield, causing everyone nearby becoming confused and shocked by his calm appearance. After victory completely, reporters immediately surrounded Sangyeon aggressively, asking countless questions regarding the battle, his injuries, and the terrifying magical disaster surrounding everyone earlier. Although exhausted from intense combat, Sangyeon attempted avoiding the overwhelming crowd while struggling against endless questions from excited reporters continuously afterward. Suddenly, Sangyeon noticed something unusual nearby, immediately shifting his attention away from reporters toward an unfamiliar presence watching him silently nearby. Two women observed Sangyeon from the distance calmly, relieved seeing him survive the dangerous battle despite overwhelming odds against the Archlich earlier. As the crowd slowly dispersed around the ruined battlefield, Sangyeon quietly approached while remembering promises and responsibilities left unfinished from his past. Watching the peaceful sunset afterward, Sangyeon smiled faintly, because defeating the Archlich finally allowed him repaying an important personal debt completely. 10 years after awakening, Sangyeon lived isolated from other players, because his artifact-devouring skill prevented forming meaningful relationships with anyone nearby. While wandering alone through the player district, Sangyeon unexpectedly heard strangers inviting him to participate together in an upcoming raid mission. The friendly guild members approached Sangyeon warmly, making him remember how long he spent surviving completely separated from others emotionally afterward. Although the guild welcomed him sincerely, Sangyeon noticed their cheerful atmosphere only deepened the loneliness buried within his exhausted heart further. Despite secretly wanting companionship and security, Sangyeon rejected their offer immediately because pride prevented him relying upon weaker, inexperienced players nearby. Sangyeon believed his decade of survival experience surpassed ordinary standards, causing him underestimating the importance of trust and cooperation completely afterward. Because of that arrogance, Sangyeon eventually faced death alone inside a ruined dungeon after making dangerous decisions without reliable companions nearby anymore. A swordswoman suddenly appeared before Sangyeon during the crisis, saving his life after courageously following him deep into the deadly dungeon. Realizing someone risked everything protecting him, Sangyeon understood his lonely lifestyle nearly caused his death without anyone noticing afterward. Completely, Sangyeon sincerely thanked the swordswoman, because her courage completely changed his understanding about trust, companionship, and surviving dangerous battles together afterward. Afterward, the guild leader invited Sangyeon once again, offering him a place among players supporting weaker hunters, without selfish intentions hidden. Watching the guild members protect one another sincerely, Sangyeon remembered the original reason he decided becoming a player long ago himself. Later, the exhausted guild leader confessed wanting abandon player life entirely because constant danger destroyed her emotional strength repeatedly throughout countless raids. Although pretending jokingly afterward, she admitted surviving endless battles, while watching companions die slowly filled her heart with unbearable fear constantly afterward. Hearing her painful confession silently, Sangyeon realized many players secretly suffered emotional wounds hidden behind cheerful smiles and determined expressions daily. The guild leader confessed forming the guild after losing his younger sister, hoping protecting others would finally give his painful life. Meaning after hearing another member died recently, the exhausted leader broke emotionally because he could no longer endure losing precious companions repeatedly anymore. Sangyeon stayed silent while listening carefully, realizing the guild leader carried overwhelming responsibility, despite constantly hiding his suffering from everyone nearby. Latter, Sangyan quietly advised the swordswoman avoiding guild leadership because protecting countless lives eventually destroyed people emotionally from unbearable pressure constantly afterward. The peaceful conversation suddenly shifted when cheerful guild members interrupted loudly, creating an atmosphere far warmer than Sangyan expected originally nearby. Watching everyone laugh together happily afterward, Sangyan slowly relaxed emotionally and finally began enjoying a normal life beside trustworthy companions again. Sangyan entered Dimension Core Residential Sector B, watching exhausted civilians survive beneath purple skies surrounding dangerous dimensional distortions, nightly silently. A monstrous death knight emerged beside wandering spirits, while Sangyan observed hidden movements carefully from abandoned rooftops during midnight patrols. Recognizing overwhelming danger immediately, Sangyan abandoned hesitation and prepared strategic countermeasures before unpredictable casualties devastated nearby struggling residents completely again. News broadcasts revealed Silent Grounds received re-evaluated rankings after Sangyan's investigation exposed unusual monster activity, threatening inexperienced association personnel urgently. The Players' Association restricted dungeon entry temporarily, preventing unnecessary deaths previously caused by inaccurate evaluations surrounding dangerous hidden enemies there. Sangyan relaxed briefly inside his apartment, believing regression finally changed tragic outcomes haunting memories from his previous lifetime permanently today. After surviving Silent Grounds, Sangyan realized valuable experiences mattered equally, alongside artifacts, titles, and overwhelming combat strength during future conflicts. He remembered information regarding late-blooming model students, then searched carefully for hidden opportunities connected with mysterious dimensional artifacts afterward. Sangyan examined newly acquired treasures, including a dimensional bag, lich ring, and telekinesis necklace, radiating extraordinary magical energy intensely nearby. Overwhelmed excitement consumed Sangyan after discovering incredible rewards, while the small goddess companion observed his reaction proudly beside glowing artifacts. Sangyan expected silence abilities appearing eventually, yet unexpected subspace powers and telekinesis dramatically expanded his future combat possibilities beyond imagination. Testing unfamiliar abilities immediately, Sangyan dashed through training grounds, refining swordsmanship and movement patterns using telekinetic assistance continuously afterward alone. The goddess explained, lucky circumstances allowed extraordinary synchronization between artifacts, creating impossible combinations absent from Sangyan's previous lifetime entirely before. Feeling unprecedented confidence, Sangyan wondered whether regression finally positioned him above every rival competing for powerful artifact ownership worldwide permanently. Mana synchronization suddenly transformed 3 artifacts simultaneously, while Sangyan and the goddess celebrated remarkable growth, destined changing future battles forever. Sangyan discovered strange desserts transformed into artifacts, including purple soul macaron, whispers of the void meringue, and meal fuel infinite layers mysteriously. Confused by ridiculous artifact names, Sangyan questioned the Arclic's strange preferences, while carefully examining glowing desserts placed before him silently afterward. Curious, despite lingering suspicion, Sangyan decided tasting the Mil Fui infinite layers first might reveal hidden effects connected with artifact synchronization somehow today. After taking one bite, Sangyan suddenly experienced endless sensations, expanding throughout his consciousness, like infinite dimensional layers surrounding existence completely everywhere. The overwhelming flavor endlessly multiplied inside Sangyan's mouth, causing confusion while magical energy circulated rapidly through his exhausted body uncontrollably afterward nearby. Completely enchanted by impossible sweetness, Sangyan declared the dessert dreamlike while forgetting surrounding dangers and responsibilities, momentarily during overwhelming enjoyment completely afterward. Sangyan sincerely apologized toward ordinary desserts, believing previous meals became meaningless compared with extraordinary artifact cuisine consumed moments earlier, today entirely afterward. Golden messages appeared immediately afterward, confirming successful absorption of 3 powerful artifacts connected through mysterious synchronization processes inside Sangyan permanently afterward. The goddess celebrated enthusiastically beside Sangyan while system windows demanded immediate decisions regarding binding silence and telekinesis abilities permanently before synchronization stabilized. After reviewing combat compatibility carefully, Sangyan selected telekinesis for fighting spirit enhancement, while questioning silence's practical effectiveness during prolonged battles afterward today. System explanations revealed silence enhanced basic attacks temporarily, though abilities like stun or freezing lacked sufficient synchronization compatibility currently for Sangyan. Despite remaining uncertainty, Sangyeon accepted risks cautiously and prepared binding silence directly into ordinary attacks using precious mana reserves afterward immediately there. Sangyeon complained about mana consumption, realizing every enhanced attack drained energy continuously and restricted prolonged combat performance significantly during dangerous encounters afterward. While examining system descriptions carefully, Sangyeon discovered endless desire supported endless mana circulation, despite dangerous mental side effects appearing eventually afterward later. Understanding extraordinary possibilities immediately, Sangyeon smiled confidently after realizing synchronization could transform seemingly useless abilities into devastating combat techniques permanently afterward together. Encouraged by the goddess, Sangyeon accepted dangerous risks and successfully bound silence directly onto his ordinary attacks, despite lingering uncertainty afterward. System messages confirmed successful synchronization, while explosive magical energy erupted violently around Sangyeon and distorted nearby dimensional surroundings immediately afterward there. The goddess panicked after sensing unstable constellation interference, admitting even divine beings struggled understanding the overwhelming phenomenon unfolding before them completely there. 3 powerful constellations suddenly appeared simultaneously, including Great Conqueror of the Mongols and another mysterious divine presence observing Sangyeon carefully afterward. The goddess of luck demanded those dangerous constellations leave immediately, fearing their overwhelming authority could destabilize fragile dimensional balances permanently afterward there. Before tensions escalated further, an unfamiliar goddess manifested suddenly beside the constellations, shocking both Sangyeon and his goddess companion completely afterward there. The newly arrived goddess mocked Great Conqueror playfully, while enormous divine pressure spread across dimensions surrounding Sangyeon and nearby constellations immediately afterward. Great Conqueror laughed proudly beside the mysterious goddess, appearing unusually respectful, despite his terrifying reputation among countless observing constellations throughout existence afterward. Sangyeon realized the newcomer possessed extraordinary authority immediately, though unfamiliar constellation titles prevented him understanding her true identity completely afterward there nearby. The mysterious goddess praised Sangyeon's courageous spirit personally, explaining his actions impressed her enough requiring direct intervention from higher divine authorities immediately. She revealed wanting Sangyeon beside her throne someday, suggesting his future potential exceeded ordinary players, acknowledged throughout dimensional history completely afterward there. The goddess additionally declared intentions involving forgotten civilizations and calamities, leaving Sangyeon's companion speechless from overwhelming confusion and disbelief afterward there nearby. The goddess of luck became furious immediately, accusing the newcomer of reviving dangerous ancient remnants connected with catastrophic forgotten eras permanently afterward there. While divine beings argued intensely nearby, Sangyeon quietly observed their hostility and realized complicated relationships existed between powerful constellations permanently afterward there. The mysterious goddess ignored surrounding arguments calmly before revealing she possessed secret information, specifically intended for Sangyeon alone afterward, there immediately nearby. The mysterious goddess insisted Sangyeon hear confidential information immediately, while aggressively demanding he establish a direct contract with her afterward there. She revealed the information concerned the late bloomer model student, causing Sangyeon's expression immediately harden from overwhelming shock and confusion afterward. Even the goddess companion appeared stunned briefly, realizing the mysterious newcomer possessed knowledge regarding hidden events surrounding Sangyeon's regression completely afterward there. Sangyeon demanded immediate explanations angrily, questioning whether another regressed player secretly existed somewhere beyond his awareness currently within dimensional society afterward there. The goddess explained mysterious monks recently appeared throughout Dimension Core slums, while investigating hidden dimensional eschatology, connected with dangerous forgotten knowledge afterward there. She warned Sangyeon abandon his current goddess entirely before forming contracts with higher beings, possessing forbidden truths regarding dimensional collapse permanently afterward there. Returning home afterward, Sangyeon contemplated dimensional eschatology carefully, while struggling understanding unfamiliar information revealed by the mysterious goddess recently there afterward. His goddess companion suddenly reappeared nearby, causing Sangyeon immediately question whether she learned anything important regarding suspicious slum activities. Afterward there completely, the goddess confirmed strange monks never previously existed within slums, increasing Sangyeon's suspicions surrounding dimensional disturbances and hidden conspiracies afterward, there immediately. The goddess thanked Sangyeon sincerely for searching carefully, while secretly enjoying his humble personality, despite previous dangerous misunderstandings between them afterward there. She explained the slums represented locations where failed constellations disappeared permanently, creating connections between mysterious monks and forgotten divine beings afterward there. Realizing increasing danger surrounding recent discoveries, Sang searched desperately for missing monks, while questioning their hidden intentions afterward. They're completely immediately nearby. Meanwhile, Hunjiang Corporation prepared important player participation, contracts related directly toward upcoming dungeon raids, involving Sang afterward. They're immediately nearby today. Inside the corporation headquarters, executives reviewed Sang growing reputation carefully while monitoring updated information regarding his extraordinary abilities afterward. They're immediately nearby. Han Hunjiang personally expressed strong interest afterward, recognizing Sang rapid growth and valuable potential among elite-ranked players nationwide. Completely there, Sang drove quickly along the mountain road while recalling information about the mysterious Dimension Core and forgotten constellation records carefully. While driving silently, Sang remembered the goddess of luck attempting a constellation contract to gain greater mythical authority someday. Sang realized accepting the contract could create dangerous consequences later, so he carefully continued investigating the goddess's true intentions. The goddess of luck happily accompanied Sang inside the vehicle, while admiring how shocked the cat reacted earlier during battle. As the navigation guidance ended, Sang immediately focused forward after hearing they had finally reached the hidden destination safely today. Sang quietly stared outside the vehicle window while preparing himself mentally for the dangerous business awaiting inside Hunjiang Market afterward. The large Hunjiang Market building appeared ahead, immediately reminding Sang about the underground trading activities secretly conducted there daily. He remembered the market selling illegal artifacts, dimensional materials, monster remains, and expensive relics gathered from dangerous hidden dungeons worldwide. Despite countless crimes occurring there constantly, powerful organizations avoided interference because the market maintained strict control over every dangerous transaction. Sang recalled that open markets survived only through safety, especially famous international trading locations controlled by powerful corporations worldwide. Hunjiang Market dominated Korea because Hunjiang Ryujin, the nation's strongest support-type hunter, protected the entire organization personally for years. Many elite hunters guarded the market voluntarily since Ryujin's enhancement abilities significantly increased survival rates during deadly dungeon expeditions everywhere. Sang confidently entered the market building, believing nobody reckless enough would dare create chaos inside this heavily protected territory publicly. Before entering deeper areas, a female employee quickly stopped Sang and politely requested identity confirmation for restricted market access authorization procedures. Sang calmly introduced himself while the employee checked permission records carefully, allowing official entry into Hunjiang Market afterward without resistance. The employee confirmed Sang received permission entering the 8th basement floor, making him unexpectedly suspicious about Hunjiang Market's unusual treatment afterward. Nearby shoppers suddenly whispered rumors about Kim Miso dating another player, causing Sang confusion while listening silently beside the crowded hallway. Although annoyed by meaningless gossip, Sang considered accepting Kim Miso's invitation before realizing everyone misunderstood their relationship completely already. Sang became increasingly uncomfortable after overhearing strangers discussing his connection with Kim Miso, while exaggerated dating rumors spread rapidly everywhere. He wondered why market visitors wasted time spreading personal rumors instead of focusing on valuable artifacts and important business opportunities available. After calming himself, Sang ignored the gossip entirely and focused again on exploring Hunjiang Market's hidden upper-level facilities carefully afterward. Several hunters suddenly blocked Sangyan's path aggressively, questioning why blacklist members still entered Hunjiang Market despite previous serious incidents there recently. Sangyan confidently mocked their threats, reminding everyone the market allowed equal treatment while casually embarrassing the hostile hunters publicly before others. After silencing the group completely, Sangyan calmly prepared himself mentally before beginning his true objective inside the dangerous underground market afterward. Inside the elevator, Sangyan calculated his remaining money carefully while planning purchases for artifacts located throughout the exclusive VIP trading floors. Although his earnings remained enormous recently, Sangyan realized many legendary artifacts inside Hunjiang Market still exceeded his financial capabilities currently. When the elevator finally opened, Sangyan arrived at the luxurious 8th basement VIP area filled with elite hunters and wealthy traders. A female guide escorted Sangyan carefully through the VIP section while politely warning him about accidentally damaging expensive displayed relics nearby. As they walked deeper inside, Sangyan suddenly noticed a glowing artifact displayed separately behind reinforced protective barriers inside the luxurious hallway. After checking the price carefully, Sangyan became shocked, discovering the artifact cost 140 billion, exceeding expectations tremendously beyond imagination. The guide explained the displayed artifact possessed immense defensive abilities, making Sangyin secretly relieved. Nobody noticed his shocked reaction earlier there. Nearby customers discussed the unbelievable artifact price constantly, wondering whether anyone wealthy enough could realistically purchase such legendary equipment inside Korea. Sangyin suddenly noticed another heavily protected display area nearby, containing a newly acquired artifact attracting tremendous attention from surrounding collectors immediately. While the guide prepared explanations carefully, Sangyin decided observing personally would reveal the artifact's true value more accurately than descriptions alone. The moment the artifact activated publicly, Sangyin became completely stunned, after witnessing overwhelming magical energy exploding violently across the luxurious exhibition hall. Everyone nearby stared silently at the burning artifact called Mage Stone, recognizing it immediately as an extremely rare almighty-grade relic worldwide. Sangyin remembered almighty-grade artifacts, ranked highest among all relic categories, making their appearance extraordinarily uncommon even among elite hunter organizations globally. After checking the auction information carefully, Sangyin nearly lost composure discovering the starting bid alone reached 3 trillion won immediately today. Realizing Hunjiang Market sold artifacts casually beyond imagination, Sangyin suspected hidden vaults probably contained even stronger legendary relics, unavailable publicly anywhere. Although Sangyin entered Hunjiang Market feeling motivated initially, witnessing impossible artifact prices instead reminded him how financially powerless he remained currently. Later, he entered the Platinum Zone and discovered another artifact displayed separately with a starting price reaching 700 million won. Compared with earlier astronomical prices, Sangyin jokingly considered 700 million surprisingly affordable, despite remaining extremely expensive for ordinary hunters everywhere. While examining the artifact quietly, Sangyin suddenly noticed another hunter approaching carefully from behind inside the Platinum Zone exhibition area. The hunter introduced himself as Jeong Yoon-jiok, a famous player widely recognized publicly under the powerful nickname Perfect Storm afterward. Remembering newspaper articles about Yoon-jiok's achievements, Sangyin cautiously hid his thoughts, while pretending casually interested in ordinary artifact browsing activities. Jeong Yoon-jiok offered Sangyin a mana-related artifact unsold previously, allowing him to inspect its detailed information personally afterward, carefully there. The artifact, called Stream of Life Ring, possessed recovery-related abilities perfectly suited for support-type hunters, specializing in mana regeneration techniques. After hearing Yoon-jiok's explanation, Sangyin immediately suspected he was receiving special transaction benefits unavailable to ordinary Hunjiang Market customers there. Yoon-jiok explained, Hunjiang Market allowed direct transactions between players, removing additional commission fees usually charged during official artifact purchases, completely. Although impressed by the artifact's quality, Sangyin realized the ring still failed matching the exact abilities he currently needed most. Instead of expensive equipment, Sangyin secretly searched for worthless artifacts. Nobody desired because his devouring ability transformed discarded relics efficiently afterward. Yoon-jiok misunderstood Sangyin's intentions briefly, believing he planned consuming artifacts physically again while joking awkwardly beside nearby market visitors there. Nearby, a strange woman sat eating pizza boxes casually, while discussing free review spaghetti and broken vending machine incidents loudly afterward. The woman suddenly offered pizza towards Sangyin innocently, creating an awkward atmosphere that confused everyone standing nearby inside the Platinum Zone. Sangyin and Jeong-jiok quickly rejected the woman's pizza offer politely while realizing her strange behavior remained completely natural to her personally. While observing her carefully, Sangyin suddenly recognized something important and approached the woman sitting beside several displayed low-grade artifacts nearby. Quietly, not disturbing her meal, Sangyin politely requested permission to examine the displayed artifacts while she continued eating pizza silently beside him. The woman casually allowed Sangyin checking the artifacts while continuing her meal quietly without paying much attention toward his unusual excitement nearby. The moment Sangyin inspected the rings closely, he immediately realized they perfectly matched the exact abilities he desperately needed currently afterward. Remembering his previous artifact Lighten, Sangyin understood these ignored rings possessed hidden growth potential that ordinary hunters completely overlooked, constantly everywhere. Sangyin immediately decided purchasing both mysterious rings together, shocking the woman while she continued eating pizza casually beside the displayed artifacts. The woman awkwardly explained their original combined value exceeded 2 billion won, considering both artifacts possessed impressive hidden growth potential, supposedly afterward. Because she remained unusually cheerful, after eating pizza, the woman generously lowered the final combined price to 1.8 billion. Although exhausted emotionally from intense bargaining, Sangyin transferred the payment successfully, while silently enduring the woman's overwhelming negotiation energy afterward. The woman happily thanked Sangyeon repeatedly while praising his bargaining skills, leaving him strangely reminded of difficult experiences from his previous life. After completing the transaction, Sangyeon believed the exhausting encounter finally ended peacefully, without creating additional strange complications afterward inside the market. Unexpectedly, the woman revealed she planned donating leftover money towards supporting the orphanage. She personally managed for abandoned children nearby regularly. Hearing about the orphanage immediately surprised Sangyeon, especially after witnessing her strange personality and careless behavior throughout their earlier interactions together. The woman casually showed photos stored inside her phone, offering Sangyeon a closer look at the children living under her protection. While examining the photograph carefully, Sangyeon noticed several smiling children standing together beside the woman inside the orphanage courtyard peacefully afterward. The orphanage name suddenly caught Sangyeon's attention, causing forgotten memories from his difficult childhood to surface unexpectedly inside his mind. Immediately, realizing the orphanage matched the exact place where he previously lived, Sangyeon stared silently at the photograph, with overwhelming disbelief afterward. Shin Sangyeon noticed the woman suddenly staring silently toward him. Her expression changed after hearing memories connected with the collapsed orphanage. The woman carefully questioned Sangyeon about the orphanage disaster. Sangyeon calmly explained he recently remembered information connected with his painful past. Sangyeon realized the orphanage should have disappeared during the collapse. The woman reacted with surprise after hearing his unexpected knowledge completely. Sangyeon quickly hid his true identity behind a casual smile. He avoided revealing connections linking himself directly with the destroyed orphanage. The woman explained wealthy players often attracted dangerous attention everywhere. She secretly continued rebuilding the orphanage using private donations and support funds. The woman proudly admitted her family previously operated the orphanage years ago. Sangyeon became shocked after learning she recently restored the facility. Sangyeon accepted the business card politely while observing the strange drawing carefully. The woman happily encouraged him to visit sometime later. The card contained childish artwork instead of formal information normally expected. Sangyeon silently stared because the unusual design triggered forgotten emotional memories. Although pretending appreciation, Sangyeon recognized the drawing style immediately. The childish picture reminded him strongly about children living inside the orphanage. Sangyeon swallowed heavily after overwhelming memories resurfaced unexpectedly. The emotional burden suddenly reminded him about childhood experiences before the terrible collapse tragedy. Old memories showed smiling children surviving together inside the orphanage. Sangyeon wondered whether those survivors eventually found safe homes after everything ended. Sangyeon nearly cried openly before the woman standing beside him. He desperately controlled himself because exposing weakness could reveal dangerous emotional vulnerabilities immediately. After calming himself, Sangyeon quietly admitted the experience felt strangely comforting. Remembering shared memories with another survivor eased his loneliness greatly afterward. The woman smiled warmly while promising Sangyeon another future meeting soon. Her kindness reminded him about peaceful moments before destruction consumed everything completely. Far away, the massive Eden Guild headquarters towered across Uedo City. The organization prepared silently while Sangyeon continued confronting memories from his past. Shin Sangyeon entered the Eden Guild headquarters carefully. Before reaching the elevators, unfamiliar staff members suddenly approached him with welcoming expressions immediately. Jo Jinho introduced himself confidently, while explaining they had expected Sangyeon's arrival. Sangyeon immediately realized the guild already recognized his growing importance. Although smiling calmly, Sangyeon understood the Eden Guild watched him closely already. The unexpected reception forced him reconsider their true intentions carefully. Sangyeon politely followed Jo Jinho toward the upper floors afterward. Despite remaining relaxed outwardly, he began treating the situation more seriously inside. An hour earlier, Sangyeon had casually spoken with the orphanage woman outside. Their peaceful conversation remained fresh inside his mind while entering Eden Guild. The woman happily encouraged Sangyeon to visit the children someday soon. Her warm attitude unexpectedly strengthened Sangyeon's emotional attachment toward the restored orphanage afterward. Sangyeon prepared leaving when his smartphone suddenly vibrated loudly nearby. The unexpected call interrupted his thoughts before entering deeper into Eden Guild headquarters. After apologizing politely, Sangyeon answered the call beside the woman calmly. She reassured him kindly before leaving the area with a bright smile. The caller turned out becoming Miso, one of Sangyeon's acquaintances recently. Her urgent tone immediately made Sangyeon realize something unusual probably happened already nearby. Miso explained authorities prepared assigning hunters toward a dangerous dimensional gate soon. Sangyeon listened carefully after hearing the unfamiliar name Black Gate mentioned repeatedly. The mysterious black gate sounded strangely familiar inside Sangyeon's fading memories. He desperately searched forgotten knowledge, connected with future disasters, and hidden dungeon raids. Suddenly, Sangyeon remembered the infamous dungeon raid, involving Arbiter of Swords. The dangerous mission later became famous. After successful completion by elite hunters, Sangyeon recalled Miso participating successfully during the Black Gate expedition afterward. Her fighting style possessed exceptional compatibility beside sword wielders during dangerous coordinated battles. Combining bow users with sword fighters created extremely powerful battlefield coordination together. Sangyeon realized Miso perfectly matched the hidden requirements remembered from previous timelines completely. As memories continued returning, Sangyeon remembered the Black Gate's extraordinary first clear reward. The valuable prize could drastically influence future power struggles between major guilds. Sangyeon remembered the Black Gate rewarded hunters with an epic grade artifact afterward. Even without knowing details, he immediately decided participating was absolutely necessary. Miso reacted excitedly after hearing Sangyeon's sudden determination immediately afterward. She started considering joining the dangerous raid, despite previously remaining uncertain about participation herself. Meanwhile, Jo Jinho secretly noticed Sangyeon's serious expression changing nearby. Sangyeon quickly concealed his thoughts before accidentally revealing suspicious future knowledge to anyone present. The elevator slowly reached the 46th floor inside Eden Guild headquarters afterward. Sangyeon silently followed Jo Jinho through the restricted training facility corridors carefully. Jo Jinhyo explained the special training room represented Eden Guild's greatest pride proudly. Only selected individuals possessed permission entering the heavily restricted area normally afterward. As they walked deeper inside, Sangyeon suddenly sensed unfamiliar hostility nearby. The strange atmosphere immediately reminded him about dangerous enemies hiding close within darkness silently. Jo Jinho casually explained nobody reserved the facility during current hours today. Sangyeon immediately doubted that statement after sensing movement hidden behind nearby walls suddenly. Sangyeon warned Jo Jinho someone already occupied the training room secretly nearby. Jo Jinho reacted with disbelief because official records showed completely empty reservations today. Before either man could continue speaking further, violent impacts exploded nearby suddenly. The hidden fighter finally revealed their presence through destructive attacks shaking surrounding hallways immediately. A massive armored opponent charged forward aggressively with glowing red eyes afterward. Purple energy erupted violently while another fighter counterattacked with overwhelming speed and precision immediately. The mysterious white-haired warrior moved fluidly through continuous attacks without hesitation. Every strike released concentrated energy powerful enough destroying reinforced floors and surrounding debris instantly nearby. Sangyeon silently observed the battle while recognizing extraordinary combat ability displayed ahead. The clash clearly involved someone possessing strength far beyond ordinary hunters inside Eden Guild. Jo Jinho questioned the training room reservation after witnessing unexpected destruction nearby suddenly. The white-haired woman calmly explained she merely borrowed the room temporarily beforehand today. The woman requested using the facility after 6 o'clock without interruption afterward. Her cold expression immediately made Jo Jinho realize arguing further would become pointless completely. Sangyeon carefully studied the white-haired woman standing before them silently afterward. Deep inside, he sensed her presence connected strongly with future events he remembered vaguely before. The white-haired hunter approached Jo Jinhyo and Sangyeon calmly afterward. She immediately recognized Sangyeon after hearing Miso mention him previously before today. After learning Sangyeon teamed with Miso for dangerous gate raids recently, the woman became noticeably interested while carefully studying his reaction afterward. Jo Jinho noticed the strange atmosphere developing between both hunters immediately nearby. The white-haired woman quietly suspected Sangyeon intentionally avoided revealing important details himself. The white-haired woman suddenly understood Sangyeon's awkward behavior completely afterward. She decided postponing further questions would create better opportunities for future conversations later instead. Before leaving, she politely allowed Eden Guild using the training room afterward freely. Jo Jinho's expression darkened strangely, while Sangyeon observed silently beside him. Sangyeon thanked the woman politely after receiving unexpected cooperation immediately afterward. Meanwhile, Jo Jinho continued standing silently, while suppressing visible frustration nearby. Carefully, Jo Jinho apologized for the earlier disturbance while leading Sangyeon inside afterward. Sangyeon calmly reassured him because the unusual situation caused no inconvenience personally today. While walking together, Jo Jinho suddenly suggested a profitable opportunity afterward casually. Sangyeon immediately became confused after hearing the vague proposal mentioned without explanation first. Jo Jinho quietly prepared his massive sword while continuing speaking nearby afterward. The intimidating movement immediately made Sangyeon suspicious regarding the true purpose behind everything happening today. Jo Jinho suddenly proposed having a light sparring match together afterward, casually. Sangyeon became completely shocked after realizing another guild member requested fighting immediately again today. The white-haired hunter secretly watched nearby while smiling slightly afterward. Sangyeon realized Eden Guild members constantly tested unfamiliar hunters through direct combat situations regularly afterward. Jo Jinhyo explained curiosity motivated his challenge toward Sangyeon. Afterward, honestly, hearing Miso praise Sangyeon's swordsmanship greatly increased Jo Jinhyo's personal interest and expectations considerably. Jo Jinho admitted crossing swords with talented fighters remained his favorite hobby afterward. Sangyeon finally understood the guild's aggressive behavior towards skilled newcomers completely afterward. Although understanding the situation better now, Sangyeon remained cautious afterward silently. He recognized Jo Jinho wanted evaluating both his strength and personality through combat carefully. Jo Jinho created a glowing portal before retrieving another weapon afterward confidently. The sparring match would soon determine Sangyeon's value inside Eden Guild completely afterward. Sangyeon summoned a massive weapon directly from his personal subspace afterward confidently. Jo Jinho immediately became surprised after witnessing such advanced storage abilities personally today. The subspace artifact allowed Sangyeon storing weapons conveniently without limitations afterward. Possessing such rare equipment proved his abilities exceeded ordinary hunters significantly already nearby. Jo Jinho smiled excitedly after hearing Sangyeon accepting the sparring challenge afterward. The atmosphere instantly intensified as both fighters prepared themselves seriously for combat ahead. Elsewhere, Miso argued emotionally with an older man inside an office afterward. The man warned her repeatedly against mentioning sensitive matters involving her father anymore. Despite speaking calmly, Miso clearly struggled controlling painful emotions afterward. Silently, she explained the constant interference only increased her frustration and emotional exhaustion recently greatly. Unable enduring the conversation longer, Miso decided leaving immediately afterward angrily. The older man remained standing silently while watching her disappear beyond the office entrance. The older man received an incoming phone call shortly after Miso departed afterward. He respectfully answered immediately after recognizing the caller belonged to higher authority figures. The mysterious caller instructed the man investigating Shin Sangyeon carefully afterward. Secretly, without hesitation, he accepted the dangerous request while maintaining complete loyalty toward the president. The conversation specifically focused upon Sangyeon's personal background afterward suspiciously. Powerful individuals already started paying attention toward his growing influence and unusual combat abilities recently. Back inside Eden Guild headquarters, Sangyeon continued preparing for the upcoming sparring match afterward. Seriously, dust scattered nearby while Jo Jinhyo adjusted his massive sword calmly. The investigator quietly remembered Sangyeon's unusual rise afterward thoughtfully. He suspected hidden truths connected deeply with Sangyeon's family history and mysterious childhood experiences before. Determined uncovering every secret, the investigator ordered extensive background research afterward. Immediately, Sangyeon unknowingly became targeted by influential forces operating behind society's shadows already. A massive warrior activated the training arena, while Jo Jinhyo entered cautiously, realizing the mysterious test had finally started for him. The giant opponent released overwhelming pressure toward Jo Jinhyo, forcing him backward, while the system announced dangerous combat restrictions immediately. Jo Jinho steadied his breathing and observed the warrior carefully, understanding that reckless attacks would immediately expose his weaknesses completely. Jo Jinho analyzed the warrior's swordsmanship and remembered stories about legendary hunters whose combat styles inspired countless modern awakened fighters. The enormous warrior resembled forgotten heroes from ancient battles, making Jo Jinho suspect the training system copied powerful historical combatants. Despite recognizing similarities, Jo Jinho questioned which legendary hunter truly became the foundation for this terrifying warrior's overwhelming sword technique. The warrior revealed himself as Jo Jinho, causing Sangyeon intense shock after realizing the opponent mirrored Jo Jinho's future potential. Sangyeon understood the training system recreated Jo Jinho's strongest possible version, making the battle significantly more dangerous than expected beforehand. Excitement replaced Sangyeon's tension as he prepared seriously, accepting the challenge while the training system officially authorized combat between both. The future Jo Jinhyo demonstrated terrifying sword control, effortlessly redirecting attacks while proving his overwhelming confidence through pure combat dominance alone. Sangyeon immediately realized ordinary strategies would fail, because fighting Zhou Jinhe meant confronting equal strength with superior battlefield experience entirely. The system suddenly restricted Sang Yin's powerful title abilities, forcing him into direct combat without relying on external enhancement effects anymore. Zhou Jinhe charged forward aggressively with a devastating opening strike, attempting to overwhelm Sang Yin before defensive preparations could fully stabilize. Sang Yin controlled his emotions carefully after recognizing the attack contained far greater destructive force than Zhou Jinhe's normal combat abilities. A violent collision erupted across the battlefield as Sang Yin countered directly, beginning an intense duel against Zhou Jinhe's strongest form. Zhou Jinhe unleashed a devastating downward strike, expecting Sang Yin to collapse beneath the overwhelming destructive force immediately during combat. Sang Yin blocked the attack directly, using precise timing, surprising Zhou Jinhe after stopping the enormous sword without retreating backward. Zhou Jinhe stared at Sang Yin with disbelief, realizing his opponent successfully defended against an attack capable of crushing experienced hunters instantly. Zhou Jinhe launched consecutive attacks while Sang Yin calmly analyzed every movement, searching carefully for weaknesses hidden inside his overwhelming aggression. Sang Yin narrowly avoided fatal strikes through quick decisions, refusing panic, despite Zhou Jinhe's relentless pressure dominating the battlefield continuously afterward. Zhou Jinhe counterattacked immediately after Sang Yin hesitated briefly, overwhelming him momentarily, while admiring the incredible energy surrounding his opponent completely. Sang Yin sensed extreme danger approaching and activated his skill instantly, channeling concentrated energy directly toward Zhou Jinhe without hesitation afterward. A violent shockwave exploded across the battlefield, blasting Zhou Jinhe backward while massive debris scattered through the collapsing training arena violently. Zhou Jinhe laughed excitedly after surviving the attack, realizing Sang Yin possessed explosive power exceeding his previous expectations entirely during battle. Sang Yin recognized he underestimated Zhou Jinhe completely after witnessing the warrior survive devastating attacks without suffering serious visible injuries afterward. Zhou Jinhe charged fearlessly through the collapsing battlefield, refusing retreat while maintaining overwhelming momentum against Sang Yin during their fierce confrontation continuously. Watching Zhou Jinhe advance relentlessly, Sang Yin realized the warrior possessed genuine fighting spirit resembling legendary hunters from ancient battlefield histories closely. Zhou Jinhe praised Sang Yin sincerely after recognizing his extraordinary defensive abilities and impressive courage, despite their overwhelming difference in physical strength. Sang Yin secretly revealed his critical knockback skill internally, understanding ordinary fighters would never survive Zhou Jinhe's monstrous battlefield pressure alone. Zhou Jinhe unleashed another terrifying attack immediately afterward, refusing modesty while continuing his relentless assault against Sang Yin across the shattered arena. Sang Yin prepared a final sword technique, gathering every remaining ounce of strength into one destructive attack against Zhou Jinhe completely. The battlefield exploded violently after Sang Yin released a massive sword strike, capable of destroying everything standing directly before him instantly. Zhou Jinhe watched the devastating attack approach calmly, recognizing Sang Yin's determination to surpass impossible limits through overwhelming combat pressure alone. Sang Yin admitted the attack remained incomplete, yet he felt satisfied because Zhou Jinhe acknowledged his desperate efforts seriously during battle. Despite exhaustion and fear, Sang Yin refused surrender while searching desperately for another strategy capable of damaging Zhou Jinhe successfully afterward. Sang Yin combined multiple enhancement skills together carefully, preparing his strongest possible attack against the overwhelming future version of Zhou Jinhe. Finally, dark energy surrounded Sang Yin while he steadied his breathing, fully preparing himself for the strongest strike he could currently unleash alone. Sang Yin planned carefully to attack during Zhou Jinhe's weakest opening, understanding direct confrontation against overwhelming strength remained extremely dangerous throughout battle. The battlefield shook violently after Sang Yin charged forward fearlessly, releasing concentrated power toward Zhou Jinhe, with everything he possessed remaining. Zhou Jinhe roared confidently before clashing directly against Sang Yin, refusing retreat despite the dangerous energy approaching him rapidly during combat. Sang Yin remembered surviving impossible situations repeatedly throughout his life, strengthening his determination to overcome another deadly challenge immediately afterward. Again, both warriors collided inside a blinding explosion, while Sang Yin pushed himself beyond his physical limits during the violent confrontation completely afterward. Outside the training room, several academy students noticed strange tremors spreading across nearby hallways, while ordinary activities suddenly stopped completely afterward. A pink-haired student regained motivation after hearing Sang Yin's name, deciding she could not remain depressed about previous failures anymore afterward. The students panicked after stronger vibrations shook the academy building, realizing terrifying battle pressure erupted directly from the hidden training chamber. The pink-haired student rushed nervously toward the training room, after sensing terrifying vibrations spreading throughout the academy corridors rapidly afterward. She entered the destroyed chamber carefully and immediately called for Sang Yin after witnessing smoke, debris, and overwhelming battle damage everywhere inside. The student froze in shock while staring silently at the devastated battlefield, realizing an unimaginable fight had occurred moments earlier there. The pink-haired student panicked after discovering the ruined training room, struggling to understand how such destruction became possible inside unexpectedly afterward. Jo Jinho praised Sang Yin sincerely, while admitting the young hunter poured enormous effort and determination into their dangerous training battle completely. Sang Yin remained seated among the rubble while listening carefully, exhausted after enduring Jo Jinho's overwhelming strength directly throughout the brutal confrontation. Sang Yin smiled weakly while admitting the battle injured his wrist badly, despite pretending the final exchange barely affected him physically afterward. Jo Jinho reassured Sang Yin confidently, explaining the Eden Guild possessed advanced medical facilities capable of treating severe combat injuries immediately afterward. Internally, Jo Jinho realized Sang Yin already rivaled rookie elite hunters, despite only recently beginning his rise toward greater prominence within society. Jo Jinho reflected silently about Sang Yin's unusual swordsmanship, realizing the attacks resembled techniques used by experienced veteran battlefield hunters instead afterward. Remembering their clash clearly, Jo Jinho understood Sang Yin blocked his devastating strike through extraordinary instincts developed from countless dangerous combat situations previously. The training system finally announced completion, while Jo Jinho admitted Sang Yin still possessed tremendous potential, waiting to develop further afterward completely. Sang Yin thanked Jo Jinho respectfully for accepting his request, appreciating the valuable experience gained during their destructive training session completely afterward. Jo Jinho responded confidently while explaining nobody within the Eden Guild doubted Sang Yin's abilities after witnessing his incredible determination directly today. Sang Yin suddenly realized Jo Jinho intentionally tested him throughout the battle, confirming suspicions hidden behind the overwhelming combat pressure previously afterward. Jo Jinho laughed proudly, while officially acknowledging Sang Yin as a true warrior after surviving the dangerous training session successfully against overwhelming odds. The pink-haired student finally understood why Sang Yin earned Jo Jinho's respect, recognizing his incredible persistence and fearless attitude during battle afterward. Embarrassed afterward, the pink-haired student apologized loudly while Jo Jinho and Sang Yin awkwardly accepted her emotional reaction inside the ruined training chamber. Shin Sang-hyun parked inside Player Town's underground garage after completing exhausting artifact training that severely drained his entire body completely. He stepped from the vehicle carefully, struggling to maintain balance while lingering pain spread throughout his exhausted muscles. Afterward slowly, Sang-hyun remembered Jinho forcing 18 relentless training hours daily, realizing those brutal sessions rewarded him with significant improvement afterward recently. After calculating remaining days before the Black Gate incident, Sang-hyun planned resting properly and recovering stamina before upcoming battles carefully. A mysterious woman suddenly approached Sang-hyun inside the parking garage, immediately recognizing him despite their apparent unfamiliar relationship there previously. Sang-hyun cautiously observed the blue-haired stranger, becoming confused after she greeted him confidently, while requesting confirmation about recent training activities. The woman introduced herself professionally, revealing association credentials, while calmly explaining her scouting responsibilities within Korea's powerful player organization headquarters. Sang-hyun accepted the business card politely, although lingering memories from his previous life increased suspicion toward her sudden appearance there. Lee Gae-hee openly admitted researching Sang-hyun beforehand, believing his unusual growth and hidden abilities deserved careful observation from experienced scouts. Feeling exhausted after training, Sang-hyun attempted ending their interaction quickly, while requesting only important scouting questions from Gae-hee, afterward politely. Gae-hee persistently followed behind Sang-hyun, asking whether he intended joining an association-affiliated guild, despite his obvious reluctance afterward toward recruitment. Sang-hyun rejected the proposal immediately, causing Gae-hee to smile knowingly before preparing another deeply personal question for him afterward, quietly although visibly irritated and tired. Sang-hyun reluctantly allowed Gae-hee asking one final question before finally leaving the underground garage area. Gae-hee observed Sang-hyun carefully, maintaining persistent curiosity because his rapid development differed greatly from ordinary awakened players recently within Korea. Despite his annoyance, Sang-hyun remained cautious toward Lee Gae-hee, sensing their unexpected meeting would influence future events significantly afterward somehow. Lee Gae-hee suddenly questioned whether Shin Sang-hyun possessed abilities involving copying powers or predicting future events through mysterious supernatural skills. Her sharp eyes carefully observed Sang-hyun's reaction, causing him immediate panic after hearing secrets, Nobody should naturally discover there afterward. Sangyun nervously swallowed while hiding shock, realizing Lee Gahee's suspicions dangerously approached the truth behind his regression ability completely now. Near Uito's Black Gate entrance, Miso arrived earlier than expected after leaving transportation and preparing herself for dangerous upcoming activities outside. While approaching the gate area, Miso suddenly noticed Sangyun sitting alone nearby, appearing strangely exhausted and mentally distracted afterward, completely there. Miso happily greeted Sangyun warmly, expecting ordinary conversation, but immediately sensed something unusual after observing his unsettling expression closely afterward. Sangyun stared strangely toward Miso, his exhausted mind overwhelmed after spending sleepless hours worrying about Lee Gahee's dangerous suspicions continuously afterward. Miso became confused watching Sangyun behave unnaturally, while he awkwardly attempted pretending nothing serious happened during their unexpected reunion there recently. Inside his thoughts, Sangyun cursed Lee Gahee repeatedly because her investigation prevented proper rest before the second Black Gate incident entirely. Sangyun remembered Lee Gahee confidently uncovering clues about his regression abilities, making him fear exposure before future disasters arrived publicly afterward. He worried someone investigating this quickly could eventually reveal every hidden advantage connected with his exclusive regression knowledge and abilities completely. Meanwhile, Lee Gahee calmly departed the parking garage, while Sangyun remained deeply suspicious about her extraordinary intelligence and investigative capabilities afterward. Sangyun considered multiple solutions desperately, including avoiding Lee Gahee completely or becoming friendlier toward her suspicious personality afterward, carefully instead somehow. His anxious thoughts became increasingly chaotic, causing ridiculous ideas involving casual invitations, despite fearing greater misunderstandings afterward between them entirely recently. Miso called toward Sangyun worriedly after noticing his pale expression, while he struggled hiding overwhelming stress from recent dangerous discoveries completely. Miso worriedly questioned Sangyun's condition, while he desperately denied problems and attempted hiding his growing mental exhaustion afterward completely. Sangyun noticed Miso carrying an unfamiliar weapon, immediately recognizing its extraordinary quality compared with her previous ordinary equipment there recently. Miso proudly revealed borrowing a legendary Japanese epic-grade artifact bow through guild connections before participating within today's dangerous Black Gate raid. Sangyun praised the artifact calmly outwardly, although internally becoming determined, obtaining his own epic-grade weapon through future opportunities afterward, completely somehow. Despite admiring Miso's powerful equipment, Sangyun reminded himself focusing on Lee Gahee's dangerous suspicions remained far more important currently afterward, mentally. Miso became confused watching Sangyun suddenly lose concentration again, sensing his distracted behavior differed greatly from usual interactions afterward between them recently. Standing before the enormous Black Gate entrance, Sangyun suggested beginning preparations early because unexpected dangers could emerge any time inside afterward, completely there. Although slightly nervous, Miso followed Sangyun confidently after trusting his judgment and experience regarding dangerous gate-related situations recently afterward, entirely there. The massive green portal radiated overwhelming energy while both hunters approached carefully, preparing themselves mentally for brutal upcoming combat afterward together there. While walking beside Miso, Sangyun secretly considered testing her true abilities using the borrowed epic-grade artifact weapon afterward, during battle carefully there. Miso questioned why she agreed borrowing such valuable equipment, despite already knowing Sangyun advanced beyond ordinary awakened players afterward completely there recently. Suddenly overwhelming force destroyed the supposedly indestructible training structure instantly, shocking Miso, while Sangyun calmly observed results afterward nearby, completely there. Miso stared silently toward the destroyed structure, realizing Sangyun possessed terrifying strength, even without depending entirely upon powerful artifact weapons afterward there. Sangyun explained preparing thoroughly beforehand, because surviving future disasters required overwhelming power beyond ordinary hunters afterward within dangerous Black Gates completely. After witnessing impossible destruction firsthand, Miso decided refusing becoming someone endlessly chasing behind Sangyun's unbelievable growth, afterward completely there anymore permanently. Inside, Hollow Forest's Black Gate, Sangyun and Miso carefully explored the unfamiliar forest while observing strange environmental changes around them cautiously. Miso admitted feeling nervous, because the forest atmosphere differed greatly from information Sangyun researched during his previous life afterward. There completely. While investigating the abnormal surroundings carefully, Sangyun suddenly sensed dangerous movement nearby before hostile monsters finally revealed themselves aggressively afterward there. A terrifying monster suddenly emerged from nearby vegetation, shocking both hunters, because its appearance exceeded ordinary goblin expectations completely there afterward. Recently, Songyun immediately recognized the creature as a massive goblin variant, realizing this black gate differed drastically from previous memories afterward, completely there. After hearing the creature's loud roar, Sanghyun urgently warned Miso, while preparing immediately for unexpected combat against dangerous enemies afterward, there completely. Songyun quickly moved before Miso protectively, explaining surviving dangerous situations required adapting strategies, instead of relying purely upon instinct afterward there completely. He carefully demonstrated combat fundamentals, emphasizing understanding attack patterns and analyzing battlefield conditions throughout every dangerous encounter afterward, there recently completely. Although surprised by Sanghyun's sudden lecture, Miso listened seriously, because his calmness and experience increased her confidence afterward during combat preparations. Sanghyun explained memorizing enemy movement patterns allowed hunters responding efficiently during sudden attacks without unnecessary hesitation afterward, there recently completely during battles. While fighting continuously, Sanghyun instructed Miso carefully about positioning, timing, and coordination necessary for surviving large-scale monster encounters afterward, there completely. Miso struggled following Sanghyun's intense instructions because his combat methods demanded concentration far beyond ordinary hunter training. Afterward, there completely recently, Songyun continued guiding Miso through repeated combat exercises, believing practical repetition remained essential for mastering dangerous battlefield situations afterward, completely there. During intense movement training, Sanghyun demonstrated precise positioning techniques while Miso attempted memorizing every instruction carefully afterward, throughout continuous combat practice completely. Although exhausted from relentless training, Miso finally understood Sanghyun's methods, gradually improved her reactions against unpredictable monster attacks afterward there completely. The massive goblin charged directly toward them aggressively, forcing Sanghyun and Miso reacting immediately to avoid devastating frontal attacks afterward completely there. Songyun instructed Miso dodging opposite directions, because monsters instinctively prioritize targeting weaker-looking opponents during sudden combat situations afterward, there completely. Following Sanghyun's strategy carefully, Miso quickly evaded sideways while preparing counterattacks against the approaching goblin afterward, completely there during battle. While dodging skillfully, Miso fired arrows simultaneously because predicting enemy movement beforehand improved her offensive accuracy dramatically afterward, there completely recently. Songyun praised Miso's precise movements, explaining combining prediction abilities with combat instincts, greatly enhanced battlefield effectiveness afterward, there completely during dangerous encounters. Although successfully landing attacks repeatedly, Miso worried her current offensive strength remained insufficient for causing lethal damage afterward. They're completely against powerful monsters. Miso became shocked after witnessing the epic-grade artifact bow, releasing overwhelming destructive force far beyond ordinary weapons. Afterward, they're completely during combat. Even without pulling completely, the powerful artifact generated explosive energy capable of severely damaging the enormous goblin afterward. They're completely during battle. The injured goblin roared furiously before stomping violently across the battlefield, preparing another dangerous attack afterward, against both hunters completely there recently. Despite the goblin's violent assault continuing relentlessly, Miso maintained composure because Sangyun's instructions stabilized her combat awareness afterward. They're completely during battle. Using the opening carefully, Sangyun launched an extremely fast counterattack directly toward the goblin's exposed vulnerable area afterward, completely there during combat. After piercing the monster successfully, Sangyun observed the battlefield calmly while preparing himself for upcoming dangers deeper inside Hollow Forest afterward, completely there. Sangyun watched the giant monster collapse heavily across the forest ground, while dark blood spread beside broken stones and crushed grass. Miso stood beside Sangyun after the battle ended, carefully observing the creature while comparing her increased firepower against previous training results. Sangyun calmly analyzed Miso's improved combat ability and realized her bow possessed strength matching an epic-grade artifact during dangerous dungeon exploration. Sangyun silently judged the battlefield, while realizing Miso's attacks were several times stronger than before, making future gate clearing significantly easier. Miso appeared relieved after their teamwork succeeded smoothly, while Sangyun acknowledged her rapid improvement through repeated practice sessions and difficult preparation. Both hunters remained alert despite victory because the surrounding forest stayed unusually quiet, suggesting hidden dangers still waited deeper inside the gate. Miso remembered exhausting training nights reviewing battle footage repeatedly, forcing herself to improve continuously until matching Sangyun's overwhelming dungeon experience and speed. After finishing their practice battle, Miso suddenly sensed movement nearby and immediately focused toward distant sounds, echoing through the dangerous forest area. Several monsters suddenly rushed across the clearing toward Sangyeon and Miso, forcing both hunters into combat positions without hesitation or fear afterward. A larger monster observed the battlefield cautiously from above, growling angrily after witnessing smaller creatures defeated too easily by the experienced hunters below. The creature hesitated instead of attacking immediately, carefully studying Sangyeon and Miso, while suspecting unusual strength hidden behind their calm expressions and movements. Sangyeon noticed the monsters acting strategically and realized intelligent enemies inside the gate would create more dangerous battles than originally expected afterward. Sangyeon activated his detection ability, scanning the surrounding terrain while glowing energy spread outward across the forest, searching for hidden monster signatures. The detection skill revealed 10 nearby monsters, moving carefully through the area, confirming organized enemy behavior deeper inside the mysterious dungeon gate. Sangyeon concluded the gate contained intelligent kobold assassins, making their exploration far more dangerous, despite encountering fewer monsters near the entrance. Sangyeon discussed a risky combat strategy with Miso, explaining ranged attacks would become useless against stealth-type monsters hiding nearby afterward. Miso immediately grew nervous after hearing Sangyeon's mysterious strategy, while standing carefully beside shattered rocks and defeated monsters within the forest. Sangyeon revealed his dangerous plan involved, using Miso herself as bait, allowing hidden assassins to expose their positions during combat nearby. Sangyeon calmly smiled while explaining stealth monsters always targeted isolated prey first, making Miso the perfect choice for attracting dangerous enemies. Several monsters watched cautiously from the cliffs above, observing Sangyeon and Miso, while growling aggressively without immediately rushing toward the hunters below. Miso reluctantly accepted Sangyeon's strategy after realizing her increased firepower could create opportunities once hidden enemies finally revealed themselves during battle. Miso complained nervously while preparing herself mentally, although she understood Sangyeon's strategy offered the safest advantage against stealth monsters inside dangerous territory. Sangyeon quickly grabbed Miso before charging forward, preparing to launch her directly toward approaching enemies using overwhelming physical strength and momentum. Suddenly, Miso screamed loudly after realizing Sangyeon planned using her like a human projectile against nearby monsters hiding throughout the dense forest battlefield. Miso desperately complained during the chaotic launch while remembering her fear of roller coasters and intense heights causing overwhelming panic throughout her entire body. A flight skill activated around Miso, surrounding her falling body with green energy that slowed her descent and stabilized dangerous movement immediately afterward. The activated skill reduced falling speed temporarily, allowing Miso to regain balance, while descending safely toward monsters waiting beneath the forest canopy below. Miso regained confidence after stabilizing herself mid-air and prepared attacking positions, while several monsters charged aggressively toward her landing location nearby afterward. The largest monster roared furiously after detecting Miso descending above them, exposing its hidden position exactly as Sangyeon originally predicted beforehand completely. Sangyeon immediately followed through the battlefield, striking downward powerfully against exposed monsters, while Miso's airborne strategy successfully disrupted enemy formations completely. Miso's arrows struck directly through approaching monsters, while Sangyeon watched carefully, realizing her attacks carried unexpectedly destructive power during combat situations. Sangyeon noticed multiple enemies collapsing instantly after single shots, proving Miso's improved precision exceeded ordinary growth gained from artifact enhancement alone recently. While dodging enemy blood spraying across the battlefield, Sangyeon admitted Miso's overwhelming improvement came partly from relentless training and determination recently afterward. Miso descended smoothly through the sky while maintaining perfect balance, showing far greater control compared with their earlier dangerous practice sessions together previously. Sangyeon observed Miso carefully and recognized similarities between her movements and legendary archers remembered from his previous lifetime's dangerous dungeon experiences afterward. Although surprised by Miso's rapid growth, Sangyeon felt motivated watching another hunter become stronger beside him during difficult gate exploration missions together. Sangyeon activated another detection ability, scanning hidden terrain carefully while searching nearby forests for stealth monsters preparing secret attacks against their position. Dark shadow creatures suddenly emerged from concealed locations throughout the forest, their glowing red eyes revealing dangerous assassins hiding within distorted black smoke. One enormous spectral monster growled menacingly nearby, its glowing blue body suggesting stronger magical abilities, compared with ordinary stealth creatures encountered previously afterward. A spectral enemy aimed directly toward airborne Miso, preparing a sudden attack while hidden monsters surrounded the battlefield from multiple dangerous directions simultaneously afterward. Sangyeon instantly intercepted the attack before reaching Miso, slashing violently through the enemy while protecting her vulnerable position during aerial movement above completely. Although Sangyeon originally expected supporting Miso reluctantly, he admitted their unusual teamwork strategy functioned surprisingly well against coordinated stealth monster attacks afterward. Miso continued firing rapidly across the battlefield, while Sangyeon eliminated remaining enemies approaching dangerously close through the chaotic forest clearing during combat operations. After activating multiple combat skills simultaneously, Miso locked onto every remaining monster, using glowing targeting marks spread across enemy bodies nearby. Afterward completely, a devastating rain of arrows descended through the battlefield afterward, tearing through clustered monsters instantly, while Sangyeon watched Miso dominate the remaining enemies. Sangyeon and Miso rested beside a campfire deep inside the hollow forest, while tension remained after their exhausting battles against stealth monsters. Miso continued angrily blaming Sangyeon for throwing her repeatedly during combat, refusing forgiveness, despite their successful strategy against dangerous hidden enemies earlier. Sangyeon awkwardly attempted calming Miso beside the fire, but her frustration remained strong while exhaustion spread across the quiet nighttime campsite afterward. Miso loudly complained about being launched multiple times through dangerous monster territory, while Sangyeon secretly enjoyed the unusual battle experience afterward completely. Although Sangyeon admitted the strategy seemed excessive, he compared the thrilling sensation to riding transportation for the very first exciting time recently. While thinking carefully beside the campfire, Sangyeon suddenly realized cooking food might improve Miso's mood and restore their damaged teamwork afterward completely. Sangyeon activated a magical cooking artifact, summoning floating utensils and glowing ingredients, while preparing an elaborate meal beside the nighttime campfire carefully. Using his previous life experience, Sangyeon skillfully cooked fresh meat while magical flames surrounded the pan with bright sparkling energy afterward nearby. Delicious aromas spread throughout the forest campsite immediately afterward, causing Miso's attention to shift completely away from her earlier anger towards Sangyeon suddenly. Miso approached cautiously after smelling the food while Sangyeon proudly welcomed her toward the fire beside glowing magical cooking equipment nearby afterward. Sangyeon explained preparing proper meals would maintain morale during long dungeon exploration, especially after exhausting battles against dangerous monsters earlier throughout the forest. A luxurious beef Wellington appeared beside the fire afterward, surprising Miso completely, because she never expected elaborate cooking inside dangerous dungeon territory before. Miso hesitated briefly before tasting the meal carefully, still suspicious about Sangyeon's sudden kindness after their earlier argument beside the campfire tonight. The rich flavor shocked Miso immediately afterward, causing her anger toward Sangyeon to disappear while excitement replaced her exhausted expression completely beside him. Both hunters relaxed peacefully beside the fire afterward, while Miso happily questioned where Sangyeon obtained such incredible meat inside the dangerous dungeon forest. Sangyeon awkwardly lied about finding rabbit meat nearby, while secretly hiding the truth that they were actually eating defeated kobold monsters together. Although Sangyeon promised keeping the secret forever, Miso happily enjoyed the delicious meal, without suspecting its horrifying true origin beside the campfire. Miso praised the incredible flavor enthusiastically, while Sangyeon silently watched her reaction, relieved his dangerous lie remained completely believable afterward tonight. While resting beside the fire, Sangyeon discussed their final survey destination and explained stronger shadow defenders probably guarded the unexplored area ahead afterward. Miso suddenly apologized quietly for creating trouble recently, admitting rumors surrounding Sangyeon and herself spread rapidly throughout hunter communities and media outlets. Sangyeon calmly questioned whether Miso meant gossip, claiming he mistreated her financially and forced exhausting labor like an abusive manager recently afterward. Miso immediately denied the rumors seriously, while Sangyeon laughed casually, showing little concern about public misunderstandings surrounding their partnership together recently afterward. Although embarrassed, Miso admitted becoming fascinated by Sangyeon's abilities after witnessing his overwhelming combat talent during dangerous dungeon exploration missions previously afterward. Sangyeon explained media organizations exaggerated strange misunderstandings constantly because public attention surrounding famous hunters continued growing larger every single day afterward completely. Under the peaceful night sky, Miso quietly admitted enjoying their growing fame, despite feeling uncertain about increasing attention from outside observers recently afterward. Sangyeon reassured Miso confidently beside the campfire, explaining trustworthy partners should always support each other regardless of public rumors spreading everywhere afterward. After hearing Sangyeon compare their relationship strictly to business cooperation, Miso suddenly became silent while staring deeply into the burning fire nearby. Sang-Yin laughed casually about gossiping people everywhere, believing misunderstandings naturally followed successful hunters, receiving overwhelming public recognition recently afterward throughout society completely. Miso quietly questioned Sang-Yin afterward, wondering what might happen if their connection eventually became something beyond ordinary professional cooperation together someday. Afterward, Sang-Yin froze momentarily after hearing Miso's unexpected question, while the quiet forest campsite suddenly filled with heavy emotional tension between them afterward. Sang-Yin watched Miso confidently introduce grilled kobold tenderloin during her live broadcast while thousands of viewers reacted excitedly online simultaneously. Miso suddenly noticed strange reactions from viewers and realized some people suffered unusual symptoms after hearing about kobold meat consumption. After remembering rare allergic cases connected to kobold meat, Miso became serious and carefully warned viewers about unexpected physical reactions afterward. Later that night, Sang-Yin sat beside Miso near the campfire while she honestly discussed emotional effects connected to kobold meat allergies. Sang-Yin became confused after hearing Miso describe people suddenly losing emotional restraint and revealing hidden thoughts without hesitation afterward. While recalling previous incidents, Sang-Yin realized Miso unknowingly showed symptoms connected to the rare kobold meat allergic reaction condition recently. Sang-Yin remembered terrifying moments from his former party when allergic reactions caused dangerous misunderstandings and completely chaotic situations during expeditions previously. Although shocked, Sang-Yin quickly remembered there was supposedly one effective method capable of calming severe kobold meat allergy symptoms immediately. As Miso continued speaking innocently, Sang-Yin prepared himself mentally before carefully attempting the strange solution he suddenly remembered from experience. Without hesitation, Sang-Yin loudly declared his strange wish about becoming a real bird, completely surprising Miso beside the glowing campfire instantly. Miso stared silently at Sang-Yin while trying to understand whether he seriously believed his ridiculous statement would solve their problem tonight. After several awkward moments, Miso finally repeated Sang-Yin's statement with disbelief, while struggling to process his completely absurd explanation internally. Sang-Yin confidently explained the strange method worked by distracting allergic victims with shocking nonsense, until their emotional instability disappeared naturally afterward. The following morning, Sang-Yin and Miso quietly traveled deeper into Hollow Forest while the previous night's embarrassing incident remained unforgettable forever. While walking through the forest, Miso suddenly smiled brightly toward Sang-Yin, showing curiosity about his mysterious behavior during their previous conversation. While traveling through Hollow Forest, Sang-Yin forced himself to ignore Miso's earlier confession and awkwardly changed the conversation topic immediately afterward. Sang-Yin internally regretted acting ridiculously before Miso, believing pretending to become a bird was completely humiliating and immature behavior recently. Miso secretly felt relieved watching Sang-Yin casually continue walking, although confusion about her sudden emotional confession still remained deeply inside afterward. As they continued deeper into the forest, Miso quietly admitted her feelings strangely no longer seemed completely connected to allergic symptoms anymore. Before Sang-Yin could respond properly, Miso quickly avoided further explanation and nervously laughed while pretending nothing important had happened between them. Suddenly, Sang-Yin sensed dangerous movement nearby and immediately focused ahead after noticing unfamiliar sounds echoing across the rocky forest valley. From the cliffside, Sang-Yin and Miso discovered several shadow defenders slowly gathering together while patrolling the wide forest clearing below carefully. Sang-Yin explained the monsters possessed extremely durable stone bodies, capable of resisting ordinary attacks through overwhelming defensive strength during prolonged battles consistently. After examining enemy movements carefully, Sang-Yin suggested using coordinated attacks because directly confronting the shadow defenders would waste unnecessary energy and time. Miso activated her artifact weapon confidently while electrical energy surrounded the blade, showing her growing mastery over powerful combat techniques recently acquired. Believing the situation remained manageable, Miso proposed launching a frontal assault while trusting Sang-Yin to provide support during the dangerous confrontation ahead. However, Sang-Yin suddenly noticed something unusual about the enemy formation and immediately stopped before allowing Miso to charge recklessly forward alone. Sang-Yin carefully asked Miso whether shadow defenders normally traveled together, because the current monster behavior seemed completely unnatural and suspicious today. While Miso recalled previous reconnaissance information, the shadow defenders suddenly concealed themselves within surrounding shadows and disappeared from direct sight instantly. Realizing the monsters deliberately coordinated their movements intelligently, Sang-Yin urgently warned Miso because ordinary monsters should never demonstrate advanced teamwork naturally. After realizing the shadow defenders prepared an ambush, Sangyeon immediately ordered Miso to escape before the hidden enemies attacked suddenly together. Massive stone monsters erupted violently from underground cliffs, confirming Sangyeon's suspicions that intelligent enemies intentionally surrounded them within the narrow valley. A gigantic beast suddenly appeared behind the defenders, revealing itself as the terrifying middle boss controlling nearby monsters through commanding roars constantly. Sangyeon immediately identified the enormous creature as the impenetrable Defender King, a dangerous commander-class monster, possessing overwhelming defensive abilities naturally. Although Miso remained shocked, Sangyeon quickly observed enemy movements and realized the monster's coordinated attacks with unusual tactical precision during combat. The Defender King charged aggressively towards Sangyeon, while surrounding shadow defenders simultaneously blocked escape routes, using overwhelming physical pressure against both hunters. Recognizing the dangerous situation instantly, Miso demanded Sangyeon's combat signal while preparing rapid close-range attacks against approaching shadow defenders nearby immediately. Sangyeon raised 3 fingers, signaling Miso to unleash swift combination strikes capable of disrupting enemy formations before complete encirclement occurred around them. Miso moved rapidly across the battlefield, slicing through several stone monsters continuously, while narrowly avoiding heavy attacks from multiple directions simultaneously afterward. While dodging enemy assaults, Miso fired concentrated energy attacks directly into the Defender King, temporarily damaging its hardened stone armor successfully afterward. After landing another successful strike, Miso confidently believed they finally gained momentum against the Defender King and surrounding shadow defenders during battle. However, the Defender King suddenly released another furious roar, causing nearby monsters to respond violently, while reinforcing their coordinated assault immediately afterward. A gigantic beast descended from above unexpectedly, forcing Miso backward, while overwhelming pressure spread throughout the battlefield, surrounding both hunters instantly afterward. Sangyeon immediately activated his artifact skill after recognizing the dangerous creature, understanding ordinary attacks would never penetrate the monster's hardened defenses successfully. With sharp determination, Sangyeon prepared his next strategy carefully, while targeting the Defender King's vulnerable points hidden beneath its massive armored body. Sangyeon activated multiple artifact skills simultaneously, striking the Defender King directly while testing whether its defenses contained hidden weaknesses somewhere underneath. Despite the powerful combination attack exploding across its body, the Defender King remained completely unharmed and continued advancing toward both hunters aggressively. Realizing ordinary attacks were ineffective, Sangyeon immediately retreated with Miso while reconsidering strategies capable of preserving their remaining stamina carefully afterward. The Defender King slowly emerged from shattered debris completely undamaged, proving its terrifying nickname truly represented overwhelming defensive capabilities beyond ordinary monsters naturally. Although Sangyeon believed they could eventually defeat the creature through repeated attacks, he preferred conserving strength for the hidden final boss later. After thinking briefly, Sangyeon finally decided using his secret combat technique remained their best chance against the Defender King currently available. Sangyeon quietly called Miso closer before asking whether she understood the special combat signal connected to their coordinated battle strategy previously discussed. While appearing confused initially, Miso quickly remembered Sangyeon's signal system and nervously realized he intended using the dangerous wand strategy now. Miso accepted the plan seriously, while Sangyeon calmly smiled beside her, showing confidence despite the overwhelming monster threatening them nearby constantly afterward. As the Defender King approached aggressively, Miso launched herself high into the air while Sangyeon prepared attacks directly below the massive creature simultaneously. Although Miso understood targeting highly defensive enemies required unusual tactics, she still worried because Sangyeon never demonstrated this mysterious skill before publicly. The Defender King watched their strange movements cautiously, while both hunters repositioned themselves carefully around the battlefield, preparing synchronized attacks together, silently afterward. Standing across the battlefield confidently, Miso observed Sangyeon carefully while wondering whether using an untested combat technique against such enemies remained safe. Sangyeon reassured her calmly before stepping forward decisively, showing complete confidence while preparing to unleash his hidden artifact ability against the monster. Blue energy gathered rapidly beneath Sangyeon's feet as he accelerated forward instantly, signaling the beginning of their dangerous coordinated counterattack against enemies. The Defender King suddenly realized Sangyeon intentionally distracted it while rapidly accelerating across the battlefield surrounded by blazing artifact energy afterward. Although confused initially, the Defender King sensed Sangyeon discovered its hidden weakness and immediately prepared defensive movements against the approaching hunter desperately afterward. Sangyeon unleashed explosive attacks continuously, while refusing the Defender King any opportunity to analyze his combat strategy or escape route afterward completely. With overwhelming confidence, Sang Yin declared the battle would end quickly before charging directly toward the Defender King using destructive artifact, energy fiercely. The Defender King roared violently while Sang Yin's blazing attacks pierced through surrounding defenses, creating devastating shockwaves throughout the battlefield during combat. Instantly afterward, purple energy exploded from the Defender King's body repeatedly, while Sang Yin continued overwhelming the monster, using relentless high-speed artifact strikes continuously afterward. Sang Yin activated his strongest destructive skill, concentrating immense power into devastating attacks, capable of finally breaking the Defender King's hardened defenses completely afterward. Unable to withstand the overwhelming assault anymore, the Defender King's massive stone body shattered violently, while dark energy scattered across the battlefield instantly. The battlefield trembled repeatedly as Sang Yin completed his relentless attack sequence, destroying nearby monsters together with the collapsing Defender King simultaneously afterward. AA system notification immediately appeared, confirming Sang Yin successfully subdued the middle boss Defender King after the intense coordinated battle finally ended successfully. Breathing heavily, Sang Yin laughed excitedly, because his newly developed one-shot combat technique succeeded perfectly during his first major battle after regression recently. However, another notification suddenly warned Sang Yin his Sword of Destruction consumed all remaining mana, leaving him dangerously exhausted after victory afterward. Sang Yin violently destroyed the stone monsters inside the special training facility, while debris exploded across the battlefield around him fiercely. He suddenly sensed unfamiliar energy nearby, and immediately stopped attacking after noticing the shocked pink-haired hunter staring toward him silently. The training ground trembled heavily as broken golems collapsed everywhere, leaving both hunters surrounded by dust, shattered rocks, and confusion. The pink-haired hunter questioned Sang Yin's strange behavior while he calmly ignored her concern and activated his hidden system window nearby. Sang Yin finally obtained the hidden skill called Sword of Destruction, something he desperately failed to acquire during his previous lifetime. While studying the glowing status screen carefully, Sang Yin realized the powerful swordsmanship skill perfectly matched his mana consumption abilities already. Sang Yin remembered wasting many painful years mastering the difficult technique before eventually combining it with his Devour Artifacts ability successfully. The destructive skill originally consumed massive mana, forcing users into dangerous close combat situations against overwhelming enemies, repeatedly during battles. Because Sang Yin previously mastered mana efficiency techniques, he understood this hidden skill would become dramatically stronger under his current abilities. Sang Yin confidently accepted the new power, and predicted Sword of Destruction would greatly increase his future combat ranking immediately afterward. A massive explosion erupted across the battlefield, as terrifying sword energy destroyed approaching monsters, and shattered the surrounding ground completely apart. The pink-haired hunter desperately defended herself while witnessing the overwhelming destruction caused by Sang Yin's newly awakened swordsmanship technique nearby. She realized Sang Yin already surpassed the strength he possessed during her previous memories, leaving her completely shocked and speechless afterward. The battlefield became devastated with enormous craters spreading everywhere, while Sang Yin stood exhausted among collapsing terrain and scattered monster remains nearby. Although victorious after unleashing overwhelming power continuously, Sang Yin struggled to maintain consciousness because his remaining mana became dangerously depleted afterward. After exhausting his mana during battle, Sang Yin quickly drank a recovery potion, while his status window showed dangerously low remaining energy. Miso thanked Sang Yin sincerely for protecting her earlier, realizing his destructive attack completely eliminated the dangerous monsters surrounding them previously. The battlefield finally became quiet as both hunters rested together among ruined terrain while recovering from the intense combat encounter. Miso carefully questioned Sang Yin's strange fighting style after noticing his unusual mana techniques and overwhelming swordsmanship during their recent battle. Although smiling casually, Sang Yin avoided revealing important details and instead blamed his abilities on expensive magical recovery drinks jokingly afterward. Miso became increasingly suspicious while observing Sang Yin's relaxed attitude, believing his strength clearly exceeded ordinary hunters inside dangerous dungeons already. After discussing the expensive mana drink further, Sang Yin jokingly demanded repayment, while both hunters continued resting inside the silent forest together. The pair eventually arrived near a hidden settlement called Breathless Village, located deep inside the dangerous hollow forest region secretly. While approaching the mysterious village carefully, Sang Yin immediately sensed something unusual because the entire dungeon environment felt completely unfamiliar somehow afterward. Sang Yin carefully observed glowing butterflies surrounding the forest while realizing the dungeon changed drastically compared with memories from his previous timeline. Even though he recognized the forest itself, Sang Yin became disturbed after discovering an enormous monster settlement hidden deep inside unexpectedly nearby. Understanding the situation could become dangerous later, Sangyeon decided revealing information about the dungeon's final boss might help their survival chances. Sangyeon suddenly called Miso over and prepared to explain his prediction regarding the mysterious dungeon's hidden final boss carefully afterward. Miso reacted with complete confusion after hearing Sangyeon mention a final boss, despite nobody discovering such information before inside this dungeon. Before Sangyeon explained further, strange energy spread across the forest, suddenly, causing both hunters to freeze in immediate shock silently. Time suddenly stopped around Sangyeon, as a mysterious divine woman appeared before him surrounded by brilliant cosmic energy silently afterward. The goddess of luck revealed herself directly to Sangyeon, shocking him because constellations rarely interfered with ordinary hunters personally before. She warned Sangyeon that powerful beings across dimensions already noticed his unusual existence and rapidly growing special abilities from afar recently. The goddess explained Sangyeon's uniqueness attracted dangerous attention because extraordinary individuals naturally became targets within countless dimensional worlds, constantly afterward. Sangyeon hurriedly tried questioning the goddess further, hoping she understood secrets connected to his mysterious regression and hidden future knowledge completely. Before Sangyeon continued speaking, time resumed instantly while Miso approached him normally, completely unaware divine intervention happened moments earlier nearby. Miso questioned Sangyeon about the final boss again, forcing him to hide the goddess encounter and pretend confusion immediately afterward carefully. Although remaining calm outwardly, Sangyeon secretly wondered whether the goddess attempted protecting him or indirectly warning him about approaching dangers instead. Realizing higher beings already discovered his regression secret, Sangyeon blamed himself for becoming careless and exposing unusual behavior repeatedly before others. Sangyeon remembered the terrifying organization called Predation Network, hunters specializing in stealing abilities and eliminating powerful players mercilessly across dimensions. The dangerous group previously hunted Sanghyun relentlessly because his Devour Artifacts ability possessed enormous potential capable of threatening powerful enemies, eventually. Knowing Predation Network nearly destroyed his previous life entirely, Sangyeon understood revealing regression secrets now would certainly attract catastrophic consequences immediately. Sangyeon decided he must quietly grow stronger first before confronting enemies capable of hunting extraordinary players throughout multiple dangerous dimensions secretly. He instructed Miso to split up temporarily and search the surrounding area separately while avoiding unnecessary attention from hidden threats nearby. Although uncertain about the goddess's true intentions, Sangyeon resolved protecting his regression secret remained far more important than temporary hardships afterward. Sangyeon discovered dead hunters scattered across the ruined village, while blood-stained walls revealed signs of brutal violence and terrifying slaughter. After examining the deep claw marks carefully, Sangyeon realized the killer intentionally marked the entire village like hunting territory. Afterward, recognizing the monster's childish but cruel behavior immediately, Sangyeon accepted the challenge and prepared himself for a deadly hunting game. Miso sensed dangerous movement nearby and immediately became cautious after detecting hidden killing intent surrounding the silent forest path completely afterward. While observing broken terrain carefully, Miso realized the monster moved unbelievably fast, despite leaving traces heavy enough to shake surrounding ground. Before Miso reacted properly, violent attacks suddenly erupted nearby, forcing her body backward while powerful impacts shattered the surrounding environment instantly. Miso quickly realized the hidden monster disappeared again, immediately after attacking, making the dangerous enemy impossible to track alone successfully afterward. Understanding the situation became extremely dangerous. Miso decided warning Sangyeon immediately offered the safest chance for surviving the monster encounter alive. As Miso prepared sending the agreed signal, a terrifying beast suddenly appeared directly behind her without making any detectable sound whatsoever. The massive monster silently stared down at Miso, while dark red eyes revealed overwhelming bloodlust hidden beneath its terrifying appearance nearby. Frozen by sudden fear completely, Miso slowly realized the creature intentionally approached without attacking immediately, almost like observing frightened prey carefully. Shocked beyond expectation afterward, Miso instinctively turned around nervously, while sensing another dangerous presence suddenly emerging from the surrounding darkness silently. The pink-haired hunter advanced through the training area while remaining focused on her objective. A sudden sense of danger reached her at the last moment. Her eyes widened as she noticed the approaching threat and quickly shifted her attention toward the source of the disturbance. Before she could fully assess the situation, the monster launched itself forward with great speed. The unexpected assault immediately forced her into a desperate battle for survival. The beast closed the distance and attacked with tremendous force. Reacting purely on instinct, the hunter raised a defensive artifact and barely managed to intercept the incoming blow. Although the artifact protected her from a fatal injury, the impact destroyed it completely. Fragments scattered away while the shock left her vulnerable to another attack. Understanding the danger, she quickly retreated from the monster. Space became her highest priority as she searched for a method to continue fighting despite losing an important tool. While creating distance, the hunter carefully observed her opponent. The creature displayed abilities that exceeded her expectations and made the situation far more difficult than anticipated. Instead of acting recklessly, she focused on analyzing every movement. Memories of earlier training began resurfacing as she searched for guidance under pressure. Determination replaced panic. By steadying her breathing and organizing her thoughts, she prepared to apply the lessons that could help her overcome the dangerous enemy. An instructor's advice returned to her mind, emphasizing that close combat fighters should reduce unnecessary risks whenever possible during battle. The lesson also warned that dungeon encounters rarely followed ideal expectations. Unexpected dangers could appear at any moment and completely change the situation. Recalling those teachings, she realized survival depended on adaptation, rather than stubbornly following a single plan. Another memory highlighted the value of using every available advantage when facing a stronger opponent. Carefully evaluating her circumstances, the hunter searched for a practical solution despite her damaged equipment and unfavorable position. A new strategy finally formed in her mind. By relying on distance and precision instead of direct confrontation, she found a possible path toward victory. The hunter reminded herself that success as an assassin did not depend entirely on talent. Watching the monster carefully, she understood that a direct assault would only place her at a disadvantage. Her fighting style depended on precision rather than overwhelming force. As the beast charged, she analyzed its breathing, habits, and attack rhythm. By predicting its next movement, she prepared to strike at the perfect moment. Since the encounter had already lasted for some time, she believed she had gathered enough information to control the battle. Using her speed, she slipped behind the monster and launched a precise attack. The maneuver unfolded exactly as she expected, proving that she had correctly read its behavior. Certain that victory was within reach, she pressed forward without hesitation. The beast appeared unable to react as her attack closed in. Suddenly, shock crossed her face when she discovered another presence nearby. What she believed was a single enemy turned out to be only part of the threat. The unexpected development shattered her assumption and placed her in a dangerous situation. Before she could fully respond, the hidden creature launched an attack from another direction, forcing her to defend against multiple enemies at once. The two monsters advanced together and attempted to overwhelm her with coordinated attacks. Their movements showed far greater intelligence than she had anticipated. Both beasts continued closing in while growling aggressively. The pressure increased as their combined assault left little room for escape. Just as the situation became critical, a new figure suddenly appeared between the hunter and the monsters, interrupting their advance. A black-haired man stepped forward calmly and immediately assessed the battlefield. His arrival shifted the balance of the encounter within seconds. After observing the monsters, he concluded that they operated as a pair and possessed abilities that were difficult to identify at first glance. While explaining his observations, he revealed that the creatures shared a special connection, exposing the hidden reason behind their coordinated attacks. After the black-haired hunter explained the monsters' synchronized behavior, both hunters quickly understood how dangerous the situation had become. A serious expression appeared on the man's face as he realized their original strategy was no longer effective. Looking at the pair of beasts, he concluded that defeating them required handling both threats at the same time. Otherwise, their coordinated attacks would continue creating openings. The synchronized creatures immediately reacted to any movement and showed no hesitation in exploiting weaknesses. After reaching a decision, he called the pink-haired hunter's attention and prepared to change the battle plan completely. Rather than treating her as someone who needed protection, he decided to rely on her abilities. From that moment forward, she would become a key part of the strategy. The pink-haired hunter quickly understood what his decision meant. Although nervous, she accepted the responsibility and prepared herself for the role she had been given. Trust formed between the two hunters as they exchanged a brief confirmation. The man showed complete confidence in her ability to carry out the plan. Motivated by that trust, she became determined to prove herself and contribute directly to the battle instead of remaining in the background. Without wasting time, she announced the skill she intended to use. Her focus sharpened as energy gathered around her weapon. A powerful barrage ability activated, releasing countless arrows toward the battlefield. At the same time, the black-haired hunter enhanced his own combat abilities with multiple active skills. The combination of support and offense immediately transformed their position, forcing the monsters to react to a completely different threat. Streams of glowing arrows rained across the battlefield and struck both monsters repeatedly. The attack covered a wide area and prevented them from moving freely. Because neither beast had encountered the skill before, their synchronization began to falter as they struggled to respond to the overwhelming assault. Seeing the monsters lose coordination, the black-haired hunter advanced confidently, ready to exploit the opening their combined strategy had created. The coordinated attack began producing results as the black-haired hunter and Miso fought together. While Miso's arrows disrupted the enemy's rhythm, the black-haired hunter exploited every opening with precise close-range attacks. Recognizing the advantage they had created, the hunter pushed forward aggressively and challenged the monster's teamwork with a series of rapid strikes. One of the beasts suffered a direct hit and staggered backward. Miso immediately followed up with another barrage, preventing the wounded monster from regaining control. The black-haired hunter praised the support at the perfect moment and continued advancing. Their cooperation steadily widened the gap between them and their opponents. Although the monsters remained dangerous, repeated attacks forced them onto the defensive. The pressure began breaking apart their coordinated movements. Miso maintained her concentration and carefully controlled the battlefield from a distance. Every arrow served a purpose, either creating openings or restricting enemy movement. Meanwhile, the monsters attempted to adapt and protect one another. Their efforts revealed that they understood the hunter's strategy and wanted to prevent further separation. Seeing this reaction, the black-haired hunter noticed a weakness. The enemies were becoming too focused on protecting each other rather than defending themselves. One monster suddenly exposed itself while trying to assist its partner. The hunter immediately targeted the opening and launched a decisive attack. His strike landed cleanly, severely injuring the creature, and finally ending its resistance. The coordinated pair had lost one of its members. With one enemy defeated, the hunters briefly gained control of the battle. However, the surviving monster remained active and far from beaten. The remaining beast reacted violently after losing its partner. A strange change began spreading across its body as it released a furious roar. A warning appeared, revealing that the creature had lost its previous form and was undergoing a transformation. The unexpected development caught the hunter's attention immediately. As the monster's body started changing, both hunters realized the battle was entering a new and far more dangerous stage. The transformed monster charged forward with far greater power than before. Green energy surrounded its body as it rushed toward the black-haired hunter. He quickly realized that the transformation had increased the monster's strength, but had also caused it to abandon its previous caution. Seeing the beast act recklessly, he concluded that it had lost control of its judgment. The hunter calmly prepared to exploit the weakness, hidden beneath its intimidating appearance. As the monster launched another attack, the hunter accelerated forward and matched its movement. While the beast focused entirely on offense, the hunter struck with precision and avoided unnecessary movements. Taking advantage of the monster's uncontrolled aggression, he delivered a decisive attack and gained the upper hand. After a fierce battle, the giant monster collapsed while blood poured from its mouth. A system message appeared, confirming that Sangyeon had successfully subdued the lawless golden light surged around his body as rewards were distributed. Several level-up notifications appeared one after another, causing his level to rise dramatically. Checking his status window, Sangyeon realized he had gained far more levels than expected. Instead of celebrating, he immediately focused on the special reward waiting for him. A notification announced that an epic-grade artifact would be granted as a reward. 3 valuable artifacts appeared before him as selectable options. Excitement filled his mind as he examined each item carefully. Every artifact possessed enormous value and could be sold for a fortune. Rather than thinking about money, Sangyeon evaluated their usefulness for his future plans. Among the choices, one artifact perfectly matched the build he intended to create. Before he could make his final decision, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Turning around, Sangyeon found a pink-haired hunter approaching. The young woman expressed her gratitude for the successful raid. She acknowledged his efforts and credited him for making the battle much easier. Hearing the praise, Sangyeon remained calm. Her sincere appreciation surprised her as she reflected on how much he had contributed. A shy smile appeared on the hunter's face after thanking him. Meanwhile, Sangyeon noticed signs of exhaustion hidden behind her cheerful attitude. Recent rumors and accusations surrounding him soon became the topic of discussion. Many people continued spreading false stories about his relationship with another hunter. Although the situation sounded ridiculous, Sangyeon understood why the rumors persisted. The misunderstanding had grown rapidly over only a few days. Despite the controversy, he paid little attention to public opinion. More important matters occupied his thoughts. His gaze returned to the reward selection screen. The artifact choices still floated before him. waiting for a decision. Confidence filled Sangyeon's expression as he finalized his choice. He knew the selected artifact would become a crucial piece of his future growth. An awkward moment formed after the conversation ended, leaving Sangyeon and Miso staring at each other in silence. The atmosphere felt strangely different from before. While looking at her, Sangyeon noticed how dependable she had become. Memories of her future accomplishments made him view her with greater respect. Without thinking much about it, he gently patted Miso on the head and praised her efforts. The unexpected gesture immediately caught her off guard. Shock spread across Miso's face as she froze in place. Only then did Sangyeon realize what he had just done. Embarrassment hit him instantly, causing him to panic and step back. A rushed apology followed, as he desperately tried to explain himself. Rather than becoming angry, Miso accepted the apology and brushed the incident aside. Even so, the strange interaction left both of them feeling flustered. Trying to change the subject, Miso noticed the red glowing artifact in Sangyeon's hand. Curiosity quickly replaced the awkwardness from earlier, holding up the item. Sangyeon revealed that he had chosen an updraft belt as his reward. The artifact seemed perfectly suited to his current abilities. In return, Miso proudly showed off her newly obtained bow. She believed it was a fortunate reward and was eager to test its performance. Seeing her excitement, Sangyeon suggested examining the bow immediately. Since they were still inside the raid area, a quick test seemed reasonable. Agreeing with the idea, Miso prepared her stance and activated the weapon. Bright energy gathered around the bow as she aimed ahead. A sudden flash erupted from the weapon the moment its power was triggered. The unusual reaction instantly drew Sangyeon's attention. Before either of them could react, a tremendous explosion burst outward from the bow. Violent energy waves shook the surrounding area and filled the air with dust. Moments later, both hunters stared at the destruction in disbelief. The attack had produced far more power than anyone expected. Confusion crossed Sangyeon's face as he analyzed what he had witnessed. The effect was far beyond a normal illusion. Type skill. After witnessing the bow's overwhelming power, Sangyeon quickly identified the skill behind the attack. The weapon had activated a rare copy-type ability that could reproduce the effects of an arrow multiple times. Recognition immediately crossed his mind because he had seen records of this ability before. The famous skill was known worldwide due to its connection with a legendary player. Meanwhile, Miso stared at her bow in confusion while trying to understand what had happened. Instead of focusing on herself, Miso encouraged Sangyeon to inspect his own reward. She believed ignoring the artifact's abilities would be a waste of opportunity. Hesitation appeared on Sangyeon's face as he looked at the updraft belt. A strange feeling suggested that the artifact contained more secrets than its description revealed. Observing his reaction, Miso immediately guessed he had become curious about the item. Her expression made it clear she expected him to test it right away. Accepting the inevitable, Sangyeon activated the artifact, despite knowing it could cause trouble. Energy surged around the belt as its effect began to take shape. Powerful wind currents suddenly formed around his body and expanded outward. The artifact responded far more aggressively than he expected. A spinning force lifted Miso from the ground and dragged her into the air. At the same time, Sangyeon examined the status window and confirmed that the belt possessed exceptional performance. Anger instantly replaced Miso's earlier excitement after becoming the first victim of the test. Her furious reaction proved that she had predicted this outcome from the beginning. Far away from the raid site, a news report discussed mysterious disappearances connected to powerful individuals. Elsewhere, shadowy figures gathered within a secret location. Their conversation hinted that someone had been responsible for those disappearances all along. One hidden figure openly admitted involvement in the recent incidents. The revelation immediately changed the atmosphere among the group. Another individual identified the culprit as Luca Vile, a name that carried significant weight within their organization. Tension spread through the chamber as warnings about the future of the predation network were raised. Within the hidden gathering of the predation network, tensions rose as several members argued about responsibility and loyalty. Their discussion revealed deep divisions among the powerful figures. Rather than showing concern, Luca defended his actions and treated the accusations lightly. He believed the members were no different from one another, as all of them pursued power through similar methods. Soon afterward, another member shifted the conversation toward a larger threat. Information surfaced regarding Jean Clotet, a player known as the Immortal Marathon Runner, whose growing influence had attracted attention. A red-eyed member explained that Jean's existence disrupted the balance maintained by the organization. His unique abilities made him difficult to predict and potentially dangerous. Meanwhile, interest turned toward a new name emerging in Korea. Reports connected recent events to a hunter called Shin Sangyeon, causing several members to become curious. Unlike the others, Luca dismissed the topic entirely. His attention remained fixed on his own objectives, showing little interest in either Sangyeon or the concerns raised by the group. As the meeting continued, one member proposed eliminating targets before they became greater threats. Following the discussion, the gathering gradually came to an end. Several members departed while plans for future actions remained unresolved. Elsewhere, a blood-covered man rested alone in a dark room. Despite his injuries, relief crossed his mind because his identity and abilities had not yet been exposed to the wider world. Later that night, a laptop screen displayed footage featuring Sangyeon. Someone had been carefully observing him from a hidden location. Without warning, a blood-stained hand reached toward the screen and marked his image. The act revealed an unhealthy obsession with the hunter. Finally, a mysterious woman appeared in the darkness while staring at Sangyeon's face.